close to the
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Mic check, are we good or are we still chipmunking out? That shit was funny this morning when I woke up and heard Zusi on the mic. All right, well, we did not get the direction we wanted, to say the least. My pull flag is invalid. That measured move is invalid. Barely even got the little one. Not looking good for that close above 50 EMA, y'all, to say the least. By the way it's looking right now, we're most definitely on yellow path. So remember, closing above here puts us above the 50 on the yellow path. Closing below, oop, closing below, we're still on yellow path, but we have 1 week. Meaning you can't close underneath this for a second week or it's officially over. At least on the midterm, unless something drastic happens. Let me clear this up and let me bring Discord in real quick. Yeah, you need a second weekly candle underneath the 50 EMA to confirm. But this is not good, right? This will be our first sort of negative close on the weekly that we've had. The reason it matters, y'all, excuse me, because I hear the argument, right? There's a lot set up for it to move, blah, blah, blah. Maybe this doesn't matter this much this time. The reason that it matters is because it'll take macro traders out of the trade, right? So that's one more group of traders that are not playing the game. The thing about macro guys is they've got tons of money. All right, let me get Discord in here. This our worst options for closing on the
Yeah,
weekly.
it's red path, right?
Well, not yet. Not yet. Um like I was just explaining to YouTube. If we get, which it doesn't look like we're going to, if we were to get between that yellow and green, then we would be on yellow path safely above the 50. Right? As long as you're safely above the 50, you can stay yellow path for weeks if you need to. If we close underneath the 50, the countdown has started. You have 1 week, and that's it. 1 week to close back above that 50, right? Because two consecutive closes underneath the 50 is what signals the bearish part of the market, usually, right? Historically. So it puts us one step closer to the oh shit, you know? But it doesn't necessarily throw us on red path. Look, I'll show you on.
Yeah, fake out below the
I'll
50
show you
MA
on the
or
chart.
closing the
Exactly.
candle
Yeah.
below
Yeah.
the 3.
Yeah. The difference between just a fake out underneath the 50 or two closes underneath the 50.
To me, it doesn't matter because we're so extended down the averages that we need an up move to be able to have a sell opportunity anyway. Like even if we close the weekly below, I can't sell here.
I mean, you wouldn't have the signal to sell yet, but you would have the signal to be on your toes for the next week, and you would have the signal to take less risks during the next week until that
Yeah.
heals. So let's go weekly. Throw this out.
No, but it might take 3 months, but we'll get some green candles to sell.
So what we're talking about is this. Let me put on the. So we're underneath the 50, right? Yellow path is underneath that 104, 105. So what we were hoping for was to get back above yellow. And then even if you were back above yellow, you could stay here for a while as long as you didn't lose the 50. But if we lose the 50 and we have another close underneath the 50, then we're on red path. Whether it plays out completely, you can argue. But like I said, I have a very mechanical system to figure out when it's time to severely de-risk. And for me, we're getting close to that. We're getting close to that point. What a waste of 24 hours, though. I mean, that shit is horrible. To sit in that bull flag 24 hours just to fall out this close to close, not good. No other way to look at that.
But we flipped 95 into resistance.
I'm with you, Slick. I can't. I can de-risk, but I can't necessarily sell until I get those signals. I bought yesterday with fear and greed at 10.
Me too, but it got stopped out, so I bought again today.
So it goes. Let me guess. Put this back on this channel real quick. Remember we covered this? The government shut down liquidity drain. Right? Let me guess when this drop happened. New York session. I know New York is closed, but timing wise, let's see if something.
I was sleeping.
A weekend session. Can I turn? Can't figure out how to turn it. But it was at 6.
Asia, no?
It was 6. Fuck.
G'day. G'day, Dbloc.
What's going on, Fly?
How are you?
Good, Zuzi. Yeah, not a lot, man. Bitcoin's tumbling.
Yeah, it's looking very weak. Very, very weak.
The hard truth is that it could just be the beginning, right?
Yep.
Well, if we break those metrics and we de-risk, that's exactly what we want. Right? At that point, once the decision is made to pull out, what you want is for it to collapse. But I'm not there yet.
I wanted to collapse after I sell.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Even as we get that invalidation, and y'all can completely ignore this. This has nothing to do with your trading. I will still be playing this to a certain degree. I'm not getting rid of all my Bitcoin with liquidity sitting the way it's sitting right now. But I will be moving into stables and Bitcoin only. If that happens, right? If we get that second close underneath. Well, just to be clear on the macro, even if when we go red path, where is it? My end of the bull market doesn't come with the close underneath the weekly. My end of the bull market comes with the structure break. Right? This has been here for at least 2 months now. Price breaks the bull market support band without closing bodies underneath the 50 EMA, we get a continuation. Right? The opposite of that is if we break the bull market support band and we do close bodies underneath the 50 EMA, 2 of them, then red path is in play. For me, personally, and this doesn't have to be anybody else's metric. You guys have to play according to your own risk. To me, bull market isn't over until we break 74. Until we break 74, or until the liquidity profile changes. Now the question is, the problem is I'm not riding this down. I don't care if I think that that's where it's over. I'm not riding it down from 100 to 76. But I'm not switching full bear until we get underneath 74K.
It's a bit where the dead cat bounce would be expected from, right? Or actually from
Yeah.
higher. I don't think we're gonna
At
go that
this,
high.
during this red path, I will only be in a small amount of Bitcoin and stables. That is just the way I'm playing it. I don't expect or recommend that anybody else take those risks unless you know exactly the risk you're taking. Excuse me. You must be new here, Sean, if you think that this has anything to do with ego. I've been talking about this moment for months now.
Oh, I have my ego issues too. The problem is I'm so used to being wrong that it now surprises me when I'm right. It's like I tried to buy every freaking dip during this down move. They were all wrong.
Sean, like I said, you must be new here, bro. We heavily de-risked on the 9th and the 31st.
I didn't.
Well,
But
let me fix that. this
half of
this
the
group
of
was
the like,
told to de-risk on the 9th before the 10-10 liquidation. Whether they did it or not is personal matters, but and again on the 31st.
you know, I wasn't active at all back when you said that, so maybe I would have listened if I was actually following.
Yeah. I do
But then
agree with you
I
on that,
noticed
Sean.
I noticed my crypto account being divided by 2 the next day, and
Yeah, you and everybody else. I mean, even though we had that de-risk on the 9th, I obviously didn't pull everything. So I did take a hit on some alts for sure.
it's fine because it bounced back up, right? The problem now is the slow decline, well, the slower decline.
That's a form of de-risk in JL. Tightening stops, moving up stops. So when we say de-risk, if you're on spot, that means reducing positions or moving stops. If you're on leverage, that means reduce your leverage exposure. Right? De-risk levels are times where you have to severely reduce your leverage exposure.
Damn, I'm doing the opposite.
That's because you believe this is the bottom.
No.
What?
Have to hedge against possibilities, though. It could be, huh?
How do you really feel, YSG?
So is sentiment 10 again, or is it lower?
We won't know till the daily close.
Oh, okay. What's Dbloc sentiment?
Barely bullish. BEARLY bullish. It's all right, guys. Just let YSG vent, man. He's upset about something.
I've never heard that name. Must be new.
I could go back to the M2 chart and show you exactly how this thing has got us in and got us out of trade safely. But I know you're just venting, so I'm not going to waste my time.
Hey, Dbloc,
Going off, family.
quick question. My position, whatever, I've been pretty much Bitcoin heavy my whole run. Got in, whatever, 30-ish.
Nice.
Now, I didn't de-risk, and I'm thinking about opening stops, but I just feel so worried about opening a stop and getting stopped out and then having to turn around.
Having it
If you
clip.
had a like,
Yeah.
where would you, in my position, start to deleverage, or again, I was kind of hoping for the run up to the yellow and maybe
Mm-hmm.
de-risking there on the rejection, but now I'm starting to get a little whatever. I'm not ready to take a loss on this thing, writing it down, not to have it come back. So
I
I
feel you.
mean,
I'm not in a big hurry to
keep the
sell red
points.
candles either.
Yeah.
For me, it's going to come down to that next weekly close. Alts, once we close this underneath here, I'm de-risking all alts. Right? This is the first step, meaning we've had one weekly close underneath the 50. Any alts that I don't have complete conviction in are getting rolled into Bitcoin. And I've already done that twice, so there's not a lot of them left to do. On the next weekly close, right, is where I start making decisions on the Bitcoin bag.
So you're figuring a high probability of at least a rescue ship from here,
I mean, we've got Death
or
Cross
before we
coming.
dive another 10 G's or
You know,
something.
we've got Death Cross coming. We looked at how Bitcoin reacts to the Death Cross in the past. There should be, at the very least, a rescue ship up to that 50 EMA, if nothing less. My opinion.
The timing of it, though, is really. It could be a while,
Yeah. Hey, if it doesn't play out, I'm
Uh,
not lying, okay? It's just that's how I feel.
nah, I get it, man.
I'm not
And
talking to you. I'm just talking to you too.
you've been definitely a mentor for most of this ride. I've been with you for I don't know 3 years now.
I appreciate
But
it, brother. It's good to hear
I
that you've
got
been
sick.
holding Bitcoin this whole time. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I have thrown a small percentage at coins, and then I decided to try to leverage trade with them and lost. I mean, I just write them off as a loss.
Yeah.
But it's always been like 95% Bitcoin. So whatever, you live, you learn. I'm the worst trader probably,
Nah, you
but
definitely not.
at
You're
least I'm
still
aware of
holding
it.
on to your Bitcoin through all this time. You're not the worst trader at all, bro. Trust me.
Yeah, it's just hard to look at things as, there's something in me that it's like if I get up to this 124,000, whatever, and to sell at 110, I'm like, fuck, I
Yeah.
feel like a loser. I mean, I get it.
Bro, think of it. Think of it
I
like
have to
this. Just
readjust that.
remember what we just went through on 1010. The
Yeah.
majority of leverage traders that were strict leverage lost everything. The majority of spot traders are down maybe 30-40% on alts if they haven't touched them. So even though you don't feel like you got to where you wanted to, sort of contrast that against everybody else around you, right? You're gonna leave this with a lot more than most people. So that number,
Yeah.
you just have to figure out in your mind what's that line in the sand, right? And don't be embarrassed to take it. And even if it pops, who cares, bro? If you took the profit and it
Uh,
went up, cool. You know what I mean? You can swing trade it, but
yeah, the whole thing is it's long-term bags, and I've been kind of dipping in trying to offset this downward and
yeah,
whatever, trying to put leverage on the down or on the bounces, and
no, I hear
yeah,
you.
but just fucking too emotional, making bad choices, revenge trading, whatever, lost more than I care to share.
Hmm.
But I mean, do you have any like, I mean, I get it. We don't want to sell red candles, and the last couple of weeks of being red is not the time. But so if this is the
Path.
red path, would we still be expecting the ride back up? Could we just go hard from here, have a hard
Listen,
shakeout, and then
this could easily just sweep from here, right? There's no way to call that.
yeah.
By looking at the death cross and by looking at how liquidity is and by looking at how sort of exhausted sellers are, I think we get at least a rescue ship back up to the 50. But like again, that's not a risk everyone's gonna want to take. Right?
It will happen. The question is when. It's
Yeah.
like the answer could be in 3 months, right? Like we really don't have to go back to the 50 anytime soon.
Yeah. And if it
It
drops
could happen
enough,
in
that
3-4 months, and
retrace could only take you back up. It doesn't even have to take you all the way back up to the 50.
yeah, maybe yeah. But by that time, the 50 will be lower too, so it'll be easier to get to it. And
Mm-hmm.
Now, does the size of these buy walls and support and demand walls of these Bitcoin, whatever uh, orders being placed, does that say something to you of like the the money that's pushing us down? Because it seems like they entice us to go down to collect these Bitcoins that I'm sure the exchange wants, discounted
Yeah.
Bitcoins, and then as soon as they get us to go down, they either spoof in and then throw in a buy wall above us or a sell wall above us to push us lower and lower. Now, does that seem like like BlackRock, or
It's being pushed
could this
down.
be
Yeah.
just a system
Whales
attack?
are definitely pushing for lower prices right here. You can see by some of the spoofed orders. But what I think is important is how many orders have filled on the way down. Right? So all of these yellow orders are above 300 Bitcoin. Right? This is our drop on 126. So all of these guys here that got filled are still looking for exits. And this is bigger money, right? This isn't like small money. Like I said, each one of those yellow lines is 300 Bitcoins and above. So yeah, the risk is that if you do sell, and then they decide to get their return on investment, right? That you miss that ride up. But like I said, depending on your risk tolerances, it might not matter to you. Right? If you've been here since the beginning of the bull market, you've been holding Bitcoin strong, and you're well in profit, nothing wrong with taking some of that profit off the table, bro.
Another factor in it. I'm 80% of my savings in Bitcoin,
Well, that's
and
very high risk,
no,
you
yeah,
know.
I know. I've never been a slacker. I
So
go all in.
at times
Usually,
when we talk about de-risking, for you that would mean locking in some of those gains, right? Bringing some of that back into where it should be, because that's a large percentage of your net worth in one asset, bro.
is my chart stuck, or why is ETH not dropping here? Maybe my chart is stuck. Let's refresh. No, it's not stuck. Damn. Interesting. If you talked about the return on investment of people who bought on the way down since 127, right? It's gonna need an event, no, to change the flow, like something to signal everybody to buy so that they can make a return on their investment. Because with the flow being negative for now more than 6 months, you know, ever since June, you know, it's outflows on crypto. Well, daily trade at least. It's there are more sellers than buyers. Something like that B World conference, you know, I don't know, but what event, but something to make people want to buy after they invested, because with continuation of this very short flow, yeah, we have big buy walls below us, but you know, eventually they get filled and we go to the next one.
Yeah. Sin Games, it's an aggregator. So it's got levels from like 9 different exchanges. That's probably why you're not seeing it on just Binance.
Oh, I can see 3 drop on your chart. That's cool.
Yeah. Drop 1, drop 2, drop 3.
Last week, last week's pump into the weekly close was a bit of a trap, right? We pumped last minute up there to make people feel bullish again in order to have some buying interest on the way down next week. What if this week we did the opposite, close it as low as possible so that people give up a bit? Oh my God, weekly close below the 50 MA. Oh my God, daily close.
Yeah.
You know, death cross and all. To just have it a trap too. Now you would still fail at the 50 MA probably, uh, but have it like close as low as possible so that we fill that CME gap we left during the week back in April, May.
92.
Yeah, somewhere there. Hit golden pocket of the hold up move from 75 to 127. Have it hit the overall uptrend that started at 15K. A lot of confluence around there. Yeah. All of that while still being able to next week, well, not have 2 weekly closes below the 50, right? Like then the week after, maybe we'll be able to get back to that 50. I don't know, just an idea.
For right now, I've reduced my expectations, and I just want us to get above this value area low. We break out of this channel and we confirm, then it's going to drop again.
That drop fills 92, right? Well, 93, 92, 91, or somewhere there.
Yeah, that would get you 92. That would be this M pattern here.
I don't know. The timing is wrong though, because we need a CME to be open to do that. So the last hour of the weekly closer, where CME is open. And then during the week, we're gonna have red days on legacy. If we already did all that before the week even starts, oh boy.
Yeah, the timing on legacy is unfortunate.
But they're still very high. Now they are in a downtrend too. The small time frames, really on the small time frames, they are in a downtrend since end of October, 28th of October. So possibly it's gonna put a low, the stock market. You could expect 5% down on crypto when that happens. So
All right, so to avoid this, you want to get back above psychological low, y'all, before you break demand. You've already retested the range once, bearishly. Excuse me, sorry. Venus, what's going on? Yeah, I know, right? Except this one is a lot less probable, unless we see some amazingness. But yeah, deja vu the last weekly close for sure.
We were pumping into the weekly close last week.
Yeah.
This week we are dumping into the weekly close.
Definitely going in the wrong direction.
But it's a bit capitulation, like there's not even an attempt at killing the weekly. Yeah. I mean, there was attempts, but they failed, I guess. Bounce capitulation, huh? You could expect a lot of sell orders to come after the weekly closes because it's going to be a close below the 50 and all, no?
Excuse me. What market maker got for us? Let's go down lower time. There goes demand. Give it a second, they'll replace it. And there it goes. DJ, you got the bubble guts, bro. Yeah, nerves are high right now for sure.
Lately, we have been pumping on Sunday, and then it gives it back on Monday.
Well, that's what I thought when I went to sleep last night. When I went to sleep last night, we had broke out of that bear flag. I went to sleep on this green vector. The side pump. It's like one of the last things I saw before I shut my eyes. So yeah, quite disappointed to wake up this morning, see that it didn't play out.
Ooh, my whole I can feel my whole sentiment changing.
DJ put it perfectly. He said, I feel like I ate Taco Bell.
Damn, Taco Bell does sound good right now, though.
That made me hungry.
That's what I'm saying.
Man, y'all are like 45 minutes away from regret. Taco Bell tastes
No,
amazing going in. On the
I
way
I
out,
already
not so much.
I don't think
Let's
it takes 45 minutes deblock for that regret.
But what if you already went? I don't think I'll
All right, get ready
And
to
then you're
draw
in for it
game.
like E minus 10, 9, 8, 7. When I was a roadie for years, like if we had a 1 hour cut and we didn't get fed, people would joke about no one could go to Taco Bell because you wouldn't be working the rest of the day when you got back.
The red path was the bear market path, right?
Red path takes us to what could end the bear market, yeah. But we're not trying to ride the red path.
Yeah.
Trying to get out before the red path is obvious.
So we'd get out on retest. Dang, it's big decision making time right now.
Yeah. That's what I said it the other day. There's times during the cycle where macro shit boils down to days and weeks. Right? As macro guys, you're so used to like ignoring the days and the intraday time frames. But yeah, we're up against it. What do you mean, limitless? Oh, to the top side? We'd have to be officially on the red path for me to give up on some of the top targets.
Just because the weekly price action candles are coming beneath the 50, like the 5 and the 13 are still above the 50. Like,
Yeah, but
can we go by
it's a
that?
really big signal for macro traders, which means that there's a large percentage of them that are going to make a decision based off of it. And the last thing we need right now is more reduced liquidity. Trading, especially when you're looking for reversals, is about having everybody on board, all your different traders, right? Your scalpers, your spot traders, your leverage traders, your long-term leverage traders, your long-term spot holders, your macro guys, your micro guys. Once everybody's on the same page, that's when you get movement. So killing the macro chart on the weekly, or not killing it, but wounding it, is going to affect the amount of people that are here to trade. There's a lot of could'ves and would'ves, yo. The reason that I have a mechanical signal to know when to get out and when to de-risk heavily is so that I don't convince myself to stay in. Right? It takes all of the emotion out of it. If we get this weekly close and we get this second weekly close, you have to be careful not to fall into that trap. Excuse me. Yeah, BTC doesn't have to do anything. BTC doesn't even have to respect those macro signals that I'm talking about. You completely ignore them and say, screw your macro. But that's not something I'm willing to invest in. Right? We invest in the most probable and we hedge against the possible. Which is why I'm still holding Bitcoin, but I'm also shorting MicroStrategy. You know what I mean? You've got to cover your ass. Yeah, I'm waiting for that to get ugly over there on strategy, Lee. I figured that would be excuse me. We're talking about best risk reward. If that shit unwinds on strategy, it's gonna be some nice sharp drops, some really quick gains. Yeah, I'm still laying on that heavily, Sif. I hedged the M2 inflow of liquidity by going heavy in silver to cover the risk of it not coming into Bitcoin. Saeed, if we lose this demand, we'll probably come down to 92. But it's not necessarily the best time to take a trade right now, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm gonna be pissed if the weekly candle closes and then it pumps. Excuse me.
It does make a bit of sense, though.
You know what this feels like? Last week we had part 1 of the movie, right? Super exciting. Then this week part 2 comes out and you're like, damn, they completely killed the franchise. Like, you know when you go see a sequel and it like sucks compared to the original?
Yeah.
You're like, damn, this one was boring as shit.
Enough already, man.
If someone buys a 95, you can still pump for the weekly close, but one needs to buy 95k. It looks
Yeah.
like nobody wants. But people dumped another 2,000 Bitcoin. That
Mattis, you want to see what happened to October? Here's your October for you. This is what I got for my birthday. A 40-day long liquidity drain.
40 days already? Jeez.
So, anybody that's like, what happened to October? What happened to October? You remind them kindly that our government decided to go on vacation and shut down all the pipelines of liquidity.
oh, if I remember right, last time October was red was like a while ago, 2019 or 2018, somewhere there.
That virtual AI agent pump for my birthday was really what I got for my birthday. I made good money off of that. But still, you know, it should have been the beginning of a sustainable move. Instead, it was the beginning of a 40-day long liquidity drain. It's what kills me, bro, because people come in and they talk shit and they're like, yeah, I thought we were supposed to do this and that. And it's like, have you not been watching like what's been going on? Are we just going to conveniently forget that we all got royally screwed on 1010 as a whole? Or that the government shut down liquidity for 40 days coming into what should have been the most explosive part of this cycle?
We exploded, but the wrong way. Instead of a blow off top, we got a blow off bottom. Like,
Deload.
I was expecting a blow off top there. Like, all right,
Excuse me.
I'm ready to sell, expecting a blow off top, and boom, blow off bottom. It's like, I guess a lot of people were ready to sell there. That's why it happened, probably.
Yeah.
You know, like market was getting exhausted. Bulls were getting, yeah, but still, like we got the blow off part of the market, but to the wrong side. And the most annoying part is that Legacy did a blow off top. I mean, he's doing a well, it's not even a blow off top, but they continued pumping.
Mm.
We're getting robbed by Wall Street here.
Monster, what's going on, brother? I mean, we end QT on the 1st. You know, the Fed did just have an emergency meeting that nobody's really talking about. They had an emergency meeting with the banks. Which for me is a big deal. They don't tend to pull emergency meetings unless something's going very wrong. And we all know that banks have had liquidity issues in the past, or in the recent past here. For the last couple months, starting with the regional banks like 8 months ago. But when the Fed starts to call emergency meetings, it starts to feel like insolvency problems, not like a small liquidity issue. Like you start to fear bank insolvency scares.
Oh no, where's the falling knife gonna end up at? That's a buy, but it's a falling knife to buy.
The last time that our banks failed or had any sort of insolvency issues,
We dipped to 20K and we bounced straight back up.
it was right here.
Didn't Bitcoin rip when?
Price was
No, it
dropping.
dumped first.
We had pumped from 15 to 25. And then we were dropping we were at 19.5, right? We were about to come down through that vector, clear all of that. And then they attacked the banks. Banks failed. Regional banks got hit by it because of a lot of the investment from people in crypto banks were in regional banks. So it started to have contagion. And then, yeah, Bitcoin got bought up at that point. But very different time of the cycle, right? Like we're literally just coming off of the bottom of the bear.
People thought it was gonna dump, man, and it ripped up.
You know, I
That's
fully
what could give you a
believe
new all-time high here, honestly.
to this day, I still believe that this retracement should have brought us down to 13. Remember, 14.5 was where I was hanging.
Oh, Dbloc.
No, look at it. Look at it. I'm telling you, bro.
It's been
Look,
4 years.
listen,
Get
I
over it.
don't care. I'll never get over it. Look,
I remember those discussions.
price comes up, we double topped. Literally double topped. At the very least, the liquidity down here should have been the target. I mean, literally, the banks collapsed as price was dropping. But yeah, I'll get over it. I'll get over it in a couple. I'll get over it in a couple cycles.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, yeah, this should have come down. There should have been one last liquidity sweep. Took out all this leverage. Grabbed that last vector candle. This whole vector group gave us such a clean bear market. Like, I didn't hesitate at all, like, waiting because of this. Right? We knew that they had to come and fill this shit. Now leaving this one was a little, you know, they threw a little wrench in the wheels at that point.
Am I going to get my $28,000 Bitcoin back?
You might get the same Bitcoin, but it's not going to
Just a
be
bit of it.
20. It's be a little bit more expensive, but I mean,
I'm long on USDT, not USDC. It's USDC that will debug if a regional bank goes bankrupt again. It's not USDT. So I'm on the wrong contract. You'd need to long BTC USDC, not BTC USDT.
exactly, boss. As far as I'm concerned, that was the first shot across the bow from institutions. Little front run. And then you collapse the banks just to make sure that your entry is good. Shady. So shady.
We're almost at 30%.
Yeah, where the hell did the
5%
tape go?
left.
Why is the tape not on? Hold on. There we go. My bad. I felt naked without the tape.
What's been the consensus in here? I haven't been here in like a month.
Oh shit! Where do you want me to start? There hasn't been the same consensus for a month. There's been like
Well, like
75 different waves of emotion since then.
right. Like I'm hearing a lot of like, yeah, it's over, and I'm also hearing a lot of 4-year cycle is broken. So it's like two things that are like saying two completely different stories.
The part of that that's crazy to me, and I'll show you right now, right? Where is, and this is how I know people just like to troll. So
When he says
here's the
no, no,
4-year
Dbloc,
cycle indicator, right?
we misunderstand what he says. When they say the 4-year cycle is over, they don't mean that the cycle is broken. They mean that it's been 4 years and it's
No,
the
that's not what
No,
they
I
cycle is
mean.
mean
They
over.
mean that
broken. I
it's
mean
broken.
broken.
They mean that it's broken.
Oh, really?
That's the part that's funny to me because the same people that are saying, "Oh, bear market already started," are
That doesn't
also
make sense.
saying that the 4-year cycle is broken. Like, are you shit? I mean, the only argument that you have for the bear market being started is the 4-year cycle
Exactly.
Yeah.
because
Exactly.
this is when it should have topped out, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we
Right.
topped
This
out
is the
exactly
end.
4
This is
years
right the
after.
end by timing. We had 2D risk levels before we actually triggered the end. My argument is that the liquidity setup that's set up right now, the monetary policy that's set up right now, I think that they're gonna pull a okey doke. That
I
and
think
that doesn't break the 4-year cycle, by the way. Right? Even if this shit comes up and instead of putting a lower high, we put in a higher high. That doesn't break the 4-year cycle. We did exactly the same thing over here.
There's one thing that could that I found interesting. It's if you look at Bitcoin on the yearly, the candle turned red momentarily. We're bouncing from the yearly open. Bitcoin opened on the 1st of January at 93,600, and that's where Bitcoin is trying to hold currently. So if if this was really the top and we go down for 2026, you'll have 2 red candles in a row on the Bitcoin yearly chart.
Yeah.
That's an argument for breaking the cycle a bit, right? Because you're not supposed to have a red candle in 2025. It's supposed to be a topping candle, but not a red one.
yeah, the only reason the only reason I think it could potentially be extended is the fact that we haven't even got the 30% correction yet. We're at like 25, and we always say 30% corrections in bull markets are normal.
Yeah. And then
Like
you'd
I
get a
said,
wave
only
5
the only advice I could give is that make sure that you have a line in the sand that doesn't change. Right? Even if it's low, even if that line for you is at 74, whatever. Just make sure that you for yourself have an invalidation. We know what mine is. We've been talking about it for months. But each person has to have an invalidation, and when we get there, you have to act. Because if not, you will
Did you
keep.
de-risk?
If not, you'll keep convincing yourself. Yeah, I've de-risked twice already.
Yeah,
I'm
because
like
the 50.
heavy Bitcoin right now. Not even before that, when we were using through M2, right? When we were down here, we were still in September, right? We had that big drop in September. We were saying it's gonna come to an end somewhere at the end of September. We got all-time highs here. We didn't get Ethereum all-time highs, but I still DCA'd out. Then we came down to the 7th. We said, to the 24th. We said we were going to have that liquidity drop all the way to the 24th. Right? This is when AI agents ran and did their thing. But ETH didn't all-time high here either. DCA'd out. And I said specifically, if we do not get an ETH all-time high here, right? Because for alts to run, ETH has to run. If we don't get an ETH all-time high by here, then when I buy back in November, it's going to be Bitcoin and ETH heavy. Small portfolio. Because I understand that ETH would have to make ETH would have to make its all-time highs somewhere in here if it was going to make it. Right? So at this point where we're at now, which is global liquidity going up and us going down, but remember, legacy's going up, metals are going up, right? We always talked about we don't know where it's going. We just know that liquidity is available. So, yeah, I'm underwater on some positions, but I've locked in 3 years worth of gains twice already.
That's awesome.
So if it does play out where we get that second weekly close underneath the 50, then I will be Bitcoin only and stables, and my Bitcoin position will probably be a quarter of what it is now. And that's just a hedge against that last move up, right? You do get it.
I think like if we get an interest rate cut, I think it'll wipe out like the last 2 weeks.
Well,
3 weeks
that's the
price
problem
action
that we
with
had
parallel.
seven out of the 12 governors came out and they said that they basically said, "Hey, don't be surprised if we don't cut." Like we've never had that sort of forward guidance with this much time to bake it in. Usually, one or two governors the day before the vote might come out and be like, "I have concerns," something, right? That we sort of bite into. We had a whole 2 weeks, actually more than that. We've got almost a month until the next FOMC, less than half a month. But they
Yeah, cut
signaled this week.
expectations are down.
They signaled this week that they probably are thinking that it's a possibility that they don't cut. So it got priced into the market. If everybody's expecting a rate cut in December and now there's no rate cut in December, and the fair value for Bitcoin with a rate cut at December is 110, then what's the fair value of Bitcoin without a rate cut? Right? And that's what the market's trying to figure out now. What we're trying to make sure is that they don't kill the micro chart while they're figuring that out. Right? If they do kill the macro chart, then that brings more liquidity off of the market as long-term traders sort of pump the brakes a little bit. Some of y'all so emotional. Y'all gotta breathe, bro. Y'all gotta breathe. If you let yourself go through emotion, like if you stay in this emotional state too long, your cortisol levels are gonna be through the roof. And that's when you're at your worst decision making, when your brain is flooded with cortisol. So, I don't know. Hug the babies, kiss the wife, eat an ice cream sandwich, whatever does it for you, but y'all gotta chill out.
I feel like people saying the 4-year cycle is broken. I feel like that's just like a huge cope, and like that's something we were looking out for, months ago. People saying, "Oh, the 4-year cycle is broken." and then getting, stuck holding their bags.
They're just trying to counteract what you're saying, right? If you don't say the bull market's over, then they assume that it's because of the 4-year cycle, and they're like, the 4-year cycle's broken, stupid. We topped already, and then you're like, stupid. If we topped already, then there's no way the 4-year cycle's broken because it topped right when it was supposed to. Like, they don't even get their argument straight before they come in and troll. They just want to troll.
The yearly closes red. I'll agree a bit with them.
I think just the interest rate decision is gonna kind of be the deciding factor, just because of the price action that we've gotten, because of how the Fed governors have spoke their mind.
A return of inflation with rate hike could be bullish for Bitcoin. It's what happened.
That wouldn't bring inflation though, a rate hike.
If inflation is back up and they hike next meeting, that's also potentially a bullish scenario for crypto.
Monster said, hey, D, I have a noob beside me. What would you tell her for her first time experience? Welcome to the Terror Dome. Grab a weapon
Public enemy.
and keep your back to the wall.
Short it.
This is a rough time to bring somebody new in, Monster. Just go and jump in the deep end. Nah, it gets better. 3 years of boredom and price appreciation, followed by a couple months of sheer excitement. Give me a second, I'll be right back.
What are y'all's thoughts on altcoins? Dead as a dog.
Short as many of them as you can on cross.
No alt season, man.
It's happening. We are in alt season, but while Bitcoin is going down.
Alts have been
How
terrible
is
for
this the alt season?
3
I was
years,
Look at
man.
ETH. Look at ETH. It's at 3,000. Bitcoin is lower now.
He's trolling, just know it.
No,
Yeah, he's
I'm
trolling. Alts have been
Others is at
terrible unless you're into
230
Solana.
billion.
No, look at dominance. It's in a downtrend since summer, since June, and ETH hitting $1,400. Alt season started when ETH hit $1,400.
All right, so you see, it was alt season, but it was a terrible alt season.
Yes, but we even put a lower high on 1010 when everything crashed. Dominance couldn't put a higher high, even though we had 70% down red candles and all of that stuff. And
Like if we
even
see dominance start tanking, then maybe I'll be with you. But it's just like going sideways pretty much.
it's going back up since September slowly, but nothing. Well, it's an SR flip, right? 60.5% was support, and now it became resistance. Mainly thanks to ETH, that's holding a higher low on the Bitcoin pair, right? Like when you look at ETH BTC, it's much higher than it was a few months ago. So
I don't know. I feel like
Excuse me.
the next
it came
like
so
alt
late.
run, I think people just need to be ready to kind of take their money.
Sample, how long have I been saying that, bro?
Pull a downward measure on ETH and on Bitcoin. Like ETH is supposed to drop more than Bitcoin, right? But it's barely doing it.
So short.
Or look at like I think you're better off shorting Bitcoin than ETH, honestly. Could be very wrong, but you if you short ETH, so you need Bitcoin to continue down, of course, but you also need the ETH pair to continue down, right? And well, maybe it will break support, but for now, it's holding. It had an impulse up, and it's retracing that impulse up, but it's holding a high low. Unless you think if, I mean, yeah, actually we had a nice pump, yeah. Yeah, it could be a slow bleed. I mean, if is yeah, okay. Yeah. Maybe if just had a hike up and now resumed its natural tendency to go down because of APY. So you might get 10% more than shorting Bitcoin. You see, since 2022, ETH BTC is just going down, right? And here, with this spike up on the pair, we reset a bit the overextension down, and now maybe you're just resuming the slow bleed, and during a whole 18 months, ETH is just going to slowly come back down to where this started from. I mean, it's a possibility, but I think it misses a third up move.
Can I ask a question to all the bears that do trade leverage? Why wouldn't you just short the shitty, like, there's 10 million shitty, absolutely incredibly shitty alts. Like,
Short 100 of them.
why wouldn't you,
across.
like, why wouldn't you just short the top 10 shitty coins that you can think of when you know
Rather
that
than
those,
ETH, right?
yeah, like, you know, even if ETH drops, okay, ETH drops, you get a good short. What do you think happened to the ERC20s on that are 1,000th on the list if ETH dropped 10%?
Negative funding rate.
You know? Jasmine was a really good play this year, bro. Jasmine was probably one of the standout alts for me. 17x on Jasmine before the halving is crazy.
Think about the bullish scenario too. Where do you think money is going to go in case Bitcoin reverses up here? And by reversing up, it doesn't even need to make a new all-time high. Just getting back above 100K. What's going to happen to these alts that are not even dropping while Bitcoin is dropping? Like, ETH is still holding 3,000. That's where it was when Bitcoin was at 100K. Right? So, shorting ETH right now seems a risky move to me. But I see it go down to 2,800. Yeah, definitely. Like that. Yeah, it will still continue down to 2,800 with Bitcoin at 92K. Yeah, like it's not a, but there's probably better plans out there.
I don't know. I just think
Now
leverage
maybe
bears need to focus on the weakest. And if you're hunting, you look for the weak prey.
but it's Bitcoin right now. It's Bitcoin.
This
I
entire
really feel
run
like
up,
it's
if
Bitcoin.
you would have just shorted every altcoin run, but the problem is being exposed to leverage in the first place. Because then 1010, if you did it incorrectly, even if you shorted every altcoin run, killed it on the way up, and had everything in your futures account, made to pay for it.
Real quick,
What?
our likes are really bearish right now. Yeah,
The what is?
53 likes and 220 something.
Oh yeah, no,
watching.
nobody. Yeah, people don't like unless there's green candles.
Why would you get wrecked if you were in shorts on 1010 on cross margin?
No, I'm not saying. I mean, I would assume that somebody just doesn't just short, right? They
Yeah,
just
he probably
short or they
had longs
long or
too.
whatever. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But then if he was hedged, probably he doesn't get liquidated, no?
You know that shorts got auto deleveraged as well.
Oh.
Some
Well,
of
then
those
that
really
added
big.
money to
It's
the.
the spikes. It was the recovery spikes. Right? You might have rode that short all the way down and done well, but then got auto deleveraged on the spikes because you couldn't get into your exchange to trade it. A lot of people were stuck in those shorts depending on what exchange they use.
Yeah, but that auto deleverage added money to your balance, right? So
No, when you get auto deleverage, they close your position
In profit.
if you're in profit.
Okay, by that time the price had recovered enough already.
Depending on the coin you were in, like if you were in Sui, you know that thing 4x'd off the bottom in no time. Yeah, and at market too, exactly, Gloomy. So then you have that issue. Right, you got auto deleveraged in profit at market and slipped down to negative because of the order books that day.
Yeah, slippage was horrible. Yeah.
The same thing happened with stop losses, right? Stop loss gets triggered and doesn't get filled, you know, till $1,000 down or whatever.
What are your thoughts on? What are your thoughts on the rotation that
we never
was
got?
supposed to happen? Yeah.
I told y'all, bro. Bitcoin all-time high consolidates. ETH all-time high consolidates. Without that, there is no rotation. And unfortunately, we never got that ETH all-time high. Or, I mean, honestly, we never even got Bitcoin to all-time high and consolidate above all-time high. Because that's what sends ETH. So that's why my portfolio is very small amount of coins. Because I still believe that even if that was to happen, Bitcoin would have to do it first. And then ETH would have to do it. Bro, the most hate that I've gotten during this run is not even from not agreeing with people that bull market's over, or it's from telling people not to buy alts.
Right, I can see that.
If I could show you some of my DMs, bro, where it's like people trying to do market cap math with me. They're like, yeah, but the market cap of this, and if it goes up to this, and it's like, I get it, but the money has to get there for that to happen.
Right? There's a reason it's low market cap.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you're right. If the money comes in, it'll move faster. My argument is that the money's not going to come in until Ethereum all-time highs.
Well, on the bright side, as long as you have income, and if we do go into a bear, you definitely can take all the lessons you learned from this.
Guys, if we go into a bear, everything you want gets cheaper. The part that's important about this right here is making sure that you leave with enough to make a damage down at the bottom, you know, which means don't get out too early and get left behind. Don't get out too late and give up too many gains. Which is why I've been hyper focused on our red path, green path, yellow path. Like I've got that shit down, guys. I can look at my chart and do that without even thinking. I know what lines I have to cross, what needs to close when it needs to close. The reason I go over it every day is to try to give you guys a mechanical way to know when we've crossed that line in the sand.
I'd like to add brown path, which is a continuation straight down without any retest upward, maintaining bearish market structure even on the
that would still be a red path because you would trigger your second weekly close underneath the weekly, and then you're automatically on red path.
Right.
So if we don't
and
get
then
that,
at the end you would have acceleration down with banking crisis, USDC depegging, whatever, quick wick down to stop me out. So that's happens at wait, it's even higher now.
I'll show you where your brown path is.
And then bloop, reverses straight back up in a V recovery thanks to fiat going to 0.
I think the real conversation that needs to be had is where would Bitcoin bottom?
Well, we have to
Bottom
get
pocket.
there first, guys. We don't want to get. We have to. It's important not to get in front of our skis here. So we'll have more than enough time to worry about where it's going to bottom if we lose these levels. There's your brown path, Lucy.
I was joking, Dbloc, but
Your brown
yeah,
path is if we lose that
60,
74.
62. It's where my stop loss is. So 62,800. Yeah.
We're about 3/4 of the way down that bearish flag that we broke. That takes us to golden pocket of the drop. Closing a weekly candle underneath the 50, what it means for me, right? Because I always talk about the mechanical nature of it, whatever. Even though we have to wait for a second week, what this means for me, if we close 1 week underneath the 50, is that any moves up that we get are rescue ships until we get that close above the 50. Meaning if for whatever reason Bitcoin moves and alt tends to move and I have something that moves 10, 20, 30%, I'm taking that. Right? Until we get that second weekly close above the 50, I'm in rescue ship mode on alts, specifically on alts. And those will be pushed into Bitcoin. Right? Those profits will be taken and converted back into Bitcoin.
Just don't do it with BNB, right?
I'm gonna keep a close eye on BNB and how BNB
Or
performs.
mental.
You know. These are EMA ribbons. These are all your smaller EMAs and the direction that they're currently facing. Right, so what you're doing is you're tracking momentum on smaller. Remember when we're ranging, guys, you don't pay attention to your EMAs much. Right, so up here it means a lot less. But here we're looking for confluence in our EMAs. Fall back into this range. Yeah, first weekly closes beneath 100. $100 was actually our target. Right, 100 is where we wanted to close the weekly to keep the macro chart from looking ugly or uglier. Two hours and 20 minutes till CME opens. Such a waste of all those liquidations.
But you know that spike up we had earlier did stop out a lot of late shorters, I guess. But it's just a lower high, so if you were holding any other short, but it's probably some short taking profit that made it spike up anyway. Because we made a low low.
I don't know, but market maker had all of this liquidity to use as gas and couldn't do it to stand up against the whales. Starting to think market maker is like a fake demon, bro. You're not really about that life, market maker. You thought you had it in you.
He can't fight the flow.
Speaking of flow, let's see what our stables are looking like. Stablecoin wallets are overfilling at this point. This is the last top. Well, that green line, right, is the last top. And then our bank inflows, what are we looking like? All right, haven't really broken any levels to the downside. See, this is just a dead cat bounce on stables, but I don't think so.
Someone needs to buy 95 for us to have any chance of going up a bit.
Yes, if that's what we're looking at, right? So if you look at our visible range here, right? We're underneath, we're trying to turn this into a deviation, but we are not getting accepted back into that range easily. At least not right now.
The fake sell wall. That's making bots trade down, not up.
So 85 to 78% down Dbloc brings us to 19 to 25K.
Yeah, that's not.
Sweet. Sweet.
28, 30K
I
would
wish.
be good enough.
God, are you
There's no
shitting
need
me?
to go lower.
I mean, 19,000 was pretty significant resistance there, and obviously would be support.
Give me 1 second.
We just need Drew here to spread complete FUD.
How's Doge doing?
I don't know. I looked at 16 cents the other day.
Yeah, it's holding 16 cents. All good.
Yeah, which means it's probably going to lose it.
Well, it lost it a few times, but was able to recover it multiple times.
Yeah, at
Bitcoin just
13.
keeps going lower and lower.
Yeah,
See,
13 cents.
alts haven't given completely up yet. Well, last week's injection helped for that, yeah. I guess the idea is Bitcoin is starting a bear market, but my alt is already at bear market lows, so...
Yeah, well, they get a floor price eventually, don't they? There's some
Yeah.
liquidity in them, and that's the floor.
And then with QE starting with during the bear market, oh, man, who knows? We might see odd stuff happen this cycle on alts.
Yeah.
On some
But even
alts
if
at
they're at a
least.
floor, they can come down 10% or completely disappear, go to zero. So
Doge isn't gonna disappear.
no, not Doge.
Might drop
Not
to
Doge.
1 cent, but
11 cents is where I'd be jumping back in.
But there's been like 30% inflation, right, since last cycle bottom. So add 30% to that low.
The majority
price.
of alts on the macro are in death spirals against Bitcoin right now.
Yeah.
You know how I always
There's been
talk about
30% inflation.
if you don't, when we put these coins on suicide watch when they're unable to break their last all-time high, right? If they have an explosive year and then the next season they can't break their all-time high, that's usually the beginning of, diminished returns from there on in. I told y'all
Lucy, there's been
Doge
Do you
and
think
inflation.
it's the
SHIB were
case for
both
Lucy,
Doge
on.
because
Lucy, there's been inflation on the number of coins and the circulation of each of the coins as well.
right, yeah, but yeah, that's true, especially Doge. Right?
Not that they're finished, right? It's that you just can't. It's very rare for coins to make a new all-time high against Bitcoin, right? On their Bitcoin pair. To do it consecutively, market after market, is even rarer. It's not that ETH is finished. It's just compared to Bitcoin, at the current time. And I'm talking like next cycle, going into future cycles, right? We're not talking about just right now. But when you look at something like Doge, right? We know what those charts look like going forward. Maybe it has a breakout, run during one of these, but it happens when a coin has it's not on average, right? What you want to do is you look for a coin that had an explosive sort of out of control move, and then you watch the next bear market, or the next bull market. Right? If they're unable to take those highs, you don't see too many charts that do this. On the macro, and even worse sort of against Bitcoin, because if you go, one thing that Doge has going for it that a lot of coins don't is that it made consecutive highs against Bitcoin, at least one. But do you see what I mean? As you're unable to break that high, usually the other high comes even lower and lower and lower.
Well, the same way ETH came all the way down to 2019 levels, a chart like Doge is there too, right? So
Yeah. Now there's diminished returns, and then there's what happened to ETH. Because it's one thing to say, okay, didn't take out the high, looking for diminished returns, but if this is all ETH gets against Bitcoin, that's horrible. That's horrible. As long as
yeah,
we
you're
wait,
thinking about
as long as
breaking
we waited for
2019
it to come
support.
back down into those levels, patiently waiting for it to come back down into this level, to just get that is nasty work.
Maybe
Yeah, but
it's waiting
listen,
for Bitcoin. It's waiting for it to get weak. It's gonna get it after.
for me, the most likely is that it
Possible.
continues to climb while Bitcoin dumps. So you're gonna end up with Bitcoin at 50K, but ETH still holding 2,000 or something like that. Or you're gonna end up with Bitcoin at 30K, but ETH still at 1,600. That'll give you an up move on the
Yeah, the
bear
death cross
all
happened yesterday.
season. Sounds like a very risky move, right? But you might have less downside on something like ETH than you have on Bitcoin.
Yeah, technically it'd be considered a privacy coin. Some of the data lockers that they have would fall under privacy. They had one hell of a run. If there's any rotation would be into Ethereum, but we would see it, Mac. I'm not seeing it. No, I don't hold any alts during the bear market, Bushkin. Nah, inner day it wouldn't change anything. Inner day I'd still be moving towards CME gap.
If it won't it cut through these levels pretty quickly if it were to drop like thousands of dollars?
When it's time to go, yeah.
The macro guys.
I mean, it's gonna add to it. Right, that much, because remember these are guys that bought at 15 that are not letting go until the macro looks bearish. This would be the first time that the macro truly looks bearish. And you're already seeing it, right? You're seeing big wallets unload. You're seeing a lot of big wallets move money into different into newer, fresher wallets with better security. People were freaking out that whales were selling because they were moving all this Bitcoin around. Strategy moved a bunch of Bitcoin around. Everybody was losing their mind thinking they were selling off, but they're calling it Bitcoin's IPO moment. Right? When companies on legacy IPO, usually the founders and the early investors, right? Like they take their profit into the IPO. As soon as it's going public and there's institutional money about to come in, they use those institutional inflows to pay themselves on all the patience and the hard work and everything, whatever. And then the money then turns into like an institutional flow. That's what we're seeing on Bitcoin. That's what we'll see during this entire bear market, in my opinion. You can see it in the long-term wallet holders, some of the exits out of the long-term wallet holders. Order block is holding strong. Guys, I'm trying to be as clear about this as I possibly can be. We need a second weekly close underneath the 50. This is our first weekly close underneath the 50. This puts us firmly on yellow path. We're not red path until the second weekly close. Right? If waiting for that second weekly close candle is not within your risk tolerance, then you would be treating this weekly close as if it was confirmation. For me, I'm waiting for the second weekly close. Same play, hasn't changed. What's happening is that we're starting to run up against risk that some of you guys aren't comfortable with. And I want to be completely clear about this shit. The only thing that matters is your risk comfort. Yours. right? Don't sit here and say, well, Dbloc's still taking the risk. Dbloc is going to be okay if this goes horribly wrong, right? I've already de-risked. I've already got hedge positions on Microsoft for shorts. I can afford to take this risk because I'm hedged against it, right? I put in some work beforehand to be able to make sure that I have enough sort of squirreled away to where I can take this risk. Sailors always hated the 4-year cycle, DJ. Because a 4-year cycle makes people sell MicroStrategy. He's like, look, guys, screw this 4-year cycle thing. Okay?
He also claims there's no such thing as Bitcoin dominance. Dominance should be like 95%.
Yeah. Yeah.
You gotta love it though.
There is no second best.
Like it's good. It's good shit. Excuse my language, sorry.
What a shitty weekly close it's gonna be.
The candle doesn't even have a wick. Like,
Yeah, that's not
absolutely
good.
no buying interest. Well, let's see where we end.
Oh no. My cat peed on my couch again.
The worst.
We bought like 3 waterproof blankets and put them all over the couch. It's a massive leather couch with like wood. It's a beautiful. It was a. I don't even know. The cats, man. They're my girlfriend's cats. They're like 11, and this one is.
Doesn't like you.
No, like, Worm's on my lap right now. The one that pees on the couch. I don't know. She's just a very anxious cat. I think she's got to go on Prozac or something.
Right.
I don't know.
This positive delta, people are buying this. If you put a sell limit sell, it's gonna get matched.
Did I bring the bear market talk too quickly?
No, I
guess
mean,
it's the
like I
fight for
said,
93.
I'll wait. Where we just start talking about random life things.
oh wait, I'm so tired. My bad, Joe. I had Joe in the dark.
Did you just buy 500 Bitcoin, D? Wow.
Why are you so loud?
Don't mention it. But it's nice for once to see people market buy a dip rather than market sell it. Interesting. They usually end up wrong, right? But not always.
Is there an indicator you can look at?
Don't worry, indicators will light up green if we reclaim
Flip that
99k.
See what we got underneath. $500 Bitcoin at 93.5. 1,000 Bitcoin at 93. Another roughly 600, 560 at 92. Let's see how active they really are. Order book's pretty thin from 92, 92.2, like 96.5. Somebody tried to buy this up.
Yeah, market buys, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like bullish order flow going on, but they're putting big limit sell orders and someone took them out, yeah. The problem is 95 hasn't moved. Like if 95 had been cancelled and sold here, then it would be someone losing patience of selling 95 and just having exited here.
We
It's not the case. It's still at 95. So
we had an 8 Bitcoin sell right here, right? But the order book was so thin that it swept that entire range to fill that 8 Bitcoin. Right? Then we accelerated down here. Had 8, 13, 8, 7, 8. 19, 15, 25, but then this guy bought 52. And then I'm assuming that he bought another 50 right here.
Is this just a single exchange?
Tried to push it up.
yeah, Binance USDT.
If it wicks on a sell, does that mean a market sold?
If it does what, sorry?
If it wicks on a sell, like those 8 Bitcoin.
Yeah, these are
did they have to
aggressive.
market
These
sell?
are aggressive buys and sells. These are market buys and sells. And then your passive orders. Your passive orders are there, waiting to get filled.
You see the green at the bottom, the green bar on the right side? That's the imbalance, right? You see how the green is bigger than the red?
Yeah.
The
If
right
it's highlighted, it's the point of control. And that's
it says
usually where your
360.
imbalance is. Oh, that's crazy, DJ. That is unfortunate news. We're going to try to take the last little bit of bullish sentiment that we have. That the $2,000 dividend could come in a lot of forms. It could just be the tax decrease. It could be no tax on tips. Means everybody that was excited about no tax on tips, they're going to try to make $2,000 of that count as your stimulus. Nah, it was always going to be a tax. It was always going to be some sort of tax rebate or a refund. In my opinion, that's the way they did the last one. Well, kind of. If you missed the payment on the last ones, they did it through a tax refund. What I remember.
These are bulls that know a bit what they're doing, right? Because they waited for a new low to buy. They didn't FOMO at 95K and buy that sell wall.
It's a Kiyotaka, boss. Kiyotaka AI. I'll be right back. Hold on, y'all.
Price will most likely continue lower, but they bought a dip at least.
What alts are you buying at these levels? Or are you still waiting?
I'm trying AVEX because it's at that 14.6 previous low from April. ETH also because it's playing with its previous low. So, you know, every time it gets back above 3050, well, oh, we just double bottoming with 4th of November. Maybe it'll drop 30% from here in a big. Eventually, it might give up its strength here and just take a nosedive, right? So stop loss is your friend. But as long as it reacts around the pivot of 4th of November, I think we could well end up in a W. Huge W. What else? Solana, that 120 area, I guess, could be interesting. But I'm playing it anyway. And that's it, yeah. Then I got some dip buys that are still alive on Doge and Chili's and a few stuff here and there, but from 1010.
I just been buying up little bits of the ISOs, the XRP, H bar, quant, that sort of stuff. More of my long-term plays.
These coins are strong on their Bitcoin pair still. Yeah. Like if XRP was at 50 cents, yeah, I'd agree. But at $2, there's stuff out there that's at 50 cents right now.
Yeah, some of the alts have held up a lot stronger. So you're buying the stuff that's lost a higher percentage.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever drops more can pump more. Yeah. Like if we get an up move, you know, XRP will go back up to $3, but that's probably it. While on charts like ICP that had gone into bear market bottoms and lower lows, well, you know, you have a more of a potential for an explosion up that you need to sell, of course, at golden pocket, for example. And yeah, with you know, December soon, I think gaming could make a bit of a comeback in December because people have more time to game, a bit like summer. It didn't work though this summer, so it probably won't work this winter too. But
I don't know how I don't know how y'all talking about alts at the time right now. The time like right.
but there well,
I mean, I hear you. Don't get me wrong. But there's a couple
there's a
of
double
things that
bottom on
need to
ETH at 3.
happen before.
There's a double bottom on ETH at 3K, with a lower low. I mean, how can I not try? I'm not talking about, you know, buying and holding here. I'm talking about small invalidation stuff.
Nah, if you're talking about scalping, knock yourself out. I've been saying it for weeks. When I say don't buy alts, I mean don't buy alts low thinking that you're going to hold them to the top and not take profits when they pump because you're probably going to give back some of those bottoms. But if you're trading intraday, I'm assuming that yeah, you're trading alts, right? You're trading something that has high volume, ripping and running.
Something you had to wait 6 months for to happen, right? Because it's been 7 months.
You know what I think it is? I think it's since I don't do clips and I don't do videos, people in YouTube chat only listen to certain things I say, and I need to
I was
start
just
doing
thinking
YouTube
that.
shorts or some shit because
I thought that Neve was doing that because I was thinking, dang, you really gotta you gotta be here to hear, you know, the TA and the important information
I
that you
mean,
give
to
because
be
it's
to be
good to be
fair,
sporadic.
I do repeat myself like 7 times a
You
day,
do. You
you know,
do. For
because of
sure.
that, to make sure that if someone wasn't here in the morning, they hear it in the evening, they hear
Yeah.
it in the night.
But you don't have to do anything, you know?
Just trying to get everybody out of this shit safely, man. Especially people who've been here for the last 3 years, 4 years, 6 years.
Yeah. My friend de-risked after 1010, not before. Which I guess is she got her investment back and then she just let her profits ride for a little while and then just this whole last couple weeks she's just like taking most of it out. She doesn't even want to look at it anymore.
That shit knocked a lot of wind out of people's sails, understandably so. Timing couldn't have been worse for that. Or better, depending on what your motivation is.
It's weird to look at my coins, Sui and Deep, and go, dang, there was a time where I really wanted those prices, but the either the money isn't there to buy it or I'm too scared.
Both.
I'm buying a little bit, but it's not like I was before. It's like everything I put in there gets divided. Just like the last time I started buying spot during the bear market.
We've done 1/3 of it already.
Dang.
Well, seriously, even if the bear started, we've done 1/3.
So 26,000. So we hit 126. So we're down 26,000. Now we're at 93. That's another 7. So 33,000. So we're down $33,000 from the high.
We're pretty far from it, Barley. 2 weekly closes underneath that is no bueno. We're gonna lock in our first weekly close underneath the next couple hours.
Yeah,
Were we?
close below it and pretty far below it, right? Like 7% below.
Yeah, we had 5% move, and now we're down like.
Are we getting ready for a falling knife technique?
CME is about to open soon. Excuse me.
Wall Street will save crypto.
He's about to open in an hour and a half. So if they sweep liquidity, I'll be looking for a stopping volume candle to trade back into CME for some, for some daily gains. Nah, Barley, we've got to close 2 weekly candles underneath that 50 EMA for the confirmation for me. This would be the first weekly candle, right? So this puts us on alert. This puts us on high alert for the next week.
Ooh, 95 got lightened. And it's down at 94. Perfect. All right, finally he FOMO's down. This is good. So now there's yeah. Well, yeah, he moved it down to try to bring price even lower. But we might claim. I think it makes sense to climb back up to it and kill him or make him move again. But yeah, that 95k sell ball on Binance is gone. It's at 94 now. He moved it down $1,000. Whale wars going on. It could attract price to 94, which is only like $200 higher anyway. Well, 750 is exactly the middle now, because you have a buy at 93, 500 and a sell at 94. Might be stuck between those values for a bit. Maybe even fill both and then we'll see.
That 1.8k
Range
is
bound.
down to 460.
Yeah, we're filling it. Yeah.
That 1k is gone. Actually, higher, like.
At 95 being lifted is kind of good news though, because it means people are giving up the idea of selling higher. But I'm sure whoever's buying here will himself be ready to sell 95 next time we go up, Joe. But at least we can go up there. Well, if we first get to 94, then 95 shouldn't be an issue anymore.
Valentina, welcome. W sub.
Also, you have Adam and Eve going on the micro time frames. The first dip being those aggressive buyers getting rid of limit sellers, and now the second dip being a bit slower, more rounded, and more time. We spent more time at 93, 500, 600, 93, 600. By the way, it's the yearly open. I don't know if that's important, Dbloc, but we're at the yearly open. You know, the same way daily open is important, weekly open, monthly open. Well, we are at yearly open. The candle is turning red. I don't know if that's important for the 4-year cycle, but I think whatever happens, we'll probably end the year green, not red. So like even if Bitcoin is to dip to 75, I think it'll come back up here even a bit higher, just to finish the year green and not red. Because if you fail to do that, damn, I
Look
have a
at
déjà
the
vu with last year.
look at the yearly though, Zuzi. Like,
Yeah, it's really a rejection candle,
yeah.
but
For the people who
it's
don't believe in the 3-year cycle, right? I mean the 4-year cycle.
yeah, but this candle has to be green, and look, it's turning red. It just flipped red and came back green again.
I've got to
So
change to BLX isn't supported anymore. This is our BLX chart, right? This is how we've tracked our bull market from the very beginning. Right? Our forecast for the top was at this green line. That's exactly the same time where the indicator turned. Wait, where's the indicator?
Mr.
Right?
Block Tie.
4-year cycle indicator that's in the Discord. But this is where we did it by hand. Right? So mathematically, taking nothing else into consideration, this chart stopped printing, by the way. They stopped support for BLX, so we're already basically in that range there. How do I add? I can't. How is it? But yeah, anyways, I've got it set up on another page.
yeah, tight range potentially on Bitcoin here.
This price action is just so slow, though, bro. It's like no oomph here.
Yeah, but it adds up.
super chat. Sith, I appreciate you, brother. W super chat.
We could stay between 93.5 and 94 till Wall Street opens. It could be a, well, yeah, I guess I'd be happy if that happens, but with that constant bearish flow, so I guess markets are gonna open lower. If Bitcoin is lower, maybe SPY will open lower.
That's where we need people to degen at. Video, run that shit up.
Yeah, but would you rather buy Nvidia at 200 or 190 or
Oh, I don't want to
Bitcoin
do
at
it. I want
90?
somebody else to do it.
Oh.
I'm not gonna do it. I want everybody else to do it.
So
That
that we
sector
get
needs
even
a push,
cheaper?
man. At the very least, we gotta push tech. Yeah, it's looking like a tall order, Khaled. I like your optimism, though. That would be insane, bro. That was to happen. That would be crazy. You want to see how fast sentiment would shift? That shit was to sweep this liquidity and close above somehow. That would be nuts. But I don't know. Market maker is not like that, bro. Market makers all talk.
Oh, we're trying to close it as low as possible, not as high as possible.
I'm trying to gaslight market maker into ego pumping this.
But he can't, we're all pressing sell. Would cost him too much. Like the money is gonna make liquidating some shorts isn't enough to offset the overall flow.
This damn time change too, man. Like, usually we had more than an hour between CME close and weekly open. A weekly close.
Ooh, took it out immediately.
CME open.
Well, that's odd. I got stopped out from Bitcoin, but not from ETH. Oh
Yeah,
well.
just about crazy. That white dotted line. CME target would be here. That's if they don't want to leave a gap.
We are inside the gap.
We're underneath close.
The one from April.
Yeah, it's not.
You're gonna open between the two, right? You're gonna open below Friday close, but also a little bit above the 22nd of April, where we gapped up. Unless we pump a bit, but 93, right? Yeah. 92,800 is the high part of that April gap.
I'll be right back, y'all. Give me a second. I'm gonna grab something to drink. OBS, you've been begging for attention since you got here, brother. Here you go. All right, I'll be right back. Let me grab that drink.
They really just want that gap filled, don't they?
Not now. Closed. If Bitcoin crashes and we open at 89K in an hour, for example, then the gap will still be in the chart, which could be what could happen, I guess.
The same CME gap's like at 91, right? 91 something? 92, 91?
Yeah. Yeah, but at this rate, if the drop doesn't slow down, you might end up opening in an hour. It's in 1 hour, right? Yeah, I guess you will be right in the inside that area.
Yo, guys.
Hello.
Can you hear me correctly?
Yeah.
I have a question. I was talking with a buddy of mine about the CME gap. What if the gap gets filled, but the CME hasn't opened yet? Does it count
But
then?
then it doesn't count because it'll still be in the CME chart.
Yeah, interesting.
I mean, it's not
So,
that it doesn't count. It's that people on who trade on that chart are not able to trade. So you'll end up having gapped again, right? Which tends to happen at interesting areas, especially on like Pi and Nasdaq.
interesting stuff.
Because it means it's because you are in impulsive moves, right? Like price was really in a hurry to pump back then, and so we gapped up, and now we're in a hurry to dump, so we could literally again skip it altogether and open even lower. Yeah, it's because of the impulsive nature of the move. Bitcoin went straight up from 85 to 100K, so 105. So on the way down, it's doing roughly the same stuff. Straight down from 105 to 85.
So it would be best if Bitcoin does it when CME is opened, but then probably it's gonna react in some way, so the weekly candle still gets a tail. Oh, there it goes. Wow.
But it opens in 50 minutes, and yeah.
Interesting stuff. Thanks, man. Really interesting to see how this will unfold. Something is brewing over here.
See, now I'm curious. If ETFs start getting approved, will that change sentiment?
Nah, probably not. So, because it's on alts.
Yeah, it hasn't so far. Solana's ETF got approved when it was at 200. It's been straight down since. But I mean, like, if we have like a massive approval list, like just one after another. I'm just curious. I'm just asking what you guys would think.
But it's good for next bull run because it means alts will be more easily available to people who want to buy them. Right? But it doesn't mean that there's going to be buying pressure on those ETFs. But it's good for long term, very long term. Unless they cancel the ETFs, it means that not in next cycle, people will might look more into buying altcoins in their portfolios. Because this time they had only Bitcoin, right? Like mostly they had only Bitcoin to buy this cycle. But with ETF approved, if they don't go bankrupt during the bear market, then next cycle you could expect better performance from alts, thanks to ETFs. The same way Bitcoin had better performance this cycle, thanks to ETF.
So in a sense, it'd be more of a cushion to prevent delisting on a lot of things, I guess. Like a safe route.
Yeah. I mean, they're choosing alts that are that have proved a bit themselves, for ETFs. So alts that are already not at risk of getting delisted. I don't think Solana is going to disappear. I don't think Doge is going to disappear. They've already proven themselves during the previous bear markets. So it's the type of alts that are chosen for ETFs. No? I don't know. I didn't follow. Maybe they chose a Fartcoin for an ETF. Who knows?
You really think we're gonna have 2 more years of this?
2 more years of what?
Wow.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know. We're like cycle's going 4 years, and ever like say 2022 was the low. I mean, we've already dropped like what 30% on ETH and 25 to 30% on. I'm not saying we couldn't drop further, but I don't feel like we're over. I don't feel like it's over right now. I feel like this might be an opportunity. I could be wrong, right?
I'm trying every dip, and it's been all wrong.
I'm with you. I mean, I get it.
There's a new dip because Bitcoin made a low here.
ETH really didn't do much. I mean, $5,000 down to what, $3,000. Like 30% dips have been like 35% have been like the norm in a bull run.
What you're struggling with is the bearish sentiment without bearish confirmation. I feel you. I'm right there, bro. There's a reason why I'm not. There's a reason why I'm not completely out. And that's what I was saying earlier, that's the risk that I'm taking, right? The risk that I'm taking is playing this past the 4-year mark based on data that I see that leads me to think that there's still liquidity available.
It seems it's going to exchanges to take shorts. Short the AI bubble, short crypto. Like, shorting is cool right now.
All the cool kids are doing it.
When Bitcoin hit 108 or 109, whatever it was, almost 110 earlier this year, and then it dropped back down to, what was it, like 70 something or
74.
80? Yeah, so what was that percentage? 30-ish?
Yeah, percentage-wise, this isn't out of the normal percentage. The problem is that it's starting to print a very ugly macro chart, which in my opinion is going to have ramifications. Holding this afloat is that long-term holders are still holding on because they haven't gotten their macro exit signal. Once that happens, things could get ugly.
Would you expect big sales just after the weekly close because it closes below the 50?
The next weekly close, maybe, yeah. I mean, most people understand that it's 2 weekly closes underneath the 50. Maybe some people don't, and you'll see And maybe some people will just not want to wait another week, right? Like I said earlier, there's nothing wrong with that.
But it's why we're dropping a bit. It's anticipation of the bear market, anticipation of closing weeklies below the 50.
The further time moved forward and the more it looked like we weren't going to get that closed, the higher the sell-offs.
Well, actually, it's pretty constant.
Getting some buys, a little bit of buys.
ETH didn't make a low here, while Bitcoin fell another 1%. Odd.
It'd be crazy for us to get this low on Bitcoin and not fill that CME gap at this point.
There's a reason why it was left there. I'm joking. That happens a lot on Legacy, right? Where you see a gap and we come towards it, and it's so bullish that it
We've had some epic CME gaps that have stayed for a while.
This one has been like since April, so it's been yeah, a while.
Usually they're very large, though, right? Not
It's
often you come
$1,000.
back for such a small CME gap, especially if it's inner week.
It's $1,000. It's not that small. By 1%, yeah, a bit more. Yeah. Now that we're below 100, $1,000 is more than 1%. Oh yeah, it's not a huge gap, but it's because it's only half an hour. It's only 45 minutes. So there's not enough time to really make big gaps during the
Yeah.
week. But even
I
with
don't pay
that,
attention to.
yeah, but they're gonna be
Intraday
small
trading. If I was trading Legacy, I would 1000% pay attention to them during the day, even the week of. But yeah, after a while, they lose their oomph. Yeah, I mean, it's. I don't know, man. I hate to say it because I know how on edge everybody is, but it is a really good setup for a bear trap. Very, very good setup for a bear trap.
What's a good setup for a bear trap?
Just the way everything looks right now. Closing what could be a negative close on the macro or the beginning of one. Right? Fear and greed all the way down at 10. Today's print is probably going to take us lower. We could see single digit fear and greed on this next print.
I remember seeing it at 1.
I'm evidence-based. It's not for me. It has less to do with belief and more to do with certain metrics haven't crossed yet. I try to oversimplify it at these levels.
You took the words out of my mouth, bro. I'm just the new dog around, so I feel like I'm not in the place to really say anything. I'm just, even though I'm a player, I'm more like on the spectating side. You know, everybody brings back like previous bull runs and past experiences, so all I could do is really listen, right?
Man, even if this is your only bull run, you've experienced shit that nobody else has. Well, I was telling you guys a long time ago, no matter how long somebody's been here, don't let them take away what you've learned during this bull market because, you know, I learned things during this bull market. So And the bear. The last bear was probably the worst bear we've had. Right? FTX,
It feels like
freaking Celsius, Luna. So if you've been in this game for 4 years and your first bear was the last bear and your first bull is this bull, you are uniquely prepared for the rest of your trading journey. Right? Because a lot of people had to wait 10 years, 8 years to learn the lessons that you learned in the first, the first 3.
We went from war on crypto to having a president that chills crypto and pumps it 10K during a weekend to just dump it back down because that 95K push, right?
That's
Just
Sunday tweet.
just making it through
Yeah, it was
1010.
nuts.
Just making it through 1010 alone, right, gives you experience that nobody had before. Even FTX, right? It wasn't to that extreme. We've had small tastes of that before, but an industry-wide flush of leverage in that short period of time, because usually they'll do that shit, but they'll do it over 3 months, 4 months, 6 months during the bear. But one 15-minute candle? Crazy, yo.
I'm getting mega bullish right now. Not financial advice, of course.
Happened for a lot of different reasons, Barley. It was like a perfect storm. We had extremely thin order books because of low liquidity. Global M2 had just taken its biggest liquidity dip, started its biggest liquidity dip of what we were watching, which is why we had that de-risk on the 9th. And then we had a problem with Binance's leverage order books, right? The automatic market maker that they use when their stable coins depegged, right? All that leverage was based off of those stables that auto deleveraged and started a cascading effect that screwed everybody over. As things started to cascade, market makers got out of the way, meaning they moved all their orders off the books. Slippage became insane. Stop losses got skipped because of the slippage. It was a perfect storm, bro. Literally the perfect storm. They do flush it to the top side. We just don't call it a flush. We don't, when things pump, we're like, yeah, we made the right decision. We bought something undervalued and now it's coming to its true value. But when it drops, we're like, what is this manipulation? It's the same, right? Our short squeezes are exactly the same. Now, would it be great to have a 10-10 style short squeeze where everything goes? Yeah, that would be amazing.
No, I need
Just
time
know
to
that
exit
it
at the top.
immediately give. Yeah, that's the problem, right?
Not just 10 seconds,
It
please.
immediately would give it back. So you would watch your portfolio go crazy up in value, and then you wouldn't have been able to take profits because the exchanges were closed, and you would have round tripped the entire thing. Basically, you'd probably be up 30% across the alts, 20-30% across the alts, if it happened in the opposite direction.
More like 300%, no?
Well, no, because if you figure if you're 30% down on alts that you held and did nothing to, and it went in the opposite direction, then you figure you would have had that 30% bubble.
Hmm.
That was my lighter. So I'm about to stop letting you guys borrow my lighter if you can't put it back where you found it.
Sorry.
I gotta blame somebody, bro. I'm the only one here, and the shit has disappeared.
You sound like your chat, bro.
Let me a second. I'll go grab another one.
It would be a good invention if you just can give people physical stuff through the telephone or the laptop.
18%, 14%, and now 12%.
You know,
I think
this
these
price,
bears are losing team, or I'm being impatient.
this type of price action is definitely keeping out like some DGen longs. You know, they just keep getting wrecked, and it's so slow that everyone's looking for that quick wick to jump in. Maybe that's on plan, especially for alts.
But notice how they didn't drop also strong here, oddly. I'm not sure what to think of it, but at least the one as I longed are a bit strong. You know, your Solana, it didn't put a low.
Yeah, that's what I'm watching.
Me
ETH.
too. Yeah, also holding out pretty well.
Yeah, ETH also. I mean, yeah, well, we're hanging barely, right? But it's still above 3K. We got maybe it's that psychological round number that has buy orders. I don't know, but we got 3,002, right? 3,020, sorry. When you zoom out on the chart, 2,800 would have seemed a bit logical with Bitcoin breaking down another 1 to 3% today. You would expect a lower low on ETH to the next level down, but it's still holding this 4th of November dip. Bitcoin was like at 100K when ETH did this, so I guess a lot of people bought ETH and not Bitcoin since 4th of November. Well, it's the idea of having ETH go to all-time highs, have an alt season run, and all that's has a bit of proof in the chart. They might end up very wrong, of course, but it does that, right? Like where it holds a level for longer while Bitcoin drops, and then it takes on the next Bitcoin down leg, it could take a big correction, something like a 30% red candle. It's been a while ETH hasn't done that. Something like 2nd of February 2025. You know, ETH can be pretty volatile.
That was during the Japan concerns, right? The currency concerns. The what was it? Deleveraging?
Oh, I forgot, but I think Trump
The yen carry trade
took
unwind.
office.
Yeah. The yen carry trade. That was the yen carry trade candle. I remember that.
Yeah,
And Trump in
we
office,
look
right?
at all of these dips. Right? All of these dips right here. The major ones. Banks failing. Yen carry trade.
Germany selling also.
Tariffs.
I didn't hear. What did you say?
Government shutdown.
Tariffs. Oh yeah, tariffs and now shutdown.
Those were the big.
But the shutdown is over though.
Those those were the big catalysts for these moves. Those are the big fear, right? That's what we had to fight at the bottoms. And then you sprinkle in some World War III and some Germany selling and, you know, all of that type of shit. But those were the majors.
You had Elon selling also at 25.
Yeah.
25K
The,
after the
the,
bank crisis.
the only thing different about this one is that we haven't seen other markets react that negatively like crypto has to the government shutdown.
Bitcoin is more sensitive to liquidity than anything else, than any other asset. Bitcoin is the most sensitive asset to liquidity that there is. Meaning any problems or fluctuations, you're gonna see it on Bitcoin first. What I can say, the difference between all of these is that this was fear-based. This was fear-based. This is a liquidity drain. We know for a fact that early October, the government shut down and the pipelines to liquidity were shut off. Now, whether they start the bear market, right? Will we look back in a year and say the U.S. government started the bear market with the shutdown? It's possible. That's why we're watching it so closely.
We're testing that 15K uptrend, right? On your chart, you can see it. Almost.
I
Makes
mean, and
sense
for
that you end
everybody
up.
who doesn't think it has to do, because I know people are like, oh, it's copium, it's this and that. Look, if you don't think that this had anything to do with the government shutting down, when this is the shutdown, and we saw the direct liquidity drains on U.S. session every Monday as the week started, then I don't know what to tell you.
But tomorrow is Monday. Should I be worried here?
The truth of the matter is that both things are true, right? If we look at our 4-year cycle, right, where we're supposed to top out, but that doesn't change the fact that the pipeline that brings us that global M2, this global M2 uptick, right, that anybody that bought into the 7th was counting on, the money that bring the pipelines that are used to bring this liquidity to people were shut down. So the liquidity is there, but it wasn't flowing. Now the question is, does it start to flow in time to save this? Or did they push it past the point of no return, right?
Too little, too late.
Possible.
But it's the feeling I have ever since last meeting, honestly. Since that last
Definitely
Fed meeting,
possible.
I'm like, too little, too late.
No, I mean, it's not US based, right? Which is why we didn't completely just lose everything. If you notice, these cycles, like I said, were just the US cycle that did it. Right? If we look
China has
at
been
our
buying,
other, oops. If we look at our other, right? Other sessions pushed just fine. When you're looking for liquidity coming in from a certain country, right? What you're doing is you're looking for the first session of the week. Look at Asia's Mondays. Pumped into US, pumped into US, pumped into US. Here it was already dumping. Here it pumped into US. Right? So Asia and UK started their sessions off by pumping. It was when the US came in on the first session every Monday. Each one of these blue lines is a Monday, by the way. right? So every U.S. session after the beginning of the week got sold off big way. So yeah, it's not just the U.S., but we do push around enough money to cause the other markets to then sell off during the week, right? Well, to be fair, we already sold off going into going into the US session today, even though it's a weekend session, right? But the government is open now. So if those dumps on Monday US session were a direct result of those liquidity pipelines being shut down and people seeking liquidity from their profits, since there is no liquidity anywhere else, then you would expect to see a reversal, right? You would expect to see US session actually inject liquidity.
And China
So
dump on
we'll
on
test
it
the
now.
thesis. We'll test the thesis tomorrow. Stopping volume candle on the 15-minute is cool. It just doesn't, you know how I feel like when I don't have one on the 5-minute, it's not as strong. But yeah, stopping volume candle on the 15 still valid, stays valid unless price comes down underneath 93.3. I would feel stronger about it if it had a matching little brother on the 5-minute, right? But it's cool.
In the end, there isn't gonna be a gap, right?
Probably not.
Still got some time.
We have got, for all the bulls that refuse to lose, we have got, to be clear here, 1 hour and 25 minutes to close over 100K. All right. I'm not saying I'm in that camp. I'm just saying if you're still hoping for this macro to fix and for us not to close beneath the weekly, that's what you're asking for.
You just explained us why it would be possible as soon as
And just to be
CME opens.
super clear, that's 6.5% away from where we are. I'll tell you one thing, that would make for one hell of a stream. This would be a goated stream if that shit gets above 100K.
So if that doesn't happen, all bets are off.
No.
Is what you're saying?
No. Remember, yellow path has 2 weeks. There's nothing wrong with being in the yellow path. It's wrong. What's wrong is being underneath the 50. Right? All the yellow path means is that what are all these moons doing on my chart? Let's zoom in here on the weekly. From the very beginning of this, we've had 3 paths we've been watching. Right? Yellow, green, and red. The green path was what we were on for most of this time here, where we consolidated above support as the 50 came up, and then we would hit the 50 and go. Right? We already came down underneath support and touched the 50, and then we closed above. That was last weekly candle. Right? That's all the hype we had from the last weekly candle. Because as long as it closes above, this chart is healthy on the macro. Next weekly candle now has come below. So the 50 EMA is right here. We've ridden the 50 EMA before. That's not a problem. Closing underneath it is the problem. And 2 weekly candles close underneath typically signals the start of the bull run. Or the confirmation of the bull run, I should. So
bear run.
the bear run, yeah. So let's play it forward. Let's say we don't get that close now. Right? till we close right where we are. If the next weekly candle does not close above the yellow line, that's it. We're de-risking. Oh, I'm de-risking everything into stables and Bitcoin. If it does close above, then it doesn't matter how long we're here. As long as you're above the 50, you could go on the yellow path and consolidate underneath this support and then eventually break. Right? You only become red path when two things happen. Either you come up to support and reject, or you have that second weekly candle close underneath the 50. That's what puts us on the red path. Right? So right now, speaking strictly for the macro, we're yellow path, which means you still have a possibility to come back above support, hold, and push off after retesting that 50. When we start to worry, or when I start to worry, I need to stop using the word we. When I start to worry is when we try to get back above on the next weekly candle and can't. Or when we can't even get above the yellow on the next weekly candle.
But forget that, it can't even put a higher high on the 15.
We're
Yeah, this
talking
is
about
looking
the
dumb
macro,
weak.
man.
Right?
We're talking about the
Yeah,
macro.
I know,
We need to stick to the time frames that we're talking about.
What concerns me is that Mondays are never good.
The daily looks shit. We're about 80% through this bear flag, right? That brings us to golden pocket. What we're talking about is a retest before continuation, right? This move up is either going to be a rescue ship or a rocket ship. I don't consider any. Okay, this is another thing to spell out so you guys understand. One weekly close under the weekly, even though that isn't a complete exit signal for me, it puts me into heavy de-risk mode, which means every week that we're underneath that, any pump I get is a rescue ship. You get what I mean? Any pump up we happen to have, if Bitcoin does try to get back above whatever, until it can get back above yellow and hold, back above the 50 and hold, I'm taking profits on any pumps.
Mentally speaking, I'm on that rescue ship right now.
But people have been doing that ever since 1010. Every time there's a double top.
It's been the best way to do it. If you're holding alts when cycle wise you're not supposed to be holding alts, meaning ETH hasn't hit an all-time high yet, then yeah, you have to take profit on anything they give you. And just assume that you'll have the possibility to buy back lower until it starts to show strength against its ETH pair.
So we could still start off bearish and then end the week bullish and bounce out of all this chaos. Correct?
One more week, if you close above the 50, just turns this into a deviation under the 50.
But these corrections usually take time to bottom, you know. We would need like a V tweezer recovery here. When you look at the previous ones, they hit support multiple times before reverting upward. Here we're still looking for support. We still don't know where it is. But the only one that did a V recovery was the first one, the 20k dip. So if the first one does a V, maybe the last one can do a V too.
Yeah, for who's a lot of people will take that first weekly close underneath the 50 as a signal. 100%. And I don't blame them for it. Not everybody's cut out to handle this level of anxiety. Retail is just going to dump off ETFs, go. Remember, the amount of assets under management when it comes to ETFs is very small, right? Meaning the amount of people that are getting direct guidance from BlackRock on what to do, very small. Most people are just, these are people with like family offices and shit. Most people will just panic and sell their ETFs. I have a better question. What happens to these Bitcoin treasury companies when earnings start to come in negative quarter after quarter? How gangster are they really? Right? They all playing like they're Michael Saylor, but you find out who's really Michael Saylor in the bear market. Because once those shareholders start calling and saying, hey, what the hell is going on? Right? The one thing MicroStrategy has going for them is that their shareholders have been orange pilled. Right? They completely understand how it runs. They've made it through a whole cycle already. They've seen price come back and outperform. But these smaller treasury companies, bro, these people don't. I think the real pain from the bear market comes from these treasury companies unwinding. If you're a CEO, I mean, eventually, if you don't listen to your shareholders, they're going to call a board meeting on your ass. And they'll go over your head if they have to.
So OTC trades? Would that be a bit like OTC trades? Because we wouldn't see the Bitcoin being dumped on market.
Nah, they wouldn't. They probably wouldn't just market sell. Yeah. They wouldn't market sell. And I would imagine that to keep their stock price from plummeting, that they would have a staged out exit. And then he outperformed the majority of everybody. Yeah. Remember, Michael Saylor was MicroStrategy during the .com run. Their competitor was Microsoft. So they got completely obliterated. Right? That shit was a zombie company until they picked up Bitcoin.
Doesn't Microsoft also have some Bitcoin now?
That's the funny part now, to see it come sort of full circle, where MicroStrategy was Microsoft's competitor and lost out to them, then changed their business plan, went Bitcoin, and now Microsoft will eventually go Bitcoin, but MicroStrategy is who they're trying to catch up with. Almost romantic.
They don't have any for now, right?
I don't think so. Not officially on the books, no. Honestly, I think that's the future for all these companies, though. I mean, it sounds weird to us now, but every one of these companies holds real estate and holds bonds. Like they hold assets on the book, right? Eventually, they will all hold Bitcoin as an asset on their sheets, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, it makes sense because the dollar can't be trusted on very
and
long time
then
frames.
and then the butchering begins. Because remember, these companies, they're going to be trading underneath net asset value,
Ooh,
right?
price action. We're at 94.
Yeah. They're going to be trading underneath NAV, right? Which means that their shares are worth less than the actual Bitcoin is worth, which means that a bigger company that has a, let's say MicroStrategy or BlackRock, right? They can do a hostile takeover of this company for the price of the shares, and what they get is the Bitcoin, right? So these smaller Bitcoin treasury companies will get absorbed. Like, why would you worry about buying Bitcoin when you could buy the Bitcoin from a company at pennies on the dollar if you just take them over? Right? So eventually we're going to see that gobble, like big company, gobble little company. One of the biggest sort of tin hat things right now is that's BlackRock's plan. BlackRock plans on taking over MicroStrategy and taking control
When
of that
it's when
Bitcoin.
its shares down 90%. They can refuse though, no?
Yeah,
Wouldn't
yeah.
MicroStrategy just
It takes,
refuse?
yeah. It's desperation. That's why I say it'll happen to these small. A lot of these small Bitcoin treasury companies, those companies are already dead, bro. They're just trying to pull a Michael Saylor. There really is no value there except for the fact that they hold Bitcoin, which means that they've been sitting zombie, which means that they're probably more likely to take an exit deal. Right? They come in, BlackRock comes in and says, "Hey, hostile takeover. We'll buy you out, and it's just gonna cost you your Bitcoin."
Yo, the bulls are pushing.
We have an hour to pump 5%, right?
We
Yo,
have an
Dbloc, you've always
hour
said,
to
dude,
pump
Bitcoin can move about
6%.
10K at any moment.
For no
Any
reason at all.
moment.
Yeah. Absolutely no reason. So far, it's been doing it in the wrong direction.
I was saying that earlier. We just need 3 of those, right? 3 of those back to back, and we're back at it. All time high. Previous all time high.
We need bullish order flow. People buying Bitcoin.
We need aggressive buyers. You need to see this tape light up and stay lit yellow. For minutes at a time.
We're at CME, right?
Not yet.
That's what I was telling my friend. How you gonna get retail back in here practically overnight? Because we're out of time, right?
Just give up on retail, guys. It's us. It's always been us. Ever since the meme coin shit exploded and retail went to go sports betting and shit, it's been us. So, in my opinion, and this has been my calculation, that for the levels I was trying to get on Bitcoin for the new all-time highs, we don't need retail. What we need are for the people that are in the game to be on the same page and shooting in the same direction, and we have more than enough liquidity to get there. But yeah, we're all retail. I guess we have to. I guess I guess we should call it dumb money, because it's really what we're talking about, right? When we're talking about retail isn't here, retail isn't. We're all retail. Right? We're not trading institutional levels of cash. But the dumb money, right? The money that comes in and just slaps the green button because they think they're gonna get rich tomorrow. I just talked about how being in this cycle has taught you guys more than most cycles for most people. So if you're still here and you've got money left to trade, there's not a lot of dumb money left in the game, right? You're probably covering your ass, being careful, the dumb money is outside picking parlays on cricket matches.
Well, except if you played Bitcoin only, then you can, like, well, you got lucky a bit, I guess.
Yeah. But the retail that we have had is prior cycle retail. Right? Prior cycle retail, or people who've come in, late in this cycle and made some money, but we haven't had that, like, like your grandma and your Uber driver and the guy that cuts your hair and that sort of push.
We got them briefly, like when last November when we had that pop. Yeah, they got.
And then we whooped their ass and took all their money. They
Yep.
said, "Screw this! I'm gonna go pick my 5 favorite basketball players, and I'm gonna ride this sports betting shit out." At least I kind of understand it. Every retail influx that we've had has been completely wiped out. Just look at the alt pumps, right? Because retail's not coming in and buying Bitcoin. And let's ignore the ones that just bought shitcoins and shit. Just look at the alt pumps. Any retail that came in on a major dip, even if they were perfect on the dip, if they held it, they gave it back. They did that 3 times. That's enough to break anybody.
I'm half broken.
I feel like we need to play a Starship or something.
Dbloc, I did invite a buddy in here who I know personally, like he lives in my neighborhood or a few towns over. He makes crypto miners if you're bored.
Nah, I'm not that bored. But welcome to you, buddy.
I'm gonna get one just to see, just to learn.
Nah, it's definitely cool to tinker with. I mean, my opinion has been the same for the last couple years. If you're already tooled up and you have all the equipment, then it makes sense. But it's a little sketchy to go heavy into a brand new mining operation. In my opinion, that's just my opinion.
He's got a warehouse and like 3D printers. He's got the whole setup. I'm actually going next week to go check it out.
B2, we're gonna build structure, bro. We get to we get to CME close and we leave no gap. Then we're gonna watch price action and build structure or lose it. Less predicting, more reacting on days like this specifically. Yeah, to leave no gap. I mean, it's less important. Even if you don't get to it and you leave a small gap, they'll probably just take it right away. But getting to the target on time to leave no gap lets me know that market maker algorithm has a decent amount of control right now. And then at 8 o'clock, we get Asia's motivations. When Asia comes in at 8:30, we'll see what their motivations are here. Unfortunately for us, weekly close would have come and gone by then.
Do you remember the 40K pump back in 2021 after that, after we thought it was bear market?
The double top?
Bitcoin pump. No.
50% drop and then 69, or you're talking about?
Before 69, when we were at 28, it was a triple bottom at 30K, right? And then there was one day where Bitcoin just went straight up to 40K, and it got rejected at 40K. But I remember that day. It
Short
was
squeeze.
nuts. Yeah, probably. Well, I
Yeah,
didn't know what a short squeeze was back then. But yeah, but it left a gap on CME that day. Took us a year to fill it. Yeah. Actually, no, it took us 6 months to fill it. But it's a bit the same here with this push up above 90K. 6 months to come back down, fill it. Yeah. Well, that's yet to happen.
I'm more of a hybrid trader, B2. I mean, if you pay attention to how I trade and what I look for, you could say that some of it is SMC, you could say that some of it is ICT, some of it is just pure liquidity math. From what I noticed between me and other traders or other TA guys, and there's some exceptions to this, but I use a wider variety of tools, and I don't follow any specific established strategy. Like I take some things from ICT, some things like the term fair value gap was coined in the 70s. You know what I mean? Like your smart money guys and your ICT guys have just kind of like took it. So like when I talk about fair value gaps, I'm not calling back to SMC. I'm calling back to the 70s. And then our upgrade on the fair value gap is the vector gap, right? Knowing which fair value gaps actually had market maker involvement where, you know, versus others. Excuse me.
Well, yes, it's back on.
How bad is it?
0.2% down.
It's over.
25% down, dumping.
All over. Aggressive buyers coming in and sellers. Keep it lit. Just keep the tape lit. Let's bring some activity back. Welcome to the game, futures guys. Make good choices. They came in hot, didn't they?
Yes, it's dropping, yeah. Crypto can't do anything when America drops.
Freaking dinosaurs. The hope of us ever decorrelating from legacy has been completely lost. That's the one sad thing about this. Like if I had to look at one thing of this bull market that for this entire cycle really that's like long term sad is that we sort of lost that ideal. You know?
Especially with ETFs, with
That's what I mean. Like we'll never be out of the effect of legacy going down with the amount of institutional money that's in here. Maybe in a QE sort of environment where you have the counterbalance, right, of risk money, but
Well, they got the same opportunity as us now on Bitcoin at least. We just put again a lower high. Makes sense to come back down to put a low low, I guess, but maybe not.
I try to let the first 15 minutes shake out. But if they give me a stopping volume candle into those liquidations, all right, as crazy as this sounds, you guys that have been here for a while know that this is my favorite trade. CME opens with a gap to the top side, liquidity underneath, and no established stopping volume candle just yet. All right, let's see what it looks like.
ETH wick below 3K.
Yeah.
Bearish imbalance at 93.2. Price can't get above that bearish imbalance. We'll reject. If we can get above the bullish imbalance at 93.4, we'll have support for a continued push. Still fighting that bearish imbalance. There we go. We absorbed it. All right, so we can get above that 93.4. Absorb the next one too. Slamming it. Fear and greed in single digits. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Is it just at 9 or at 5? Or even lower?
It's at 9. 1s and 0s.
9.
So
Oh,
it didn't flip yet. Okay. No false news, guys. If you're gonna call it out, make sure it's on the chart. You almost made me
but you
press.
need the daily close to
Almost
get
made
a
me
new
press the green button.
I was gonna say that's a double down, right?
But I remember there was this one guy during the Doge run where Doge would go parabolic every time Elon tweeted. And you didn't have a lot of time, right? Because bots were set to his tweets. So you really had to have Twitter open all the time and just literally slap the green button whenever Elon tweeted. And somebody would come on every once in a while out of nowhere and just be like, Elon tweeted. Everybody would panic. Half of the people would slap the button and we look and it's like fake news. So many people got banned from the Discord for that shit.
No, that's savage.
Nah,
That's
you gotta go, bro. Okay, everybody has their own responsibility, but it was very sensitive times, right? Like we needed accurate news at that
No,
time.
that's savage on their part, bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good riddance. I was there for that, by the way. I bought it in at like 6 cents, I think, and that was that crazy night Saturday Night Live. And then I stopped trading after that because I didn't sell.
Projected off of that bullish imbalance for now. The one that I remember, so you know how like Robinhood used to have that 4 p.m. maintenance every day? I don't know what their schedule is like now. But every day they would shut down for like 4 p.m. maintenance. And every single day somebody would get on voice and be like, Robinhood shut down. Like, yeah, it's literally 4 o'clock. Like it wouldn't fail. Every single day somebody would come in and scream that Robinhood was shut down. That's when Dr. Phil was in here, man. Dr. Phil would be like, if you guys don't stop talking about freaking Robinhood. Bullish imbalance taken. Bids are coming in. It's a fight at the 50.
I feel like such a noob, but what are those numbers, bro? Well, what does that mean? What does it represent?
The volume footprint. These are just buys and sells, right? You're looking for imbalances, right? One fills the other. So when you have a bullish imbalance, you have a spot in the candle with high bullish interest, right? If you can get above those levels, usually you'll get a push. So you're looking for the bullish and the bearish imbalances, right? Like right now, we're up against a bearish imbalance. You can absorb that bearish imbalance like we did right there.
So that's good right
Then
there,
you
having
target the
94.
next one. Yeah. Right? Depend team bull, team bear.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's a super oversimplified explanation, but for what we need to know right now, that's all it's. You're also looking point of control, right? The white numbers are the point of control on the candle, so you're looking to hold point of control. You have a value area high, value area low set by your imbalances. So it's like inter-candle range trading. It's not an indicator, it's a candle style. If you're on TradingView, just go to your candles up here. And it's your volume footprint. If you don't have it, click on that arrow. And you can add the candle style. It's convenient, right? We used to have to go to like Kiltaka or other. And sometimes you just want a quick glance of the tug of war.
Damn, it's not included in the basic plan. And I just bought 6 months of that because it was like 50% off.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got
Same
it.
here on Tuesday.
Is it already a Black Friday deal?
It said it's coming out. I saw a notification, but not yet. I'm waiting for it.
I gotta
It's
read.
not included in the next level up either, because I'm beyond basic and I can't get it either.
Yeah, it says recommended premium.
Damn. All right, my bad, Joe. I didn't know.
It's all good.
I thought they added it for everybody.
It used to be free on Exo charts.
Yeah, I mean Kiyotaka is free, guys. If you guys go to Kiyotaka AI, that's the chart that we look for here, where we're looking at our orders. Right, and then you come up to the candles up here and put it on volume footprint. You just got to zoom in to see it. And then you want to shut off your aggregated order book. Same basic concept.
My bad, but you said kill taco?
Kiyotaka. K-I-Y, Japanese, spell it like if it's a Japanese word. Kiyotaka, Kiyotaka .ai.
Thank you.
Did you catch something, CryptoVic, on ETH?
Yeah, I just put back in like 3,000 something, 2019.
3017 on my part.
You know, in most exchanges, actually 3,000 held. On weeks, it went down. On weeks, I got stopped out. It went down to 2,977. But mostly everywhere else, 3K held. Even on
Same
Bybit.
on Bybit, 2997 on perp, inverse perp. Perp, no, perp went, yeah, you're right, 3000, yeah. Inverse perp went lower.
Nah, I haven't looked at it, Bell. Did they drop a new one or something? We almost recovered this entire vector. Remember, this whole thing is vector recovery. All the way up to 941.
Is that Ahmed? Is he in here?
Nah, it's Rubber. You got to open mic, Rubber.
So we
I think the
technically have a
mod
gap
sniped
above,
him.
right? A CME gap above now? Since we
Yeah,
opened up.
CME gap, if we were to draw it out, would be like right here. Just a little bit. This is what's left to shrink.
But on the 15-minute, yes, you have a gap. But if you look
Yo, you
on the
okay?
hourly, no, there's no gap for me.
He said,
because
"Oh."
There's no gap for me on the hourly. You can't see a gap on the CME chart right now. So.
You overcomplicate things, you see.
A gap is when there's
CME
black space
opened
on the
underneath
chart,
the CME close, which means that there's a CME gap. It's very simple.
because you look at price exactly at the close, but not at the candle
Yeah.
before the close. But the candles touch. So, yeah, the candles touch each another.
Zeusy, you're still long, right, bro?
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm always long anyway. Can be in a bear market.
It's kind of true.
Doesn't matter.
It's so frustrating. I remember some of the arguments during the bear market, bro. You used to drive me crazy. Like, but Zeusy, like, you just back the chart up.
You can take only longs during a bear run too. You just have to
Yeah,
take it a
yeah.
bit sooner, right?
I like longing during the bear because it's usually pretty obvious when the drop is gonna come. You get that good seller exhaustion, all your RSIs bottom out. And the best part for new people is there's no hesitation to take profits. Right? During a bull market, when you take profits, you got that thing in the back of your head saying, what if tomorrow's the day? What if it 10x's tomorrow, right? During a bear market, when you're taking longs, you're happy to get what you get. You tend to take profit a little bit more religiously.
Exactly why I'm looking forward to it.
This circle is bugging the shit out of me. Why does it get so big when you zoom in like that? Pause.
I'm definitely better at taking shorts in the bull market. Take profit quick.
Yeah, same sort of concept, right? Like,
Yeah, I'll take notes on the shorting thing. I think I've done that only once this whole bull run. Well, past like 9 months of this bull run. And I made some good money on that. But that was it. I didn't touch it after that.
see how we're still unable to get above this bearish imbalance in the book. Right, that's where our point of control is right now.
Yeah, we're unable while the S climbs.
It's common to see that at EMAs though. Like we're at the 50. What you're seeing is like the bones of what happens when you break a moving average or reject off a moving average. We pushed up the point of control above the 50. That's good. Yeah, Lendo, it's decent. It's one of the few ones that is still a full featured like for free. I try to make sure that I use stuff on stream that people don't have to pay for because that shit doesn't help you if you can't pull it up and follow on your own, you know?
Well, it looks like Legacy is about to turn green.
People might ask,
Should we
why is this
reject?
turning into a bullish imbalance if it's 23 and it's 49? When it comes to volume profiles and order books, you don't go side to side, right? This order fills this order. It's diagonal. This order fills this order. So 55 to 0 sells. 10 sells to 33 buys, right? It's up and to the right. And then when it's selling off, right, it's, you get it. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, boss. If you don't mind switching from chart to chart, you can get a lot of the shit on Kiyotaka that you don't need the premium account for. Like if you're just gonna get premium because you want the volume footprint, right? Then you can avoid that.
That's crazy. I just bought 29 Sui for $50.
Crazy.
How many three is there?
There's
Is it
more if you want to
limited?
buy some, Zusi. She
Ah,
didn't get all of them.
He can't have any. There's some in the exit pamphlet on your way out the door, Susie. Just ask the guy wearing a poncho.
We're moving up through this CME gap. This is why I was telling you guys that this is my favorite setup to trade. Because for the one moment in the week, you know for sure that algos are set in a certain direction. Whether they're strong enough to do it is a different story, right? They can be overwhelmed, but it's a high percentage trade. High probability.
oh wait, is the trade over? Because
No,
I see it
CME
up
gap is still, let's close it up a little bit.
We're targeting the high or the low of that rectangle.
Targeting where CME closed, 95.
Okay.
Because of the push that you get towards CME, King. And I prefer the long, right? If I was a shorter, my favorite trade would be having CME open underneath us with a gap to the bottom. That's my favorite TP. My favorite TP is a push that happens right into CME, passes, leaves a big CME gap, has explosive green parabolic candles at the top of it. I will slap sell so quick with no hesitation. Even if it doesn't come take CME, it'll act like it, right? Even if it takes a month to grab that CME, chances are those parabolic green candles were probably the top for a while. Now, for the trade to have been perfect, I would have want to see it sweep liquidity and put a stopping volume candle in here with a nice wick. But a double bottom is good enough.
Deep's at a nickel.
What's a nickel?
5
10 cents?
cents.
5 cents.
5 pennies.
Pennies don't exist anymore. That's so
I was gonna
last.
say.
That's so last week.
They do exist.
Didn't they like make their last one like 2 days ago or something?
Yeah, I watched the clip of the dude making the last penny. He's like, we're gonna save the American taxpayers $65 billion. It's like, yeah, you're also gonna round up every transaction to the 5 cent instead of the penny now. Let's really talk about it. Because the last time this happened, they got rid of the half penny and people protested over that shit because everything was gonna get rounded up a half penny. We're getting a 5-fold increase. You know what that is? Over 1 billion transactions.
There you go.
I also saw this student do research on companies that accept cash payments for things, and the hourly wage for the employees and the time it takes to count out the cash, it costs us $74 per year to be able to use cash, just based off of time spent dealing with cash. Interesting.
You lost the shit out of me on that one.
I was about to ask. You're
I
saying
tried
that
so hard.
you're saying the efficiency of being digital and not
Yeah.
having.
Listen,
Okay,
it wasn't
yeah.
my research.
No, I got you. I got what you're saying. I was with you and I lost you a little, but I could still see where you were at, like through the trees.
Nah, I'm still in the bushes.
Mystical creature peeking around the
Like,
corner.
if you were counting out pennies, like it was $2.53 or 27 cents, whatever it is, and you're trying to like count out the cash to pay for it, and then the cashier is waiting, the line is waiting, and then the cashier who isn't used to working with cash is counting it out now. That time used is paid for by the company that employs that employee.
I got you. Yeah, and it adds up. Okay.
Yeah, and it adds up over a span of a year. It actually costs companies a lot more money to accept cash, but then you have the 1 to 3% fee of using your debit card. It actually cancels it out. If the company, like my dentist recently started to charge us if we wanted to pay the bill with our debit card, they no longer fronted that cost. They wanted us to pay for it. I thought that was ridiculous.
People are tired of that shit. That's why they're gonna go to stables.
But Dbloc, isn't that messed up? What do you want? Pay your dentist in cash.
There's stores around here that are the same. Cash price is cheaper. They'll still take the card, but the cash price is cheaper. Which basically means they're putting that 3% Visa charge on you.
Yeah, our gas stations do that, which is tricky because they'll have two bars of prices, one on the left, one on the right. And the right is if you use credit or debit, and then the left is cash, and it's about a 10-cent difference. Unless you buy a car wash, then you get a discount.
All of this shit is trickery, man. All of this shit is trickery. During the bear market, I'll get into what I really feel about when it comes to this Genius bill and how we're just basically allowing the banks to duplicate money, which sounds normal, right? Because it's 1 for 1. But when you think about how it works, you give the back 100K, they give you 100K in stables. Right? Think about that. You've duplicated that 100K. You think that 100K is not going to get used in the bank? That 100K is going to get lent out. It's going to get fractionally reserved to everybody. But you still have the 100K to spend. Now, if you go in and you buy some government debt or something with that 100K, then now the banks are double dipping. It's the way that the banks, it's not the way stables work right now, but bank issued stables. Bank issued stables are definitely going to be a double dip. Right now, when you buy stables from Tether, it's used to back up the actual stable, right? But if you're giving that money to a company that's already been okayed by the government to use all legal financial instruments that are available right now on crypto, which means fractional reserve lending, that means your shit's gonna get rehypothecated.
If you think about getting rid of it's the perfect time to get rid of the penny, or at least the physical penny, because too many people are still stuck on release the Epstein files. It's like there's so much stuff for people to be complaining about and protesting that they don't even have time to protest a penny anymore.
Well, also nonprofits and charities, school funding, like private, like the penny drive and stuff like that, where they collect pennies from everywhere and they try to raise money for schools and supplies and stuff. They make lots of money off pennies. It still has
I'm
value.
sure.
I'm sure there's going to be a mechanism to turn them in or exchange them. I don't think the penny is gone, just the like continuing to make the physical penny. I don't think anybody who has, I mean, at least I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
think
no, they're still
any.
going to be in circulation. Yeah, they're still going
Yeah,
to keep going
yeah.
around.
It'll be
I
a
wonder
while,
though.
but the banks won't reissue them, right? So if you turn your pennies into the bank, they're going to be out of the system.
Oh,
The bank takes them back. They won't give them back.
I didn't
They'll
know that.
take
That's
them and
wild.
that's how they got rid of that's how they got rid of the half penny.
You guys are so behind.
Yeah, I'm too worried about the charge, bro.
It's the boomers, man. The boomers are now exiting the stage, and we could safely get rid of the penny.
Pennies won't. I mean, the reason that pennies won't leave circulation is because eventually the penny will be worth more than a penny. Not all of them, right? Some of them are going to be shit. You'll turn them in. But the ones that have value will continue to circulate.
Like the copper one.
Collectors and shit like that. Yeah.
What country they like melt down their, was it rubles? There was a country that melted down their currency because it was worth more in metal that it was made from than the actual currency itself. And then the country was like, "Stop melting! Stop melting!"
That's how ours is right now.
Yep. Even though it's not 100% copper, isn't it like a mix of like some other metal?
I forget when the copper penny stopped. I think it's the 40s or 60s.
You know, it's illegal to melt pennies or any sort of U.S. currency for metal value.
You can take a magnet to all your pennies, and whatever one sticks to your magnet, that's the copper one.
It costs 3.7 cents to create a penny. Look, let me put it on the screen.
How much
Does it have the
It costs
layers?
3.7 cents to create a penny. It costs 13, almost 14 cents to create a diamond and nickel. Imagine if you ran your family like this. Everybody would be broke, bro.
It just makes the crypto case even more solid.
All funny money.
It's all connected. I recently saw this post that was like pro or against abortion or whatever. And they were like worried that Gen Z isn't having enough babies.
Nobody is.
But yeah.
It's Idiocracy, yo. If you go watch Idiocracy, it's the beginning of Idiocracy.
Dang, it's been a minute since I've seen that movie.
You gotta go rewatch it. That shit is like a
do.
that shit is like a documentary.
Well,
all the educated nations' birth rates are going down severely, and I mean high. Like, I don't mean educated like others aren't educated. I mean traditionally educated, right?
All of them except for Israel.
Amount of doctorates, master's degree per capita, whatever. And the smaller countries, right, the underdeveloped countries, their birth rates are going up. So that was the whole base of the movie, right? That eventually, like, all smart people would stop having babies, and then it would just be, you know, the masses, and then eventually we'd all be wearing Crocs. But we're there, so the Croc part is there. They got that right.
Are those
It's
other
full on
countries having
South
babies
Korea.
want to have babies? We don't know.
South Korea will be at 5% of its population in 2 generations.
Yeah, I think it's that people are just delaying it, right? Like, women and men are both delaying it. You're both seeking higher educations. You know, women are outperforming men when it comes to graduate degrees, like crazy. So
In COVID,
the more
there was more
educated,
women working than men. Yeah, there was more
the
women
more
than men.
educated the society gets, right? The higher they're gonna strive, and the more they'll delay having kids.
It's got to do with population density as well. The more people move into the cities, the less they have children.
If you were a young couple and you saw the price of homes and you saw the cost of living and you're like responsible, would you have children right now?
Some people don't. That's the plan for some people, right? Get married, get the house, then have the kid.
They
And
probably have a
if
good
the
support
getting the
system
house
too.
part is really hard, and that, obviously not everybody. A lot of people make it just fine. My mom didn't have her own house when she had me, but I'm just saying that quote unquote American dream of the way things are supposed to work out.
People are living too long too, and a lot of like boomers and then millennials can become exhausted from caretaking as well. Like maybe your time is spent helping taking care of your elderly, and you don't have time to. Yeah. I'd have to move out of my state if I wanted to raise a family. And I was looking over at West Virginia, and I found a 5,000 square foot for half the rent that I pay to rent my two bedroom apartment. I think this is like 1,200 square feet. Just considered pretty big. Anyway.
But it's also a money issue, right? With high cost of living, yeah.
I went on food stamps once when I was a struggling actor, and they wanted they wanted to know everything. They wanted to know just anytime I found work or anytime the amount of detail of your life you have to give them, and then to qualify for it. And then you have to prove it every 3 or 4 months again and again and again. You get these. Apparently, it's online now, which is great because I had to go in person, but it doesn't. You can only buy food, which is fine, but you can't buy like laundry detergent or dishwasher stuff or.
How much tax rebate do you get if you have one child in America?
It's
A lot.
$2,000 per kid.
That's all. It's not a
Yeah.
percentage of
Yeah,
your
but you get other write-offs for other areas.
Well, yeah, it's for kids though.
It adds up. Like, especially if they go to college, you get other write-offs. It's kind of crazy.
If you want to promote more population growth, then that's the good way
I
to
mean,
do
if
it.
there's one
Tax
thing to
incentives.
invest in, you'd think it would be your young.
Yeah, but even money doesn't incentivize people to have children anymore.
Nah, that's
I mean, it's
growing up.
not keeping up.
Growing up, I mean, half of my life I was surrounded by people who were 1,000%, including myself, on government assistance and shit. And I promise you, aside from anything that you've heard, it was not a lavish life. Right? It was not a lavish life. There is a problem though, right? Because there are people that live right on the edge of not being able to qualify for it, but are still fighting hand to mouth. You know what I mean? So it's like, I can see why some people have issues with it for sure. But the worst thing for society is a hungry lower class. Anybody understands what happens when that gets out of control.
They riot?
I mean, what would you not do to feed your family, right? Just
Oh
human
yeah,
nature shit.
there's a ton of theft. They start with cars. They stole my mom's license plate with like
Getting
she had
bad.
scorned the registration sticker, and they tried to peel it off probably, and they're like, I'll just take the license plate. And she had to go to the DMV and pay $26 to get new license plates.
Yeah.
It comes in all forms.
You start
They
to
stole my
see.
motorcycle cover.
I was about to say, you start to see like crimes of opportunity go up. Dumb shit. You know what I mean? Like, and you see a lot of that now, right? Like, especially with this catalytic converter shit, but simple shit. Like, you start to see porch pirates go up, right? Like, your Amazon packages don't survive 30 minutes on the porch. Got to put cameras up. There's warnings in the neighborhood that somebody's running around stealing shit, you know? And then it goes to like your catalytic converters and like easily access low fruit.
They're starting
So
to use aluminium here for the cabling because people have been stealing the power lines from
Yeah,
sports
exactly. That type
stadiums,
of shit.
substations.
Yep.
So Dbloc, what's your opinion on that? Do you think that that's trending into dystopia, or do you think that that's just equilibrium with other countries?
It's like everything else, man. We go too far to the right, and then we swing too far to the left, and then we go too far to the right. And I don't even mean politically. I just mean we go from haves to not
Constant
haves
overcorrections.
to yeah. And unfortunately, the swings are getting more volatile, right? It's not like it's coming to a point. It's like it's getting more extreme, richer, getting richer. When things go bad, they go really bad. When things go good, they go really good. But 70% of people don't benefit.
Reminds me of that movie with Jim Carrey. What was it? Fun with Dick and Jane, I think. He worked for Enron. It was that Enron rug pull movie.
Oh yeah.
Same shit, yeah.
That movie was freaking good though.
It's theft at the end of the day, man. It's theft in a rigged system. You know, whether it's taxation or whether it's debasement or whether it's them just stealing back all the leverage that they gave you to trade once every couple years. Right? It's like it's all theft. And it all ends up in the same pockets. The trick is to try to play the game within the rules so that you can avoid that, you know? But yeah, $20 billion worth of leverage, whoop, right back home. No, try. This puts us 1 week into the yellow path. We need a second week underneath the 50 for it to be confirmed. For me.
We're in the red right now, but if this week anything bullish comes out and we pump, I mean, just a bullish candle, then, you know, they'll cancel the red and you'll be yellow and then green.
Yeah, goal for this week is to, at the very least, close above the 50. At the very least.
But there's 10
A
minutes
bearish
left.
rejection. No, I don't mean for this week. I mean for the next week. A bearish rejection off of that or a bearish rejection off of support. Big red signal. Or the inability to even get there really would be telling.
Well, for now, it's what we have, the inability to go up, yeah. Just lower highs.
Yeah, Craig, still not officially a bear market, but I'm officially, you know, hitting that emergency switch. Because the official bear market by the macro chart, in my opinion, starts with closes underneath 74. Nobody here is riding their longs down to 74. So what we're looking for is early warning signal. What the hell's going on with the stream? Hold on. I think we're back.
It's gonna be the worst Black Friday ever.
Yeah, Craze, we're not definitely not doing that. when you've been through enough of these sort of clutch moments and seen how crazily they pull in at the last second, right? Or when you've tried to front run invalidations and been burned by it, you start to get a little bit more patient. Yeah, it's possible. If we take it down to the, like, forget about the macro, we're just looking at this price action. Getting back to CME makes this a deviation out of this range, right? This is the range we were in, top side deviation, bottom side deviation. As long as you get accepted back into the range, you would target the top of the range. It's important to not let the macro affect the micro, and it's important to not let the micro affect the macro. Meaning there's times where you can be bearish on one and bullish on the other, right? And you've got to like reconcile that in your head so it doesn't screw you up.
That's very hard to do because of spot positions and holdings. They tend to
It is
bias.
for people that trade all, like for people that have long-term, mid-term, and scalp trades running at the same time. It's one of the big like psychological hurdles is to be able to keep all of those separate in your mind, right? Where you can have bearish signals on the macro that aren't completely triggered yet, even if the bearish signal was completely triggered, but be looking at a bullish setup for a scalp on the 5-minute. It's the difference between closing all your positions and just closing your short and midterm scalps and still holding your longs, right? Or the opposite. Getting rid of your long position but still holding on to a scalp that looks promising. It's not easy to do. It's a bit of a...
No, I mean that's fine. I think the was mentioning is more, you know, because I'm like cycle holding Bitcoin on spot. I tend to be more bullish than bearish on average.
Yeah, I feel you.
I think if I had no spot, I wouldn't have that problem. Like just to leverage trade, you know. Yeah, maybe it's a good advice. No, don't hold the coin you're leverage trading, because it might bias you.
People call me bullish. You guys in here shilling meme coins are definitely the biggest bulls in the room. He said, Pengo's gonna moon on Christmas. Be ready. I haven't completely sold off my Pengu, so I'm not mad at that. Hope you're right.
Wow, did Bitcoin manage a higher high there?
On the 5 minute.
493, 499. Yes, $5 higher high, right? Wow.
Give me a second, y'all. I gotta order my food real quick. What's for dinner? I need some
I
ideas,
was thinking
YouTube.
pizza, man. Today's a pizza kind of day.
Pizza, some good comfort food. I'm not mad at that. Pizza's always good. Dried ramen, damn Neve.
Dude, that's so funny. I just got you guys saying pizza, and I just literally picked up a pizza.
Bro, I'm like thinking, I'm like, what am I gonna eat right now? And I already had my protein for the day, so like I don't mind a little pizza.
Damn, I might have to do
Well, New
pizza.
York
I'm
strip.
seeing pizza in the chat. Rice and beans too, man. It's good. It's a good grandma food day.
At least the yearly candle is now green again. The daily, though, would need a little bit more of a pump to avoid a close below yesterday's close.
This would be
So
Bitcoin's smallest yearly candle, no? Smallest yearly green candle.
but if it was to close now, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a really topping, well, indecision.
Or even, I mean, give it the next couple months, right? Even if it pumped to 150, I think it would still be one of the smaller candles. Shitty ass third quarter, fourth quarter.
Yeah. But it's gonna be odd if we end up in a red candle this year.
Yeah, it would definitely.
Honestly, if you're bullish, let's do it. Because that means the cycle is a bit broken.
Yeah, you would expect the
So
next yearly candle to be red, big red.
Yeah, but if 2025 is already red, then you could expect a green 2026, right?
I mean, we
So
wouldn't
like,
have
okay,
anything to compare it to. It would be a break of pattern.
yeah. So it would give a point to people who say super cycle, the cycle is broken, and in January we might end up with like the beginning of a new run. Probably starting from 75k, but
New York strip sounds good. Nah, I don't only trade Bitcoin. It's just right now, right? We trade relative strength. Shorts. Shorts. I thought alts and automatically said shorts. Alts are not a good risk reward at this point of the cycle. Not until we see some life, which we're not seeing.
it's life in ETH. It pumped from 1400 to all-time highs.
So Dbloc, I drew a macro parallel channel on Link, for example, and all the way from last season, and we are literally at the bottom of it. If we break that, dude, like, what is that?
You know, we're up against the bottoms on a lot of macro signals, which means, like I said, one of two things, right? Either it's the beginning of the end or the beginning of another turn back up. It's the best risk reward, which is why de-risking was so important, right? Like, if you manage to de-risk and you have money to play this, you're right at all of your macro invalidations, which means taking a trade, you've got clear, risk reward. Like the asymmetric nature of it is crazy, in my opinion. If it hits, you hit. If you get stopped, you stop. But if it truly is the bottom, right? If it truly is where it recovers, like it has the past,
100 to 1.
3 times, then yeah,
You can catch 100 to 1 risk to rewards here.
yeah, exactly. Just the hardest time psychologically to take the trade, right? But risk reward wise, you've got your clearest invalidation. Yeah, I don't know why they try to kill people with the ads like that, barely. All right, give me a second. I'll be right back. I still can't figure out if I'm gonna order steak or pizza, but I guess I'll decide once I'm staring at the app.
Steak pizza.
Probably. Nah, the steak they put on pizza is horrible, bro. I don't even know what that shit is.
What you
All
need
right, I'll
is a
be
good
back.
old Philly pizza steak
Philly cheesesteak might satisfy both. It might
with a
give me
little
the,
bit of
the
marinara
cheesiness
sauce.
that I want from the
Yeah.
pizza and the steak that I want from the it's possible. That's in the running. All right, I'll be back.
Some brisket on pizza. Maybe some shrimp.
Well, the weeklies then.
Hey Dbloc, massive shout out to the only guy who keeps the macro clean and the levels cleaner. While the timeline's full of clown traders, you're out here drawing real channels and calling bottoms that matter. You're basically the only reason we haven't all gone fiat. Keep going, legend.
So it's all up from here, huh?
Why not? We close the weekly as low as possible. It could show a bit of strength now that that happened. Everything's possible. It's strong on the 1 minute currently. Time for legacy to die while crypto shines. Maybe it's too early. Maybe we'll do that next year. Right now, you got ES downward while Bitcoin is... Well, there's really not much happening.
You with me the day the place went up in flames at our old apartments? Smart. He'd moved out a year or two before.
Your house burned down?
Zeusy, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, but that was weird. I had just signed on and my mic was already like usually you're always muted when you come on. For some reason it was. I was talking. I didn't realize it was even on, but I just signed on like 10 seconds before that. It's weird. What time is it where you're at? Gotta be.
1 a.m.
Oh, it's not that bad. It was gonna be 3 or 4. What are we doing here with this whole CME gap? You gonna get up and play around in it, or are we gonna bounce off of it?
Who knows? It looks like an SR flip, right? What was
Right.
support on Friday might now have become resistance with everybody selling this weekend. Makes sense.
Yeah. I don't want
So
that.
it's looking for support to build some support now or find one. We're very close to that golden area on log. Maybe it's gonna get front run a bit, yeah.
Or should be interesting when the market opens.
Futures are online. We opened red, they climbed back up, and they're currently going down again. But they managed a higher high. Yeah, they managed a higher point than on Friday.
Yeah, it
Friday
looks like
evening, yeah.
yeah, futures look like they're down 38 right now, but that's not bad. We're supposed to be getting some financial reports in this week, aren't we? I think a couple
check,
things.
to be honest.
Yeah, I think a couple things are going to be released. I don't know if we're going to see the other stuff from the shutdown ever released. Might be for the better. It couldn't have been. If it was good, you know they'd release it. So might be better off not knowing.
Oh, you think they're not releasing because it's bad?
Oh, you know, if it was good, he would have been parading that around all weekend. But yeah, it couldn't have been good.
Maybe they just don't have the numbers since they were not working.
Well, people were working; they just weren't getting paid. They've got the numbers, or pretty darn close to it.
They work if I'm not getting paid. That's odd.
I know. Well, they back pay him then. Then once the shutdown's over with, then they pay him for the time that they
Okay.
weren't getting paid. Not all positions, but a lot.
We're pumping now, fam.
Yeah, crypto is trying to be a bit stronger than legacy right now. It dumped less on this downward move and it pumped more, but this is really noise. I'm zoomed in on the 1 minute. But yeah, we made a high. Well, legacy didn't.
I'm only here for the pumps. Let's go. It's cold
When you
outside.
When you dump enough, you can be strong for a little bit. ETH is probably the strongest though here. Again.
That $3,000 ETH buy.
Yeah,
It's
it's
pretty
still
crazy.
expensive.
It's pretty crazy to see where ETH has ended up here though on this. I mean, I feel like, you know, from $1,500 to, I mean, it's still cooking.
Yeah, it's still like Bitcoin seems cheaper, huh? Although it's not.
Even a $95,000 Bitcoin, people were begging for a year ago. Well, a year and a half ago, 2 years. Time keeps flying.
And the money keeps losing value.
And everything just keeps inflating in price. Oh, the life we live right now.
Well, there's a lot of stuff this week with the government reopening where you might have job reports. You might have data that was delayed get released, and then you have earnings with Nvidia on Wednesday. Walmart also.
Shot it. Sup, y'all? Everybody having a quiet Sunday night?
Yo,
Yo, what's happening?
not much. Just watching it all bleed, and then recover and bleed, and recover and bleed more.
Yes, me too. We had the weekly close. I'm sure you guys have probably talked about it already. The weekly close below the 50 EMA or SMA, either or, it's closed below both of them on Bitcoin. Some see that as like the first sign of a bearish situation. The dreaded bear market, perhaps. I don't know.
I think Dbloc was saying the second week, if we fall below, it's
not looking good. Right, okay. But so far, it's implying it's definitely threatening it.
Yeah, that's
He said 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's time to de-risk, thinking about Bitcoin pricing.
Yeah, I think that's the sensible thing to do is de-risk. Yeah, for sure. You know, I'm still licking my wounds, so to speak, from October 10. That was nasty in the positions that I was in.
Oh, it was so bullish for the start of that. It was like easy trade, but then got completely obliterated. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin's current all-time high was set on October 6th, and then we get October 10. Only 4 days later, it just goes, oof, massive sell-off. That's
The
how
worst part
violent
was I
was.
feel
Yeah.
sorry for people that were trying to jump in and, rectify the problem and try to, buy in and stuff like that. And all these
Oh, I
exchanges were
see.
just crashing.
Yeah, it was a mess. Definitely a mess. And I feel like, okay, if you're still holding longs and all that, that's fine. Like, to each their own. But people have all different types of goals and time frames in mind. That's sweet, but there is no doubt that there'd be a lot of people playing the whole salvage game now, rather than being bullish and optimistic. Now they're just trying to salvage and maybe try and beg for a bit more of a relief bounce so that the loss is not as bad,
Makes them gunshine trigger
as
happy when
severe.
they start to see a dip
Yeah.
and like everybody's bailing. It's all men overboard.
Yeah, it's definitely knocked the wind out of the sails of crypto, I feel, that October 10. And yeah, the momentum's definitely not there. This is not a fresh, young bull market with all the world in front of it, in my opinion. If you're talking cycles, like, yeah, dude, this one's long in the tooth. And it does feel like it is rolling over. For me to like shift back to optimistic and excited for new highs, Bitcoin has to do a lot of work. Now it's not only like let alone like 110 and 120K. It now has to get 100K back under its belt, which seems, I guess it's only $5,000 up, but still, there's so many opportunities for it to just do another lower high. and start, start shifting. But from a really long-term crypto perspective, like I'm talking decades or the next 4 to 8 years, whatever, a bear market is a bullish event in my eyes. Like a bull will look forward to the bear to buy it because they are bullish for the future. So it's no problem. It just extends your profit taking ideas, it delays them by 12 months or 3 years, whatever. But
Just going to blame it on Australia.
yeah,
You guys start every single day off first, so it's all up to you. We just follow your lead.
we are early. Yeah, so you guys should all listen to me. Just kidding. Yeah, could you imagine if that's actually how it worked? That'd be great. I wouldn't be able to
Always
make
get
money, but you
liquidated a
guys
day
would.
before it pumps. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys would make money. I wouldn't make money because no one's ahead of me telling me what the future holds.
You'd be the market maker for the day. You'd set the
Well,
pace.
yeah, I'd be getting you guys to do the trades in the past for me because I can see the future.
Mhm.
Like, hey, I'm gonna send $1,000 back to America, back to the past.
You'd be the rabbit out in front of the race. We're just chasing you.
Yeah. But yeah, if we start to lose certain levels, you just wait, man. Every time, every bear market, the narratives start coming out to back the price action. That they all harmonize with the price action. And whether it's like real world events that are actually causing it or contributing to it or are a result of it. Last time it was Terra Luna, Celsius, 3hours Capital, FTX, like all these things started falling apart, which kind of fueled the bear market. It's kind of like a snowball effect in a way. But it's like, okay, I wonder what narratives come out of this one when it comes, it inevitably comes, Not trying to call things yet. Maybe it's still too early to call things, but it's certainly looking like
There'll
it's
be an
rolling
end.
over.
There'll be an end eventually to it, and it'll just roll back over. But it's part of
Yeah.
making Bitcoin just a stronger commodity. I think if you want to call it a commodity, but just a strong.
Yeah.
It's a maturing market, and all these whales, all these people that were been in for 10, 12 years, they finally are able to take
Yeah.
nice chunks of profit without crashing the whole damn coin. They can, if they did that before, they would have really hurt it. So we keep building
Yep.
it up, and they just keep gobbling, taking their profits. So it's just part of the
Yep.
maturation process, and it'll be fine long
Mhm.
run. We just got to be ready for once it goes
Yeah.
down, and figure out where that low is, and then just start spot bagging it to death and on the
Yeah,
way up.
building again. I'm
Well,
looking
three
forward
years
to the
three years
building.
ago, 3 years ago,
Mhm.
the all-time high they were calling between 112 and 120. So we did better than expected.
Oh yeah, slightly better. Yeah, $6,000 better than the 120. Yeah, for sure. Who was calling that? You were saying they were calling?
Oh, just everywhere. This was like
Just in
predictions of the
general.
top of the market, just general. Yeah, this was
Okay.
even prior to ETF launches and stuff. It was pretty much
Yeah,
consensus that like 120 would be the higher end.
sure.
I
Yeah,
should pull
almost.
from actual calls, but that was the consensus back then.
Yeah, not quite a doubling of the old all-time high, because 69K was the old all-time high. What's that? 138,000 if it doubled the previous all-time high. See, in reflection, last bull market hitting 69,000 was a tripling of the old all-time high of 20. So, or more than a tripling. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, this one, when you're talking about, that's just the nature of percentages, right? to expect a tripling again it doesn't really work that way.
As the market
That
cap
would
gets bigger, yeah.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, the ship gets
Pretty
bigger.
different.
It takes longer to turn around. Yes. I like the analogy of a jet ski and then a Titanic boat, you know. Like which one can turn on a dime and do all these wacky moves and crazy. Yeah, obviously a jet ski. You can't do that in the Titanic. It takes probably like half an hour to turn around 180 degrees or something. I don't know. Or whatever. Well, yeah, if we're gonna bear market, if I can put a wish out there, what I hope it does is that it goes down as low as possible because I want to buy it for as cheap as possible because I want as much as I can get. As I'm sure
19K,
anyone else
19K,
wants that.
19K.
Oh, dude,
Come on.
dude, 19 would be great. I could be like a whole coiner. I think I could manage that. Provided enough time in the bear market. Like, yeah, dude, if it goes to 19, that'd be pretty awesome. I suppose it would depend how many things break in the process, you know. Maybe some leverage exchanges go down, like someone's, you know, doing some shady activities like SBF was with FTX. Or maybe there's some big projects that we all have a lot of faith in, but they do the Cadena, I think was one, KDA. The team's like, yeah, look, we've had enough, we're walking away. And it just goes to the floor. Crazy. That's wild that happened. The project just fully stopped and ended. Kind of makes you wonder like how much they walked away with, how much money before they made that announcement.
Bags.
Oh yeah, dude. I would imagine they'd be very happily stacked, pockets lined. Oh yeah, by the way, community, we're out. We're done. Sorry about that. Well, it's good to hear your voice fly. Is it getting
Yeah,
hot
same,
where
mate.
you are? Oh, mate.
This week's still a bit cool, 20 max, but looks like
Oh,
Saturday. Next week's going to be
nice.
heating up. I think Saturday 25 and then to low
Yeah.
30s.
We've already
I
had
don't
like
know.
high 30s in Brisbane. It's been pretty bad. Hey, mate. Good, thanks. Well, got a customer. I'm at work right now. It's a bit naughty being on Discord while I'm working. All right, 1 second.
whoever dumped his Bitcoin, taking this as a rescue ship, whoever just dumped 60 Bitcoin on market, while Legacy is breaking out a beautiful inverted head and shoulder to the upside, I don't understand. But anyway, we're getting some rescue ships on the small time frames. You got ETH at golden area of the weekend. Bitcoin is even trading a bit above it now. But of course, if we flip from higher, there's a lot to go until we reach golden. Maybe we can get a 50% retrace upward of the down moves that started at 108. That could be a nice rescue boat. And I'm not. I don't think the low is in, but doesn't really matter. We're not on index leverage, I guess. Because yeah, with futures pumping, tomorrow they might come back down. But it looks like we're headed to a green Monday on Legacy. And that brings it to 99k, somewhere there. Well, that 200 MA on the weekly, daily, weekly, well, no, weekly, yeah. Well, 50 on the weekly. The 200 on the weekly is like at 60k, no, 70k, somewhere there. 67k, yeah. 200 EMA is at 67k.
going on, family? Got back from eating way too much. Brain.
The small time frames at least could hit a bit a lower high, but
That's the smallest third or fourth quarter candle we've ever had, right? Ever since we had a liquid market.
oh, you're looking at the yearly?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that thing is buggles me a bit because it turned red. Dbloc, it was red earlier. It was really red.
Mm-hmm.
That's not supposed to happen. It's one red, three green, one red, three green. But it looks like the people are anticipating the end of the bull run more and more now. Because look at the size of that last green before the red. It's like smaller and smaller, and well, this year's is gonna be barely green. I think it's gonna close green.
I
But
only
if it
need
doesn't,
I only need half of this candle to get my extension targets.
to 150, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
But we had yearly open, so the problem right now is to not make it red. It's not really for it to go red, green, but yeah. let's go. There's a month and a half left, which isn't much for the yearly chart, right? Also, it's middle of November, like mid-month. I don't know, sometimes things shift in the middle of a month.
You know how we ignore like the first 5 minutes or 10 minutes of an hourly candle? It's like ignoring the first week of a yearly candle.
Oh. But if that candle ends up red, people who say the cycle is broken will have a point. Now, maybe it's only because we pumped a lot in 23, 24 that 25 ends up being like, it doesn't mean we the cycle. For me, it doesn't mean there's no cycle, but still, just simple stuff. 3 green, 1 red, 3 green, 1 red. We have to follow that. Because halving will happen in April 27, right? Or whatever the color of this candle is. Halving is in April 27.
No, I mean it would be difficult. You're trading on a 12-month time frame. It's like, you know.
Yeah, no, it's just a fun fact I noticed while I thought about the yearly candle stuff. Because it's soon Christmas, New Year, and I remember watching the yearly last year, and wow, that was a nice candle to close the year. And most of the pump was towards the end of the year anyway. Last year.
Yeah, last year the last yearly
Yeah,
candle
we
was
pumped like
massive.
yeah, but most of it was the last month, right? Because we pumped into elections and Trump being elected and all, and November, December were like bullish months last year.
When you take it off a log, it's really deceiving. You take it off a log, it looks like we had the best bull market Bitcoin's ever had.
Yeah.
Like, well, of course it's topping out. Duh, it's an indecision candle after the most massive bull run you've ever had. Like not quite. Not by a long shot. Now, what you're seeing with this curve, guys, because people in YouTube were saying that isn't this curve worrying? What you're seeing is the beginning of an adoption S curve. Right, this is the S curve for adoption that you hear people speak of. And it's called the S curve because it basically does that. Another good example would be USDT dominance. Right, USDT dominance, if you follow the trend, sends that shit to zero. Right, but it's in the middle of an S curve.
You know that Bitcoin's daily close, it managed to stay above gold and all weekend too.
The 94K one?
Yeah, 94.2. It stayed above it. I just noticed. I don't know if that counts as holding
I don't
it.
want to say maybe this is it because I think it's just gonna put on a high again, but you know, maybe this is it for like 24 hours. Or in a bear trap weekend scenario, possibly. know what? We saw buys at the bottom. Like at the bottom of this, you had big market buys. That's rare. Well, suspiciously rare, I guess.
What's rare is freaking fear and greed going from 10 to 14. Like, what the hell is that about?
Because Bitcoin pumped by the daily close.
The 10 to 14 is crazy. We had another red day that was supposed to be dialed in today. We should have gone to double.
Cash,
I mean, we should have gone to single digits.
Maybe it updated because it was green. I fell asleep throughout the day and I woke up to red. It was looking green.
See what tomorrow's print looks like, I guess.
But then when CME opened, there we had a massive sell at the bottom. So it solves the issue of crypto traders bought the dip before Legacy sold the dip. But it's fair because they had the same opportunity to buy 93 as we did. I guess it's fair play. There's some bank interest too. 92 300, 92 200, so a little bit above 92. There's probably big orders that are gonna appear there when we get there.
I'm long, but I'm crazy.
Did you see where they're trying to tie Satoshi and Bitcoin to Epstein through the emails?
Makes sense now that we're down at 90K, yeah.
Well, this actually came out yesterday, late last night. I was seeing if you caught up to it or not.
Satoshi's Epstein. Spread the Fed so we get cheaper Bitcoin.
AVAX is having a nice little pump off that bottom.
Yeah. Yeah. The hard part was not pumping. The hard part was waiting for the touch, right? But yeah. Well, I mean, it's down a lot too, right? But yeah, no, the hard part was waiting for it to put a lower low. Below April wick. So that's all you had to do. And now it's about telling a dead cat bounce, right? So I don't know. I think it can go a bit higher though. Let's be greedy. But it's already enough to pull out on high leverage. I think it can reverse the whole down move that started in March 2024. It's been 18 months down, you know. Like it's not like they're going down recently. These coins have been going down for 18 months now. A lot of them, like yeah, they've been going down since March 2024. So overall, 18 months. I mean, we have a few hiccups to sell, but the hiccups only gave you lower highs. So the trend is really down since March 2024, and I guess it could continue for years. There's no, I mean, there's no reason to. It doesn't have to reverse, right? But if it does reverse, this price point is a good area to catch it, yeah, on any coin that made a lower low than April. Yeah. Oh, it's very risky because most likely it won't reverse. But if it does, you got a very early entry, and bulls are gonna join you later. We'll hear bullish news about these coins. They'll all fight for being adopted or partnershiped or whatever. They'll all become AI. But all of that happens like once you're above $25, or yeah, it's not gonna happen soon. And you know, we're at the June 2022 dip. Like it's close to bear market bottom, AVAX. You know? If it divides by 2, it gives you a new bear market bottom. If it multiplies by 2, it gives you a good exit. It's like in the middle. That's why I chose it. It's a bit in the middle. Like it's not already putting bear market bottoms like Atom or ICP did, but it's kind of low enough to be at the bear market structure of last time, 2022 lows. Yeah, it's like in the middle. It's not a dead coin, but it's a dying coin. So, but it's not dead yet. It'll be dead if it can't hold above 8. Which a lot of coins are currently. Cardano, similar move, wicked below 50 cent. It's a bit like Doge below 16, I guess. Like important line on the macro. Yeah, Cardano is below 50 cent right now. Now I know it's not time to buy alts and all, but man, they're kind of cheap. Maybe they'll get much cheaper. But that's why it's only on leverage, no back holding. It's a plus, and we'll see what happens. Well, 90% probability it'll get stopped out in the coming months. But who knows? There's like a little chance it doesn't get stopped out, and I won't TP before we hit golden of a down move. With the confirmed bear market, maybe I can TP a bit sooner than typical, but still that's like 70 cent on Cardano. Even if you TP sooner than typical, it just doesn't make sense to short these coins at these levels. Or to sell them at these levels. And then you have alts where you're still way in profit, right? Stuff like BNB, stuff like Mental. There's an argument to dump your coins because Bitcoin will probably start a bear market because there's enough profits to pull out. Still, it's as simple as that. They haven't even activated macro bearish setups, right? Like we're still above the previous all-time high on BNB. Kinda the case on Mental too. Well, Zcash is just flying. Like there are some coins that are where there's still a lot of profits to take potentially. But even Solana, it's not below 120, so there's still like you closer to all-time highs than to bear market bottoms, right? So there are still profits to take on these charts. Some of these charts. Well, ETH, I guess, 3,180. Yeah, it's kind of still high too.
It almost feels like it's a setup for whatever's to come. Because there are, like you said, there's some coins that are like even Litecoin still holding close to 100.
Yeah.
It's a
No,
setup.
honestly,
Like if we do get a rally, like these will be the coins that will be the focus. Like some of these other ones, like Sui's just gotten beat up. Even Solana got beat up pretty hard here. I feel like it should be at least 160. 160 should have held.
for me, whatever's beaten up is the one that gives you the best bounce, if it bounces, of course, and because people see that as traders, right? Like Litecoin is a bit like the other coins I mentioned earlier. I forgot which one was it called. It's a bit like not Cardano, but a bit like AVAX, right? It's not at bear market bottoms, which is like $40, and it's not at all-time highs either. You're like in the middle of something, right? So you're not getting a great sell here because you're not at 140 or 120. But it's still decent, right? It's in the middle, and you're not getting a great buy either, because when it dipped on the 10th, it reached $70. Like nothing too macro good got broken either. It's still a bit in an uptrend that started at the same time as Bitcoin in 2022, and well, you recently failed to put a new all-time high, but if you're in profit on Litecoin, potentially. With a bear market incoming, there are still profits to be taken out, right? Like, it has dumping potential because you'll have people who can still sell in profit. While when you look at other charts, when people just capitulated, like I mean, I get it, it's always better to sell and get something back than let it go to zero. But when you look at a chart like Aptos, everybody's in a loss right now. So who's going to, yeah, it can drop another 99%, um, but like I don't see what difference it makes because you only have bag holders anyway. And maybe the guys that did the IPO and so those who bought at $1 on 1010. I mean, there might be some people on profit, of course, but so for me, the coins that are where everybody is in a loss, they're the ones who can like spike up, and then they'll get destroyed down because people will pull out whatever profit they can. But because everybody is in a loss in them, but they can more easily spike up. This did it too, by the way, right? It had a push to 3.5. It just wasn't spectacular like Filecoin or ICP. But it failed to break, well, to reclaim previous bear market bottom. All season during Bitcoin down move. It's odd. But I think that's what's happening. Matic also completely off narrative at the moment. Maybe it will never come to Matic again. But there aren't that many people who can TP Matic here. So it's at, well, it's as low as it's been, except when it got launched before the 21 bull run. So that might be still people who can dump Matic at these levels and get some decent amount of money back. But it's back at April dip. And in April, it pumped from 15 to 30 cents. Now it's back down at 15. Well, there's a little chance it acts as support. Actually, it's not that little. It's just support. But yeah, Litecoin is pretty impressive here, right? Still around $100. You have any?
No, I had some spots, but I'm just in a long lower.
You know, the dead cat bounce was to $250 on Litecoin last cycle. So yeah, it bounced back up to like above $200. So here, imagine just a dead cat bounce scenario, right? How high could altcoins go? Because Bitcoin eventually is gonna bottom and go up. Now, maybe it's not here, maybe it's more like at 85K, right? But at the current rate of decline of these alts, it seems like they're gonna start. Well, something like Litecoin might start from $80 again, right? Like you could see Litecoin at only $80 and not much lower, while Bitcoin, makes again a lower low, let's say to 90K, and then when Bitcoin does its dead cat bounce up to like 105, or let's say at least shy of, well, we'd need to see 100K to make people really bullish again, right? To put a trap a bit. Then FOMO into alts in December. That kind of makes sense, yeah. So I don't know if not going into alts right now is really the best risk appetite. They've proven it this weekend. They dropped less than Bitcoin on average. If that changes, then stop loss. Yeah, ETH should already have gone down to 2,800 this weekend if we were in if people didn't hold to their alts. It seems like they're holding to their alts. Because there's still profits to pull out on ETH. Yeah. We saw Bitcoin put lower lows while ETH holded there. Now maybe that's the trap. Or maybe it's a bit on purpose. But still, it didn't go down to the next level. It holded the previous low, roughly. Made a tiny lower low, but like we could even skip the whole Bitcoin all-time high part, right? It wouldn't be that crazy that ETH goes back to like 4K. Now it's not all-time high, right? It's just 4K, but I could see ETH find support either here or a bit lower, around 2,800, and then go back up to 4K. While Bitcoin kind of underperforms, and maybe you'd get maybe you'd get 110 or 105 while that happens. Maybe even lower than that. In Christmas, December, with a bit of good mood in the air.
That's what I think is going to happen personally. I mean, I don't know. I'm not really shooting for a new Bitcoin all-time high.
It could be all very wrong. We could also see ETH at 2K while Bitcoin is still hanging around 100,000. Right? Yeah, that could happen too. But it seems less likely though, because of how low it relatively still is on the pair. But it's odd because everybody's still piling on Zcash, right? When you look at Zcash BTC, yeah, that's not low anymore on the. Well, actually, but there's still room before all-time highs on the Bitcoin pair. Could still do a 2x, I guess. Yeah, but you're looking at like 2017, right? But yeah, Zcash BTC has been bleeding ever since Zcash exists. So since 2016, Zcash has been just losing value against Bitcoin. And here, well, it decided to reverse that trend. And oh boy, that was explosive. Well, a bit like ETH that went straight up from 1400 to all-time highs. Yeah, similar stuff, right? This could fail around golden. Well, could fail around golden. And it's very close. And it's a round number. Currently we're at 8 Satoshis. 10 Satoshis would be a bit of a golden area on the pair. Maybe that's when alt season starts. It's when Zcash tops. Around 10,000 Satoshis. Let's profit from Zcash. You'd think it would go back to Bitcoin, right? But it could just cycle to other alts before going back to Bitcoin too, right? Other alts that haven't done much yet. Dbloc, you here? I wondered if you have any guess about the next narrative. Because finding the right alts is kind of important, right? Me, I'm still stuck in last year's narrative.
I'm here. What was that, Zuzi?
Oh, if you had any thoughts about what could be the next narrative, you did predict cats being
Oh,
on
you mean
narrative
from
and
now?
this.
Listen, I'll tell you
Yeah, do you have
exactly.
any?
I'll tell you exactly what the next narrative is. We recover from the next dip. The next narrative is Bitcoin. That's the next narrative.
Really?
The big orange
Oh,
guy.
nah, man. Nah. It has to be among.
I know,
Alts.
but
Bitcoin is always on narrative.
I know, I get it. You just can't get me to talk about alts right now.
All right, okay. I tried. But it
Irresponsible.
never happened to have Dino coins pump, like, but
I mean, we
those
had a
days
bit of a
was.
dino run there. We had a bit of a dino run, which was interesting because that goes into the Bitcoin IPO narrative. Right, there's a narrative going around right now that Bitcoin's in its IPO stage, where it goes public and all the original devs and all the original
Oh, they sell to.
contributors sell off. Like, this is their exit plan. They've made, they've done well. Now liquidity is in here, so they want to diversify, right? Maybe you don't want to be just all 100% in Bitcoin. But that leads to the Dinocoin narrative, right? Listening to that narrative really made me. Only thing that interested me about it is that does make sense when it comes to the Dino coins as well, because this is exactly the type of people who would have a shit ton of Dash, or you know what I mean, like they would
At the
still be
old coins, right?
holding those old coins, yeah.
But they're in a huge loss on the Bitcoin pair still.
Yeah, of course.
But they're getting a spike up to sell, yeah.
But a sell-off of Dino coins would give us the pumping of the Dino doesn't really, because they would be sell-offs that you can't pumps, right? Unless they colluded
They
to
pump to
pump
sell.
first before,
Yeah, they pump it to get the liquidity to sell it.
Can't imagine it's too hard to pump Dash if you really wanted to,
Have you seen a Zcash Bitcoin pair chart?
No, I haven't looked at it actually.
I just opened one because I don't trade Zcash, but since it's on narrative, I figured let's have a look. I
Rocket
should
ship.
check it out. But that thing went down for 10 years, like
Oh,
since
yeah.
2006. so when I look at Matic BTC or I don't know other coins right now, I'm like, wait a second, we can skip 2-3 bull runs before doing something. When you say they all bleed on their Bitcoin pair.
Yeah. I mean, if you have all the money in the world and you don't need to turn that into something else, I guess I don't like to play.
No, it's a terrible idea. No, it's just that imagine, so if you bought Zcash, you had to wait 10 years to get the same value in Bitcoin. Well, to get at least a decent exit. No, probably nobody did that except the ones who have Bitcoin from 2017. Yeah, they might have some dust Zcash left over from those times. And now they became so rich in Bitcoin that they had enough money to pump their old Dino coins, start a party, feed it halfway through, and then just let it go and get the liquidity to exit, right?
It would be nice to get these ETFs accepted and have the hype from acceptance push them a little, even though it wouldn't last long.
During an up move on Bitcoin, yeah, it has to, like, they have to push the bullish narrative during, well, not while Bitcoin just makes lower lows and lower highs.
Nah, you gotta wait for Bitcoin to start recovering and they can start sprinkling good stuff on it.
But at 100K, right? The cycle, yeah, once you're back above 100, that's kind of good time to start coming out with bullish news. Yeah.
It's been a couple hours. We'll take a look at my macro chart in a second. And we'll run through all of my triggers and see where we are exactly. After that weekly close. Man, Zcash could surprise everybody and go to $900 right now.
Well,
Don't
on the
don't
Bitcoin,
underestimate the times when there's one thing that everybody's looking at and nothing else is bullish. Because I'm not in it. I already took my profits on Zcash, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it go to 900. I'll be honest with you. I'm waiting for a retrace.
Arthur Hayes yesterday sold a lot of his bag and put it in Zcash. Like I think it said he sold Uni, ENA, his ETH bag. He sold a bunch of stuff yesterday.
That's pretty big.
And put it in Zcash.
that's nuts, man. Selling stuff that's low and buying stuff that's high. I don't get it.
If what you're trying to do is squeeze as much profit as you can in a short period of time, you might need to do that sometimes. Because
Yeah.
if one thing is moving and the other thing isn't, you know what I mean?
Well, he'll change his mind tomorrow.
Yeah, it could. That's why it's difficult to make those decisions. You got to know what you're doing. All right, so this is the bear market checklist we've been looking at this whole time. Decided to put it in writing. Questions? All right, with today's weekly close, right? This is where we're standing. Yellow path. So we got to take this green path. Green path light. All right. First, the weekly RSI. Right? These are the 7 things I'm watching. This is my mechanical exit to know structurally that we're done. Or before it gets to the structural. Weekly RSI. We've closed the weekly RSI underneath our bull market support level. Right? This has been a metric that I've been watching for a long time, and I do give it a lot of importance. Not deterministic, not enough to pull it just because this happened, but you know, it's a jumbo that we're making. We're making a goulash. So first bearish ingredient, we close that weekly underneath bear market support level. Okay, so that's the first one. For me, all of these have to check, just so you know. Weekly 50 EMA. Right, our weekly 50 EMA has a 2 candle close. Where are we? For me, there needs to be 2 candles closing underneath the 50 weekly EMA to call it, right? So that's still open. And this is one of the more important ones in my opinion. Right? That's still open. Weekly Gaussian channel. Where is the Gaussian channel? Weekly Gaussian channel. Usually once you get a weekly candle in the channel, it's the beginning of the end. We've had some close and pop over, but for the most part, right, you don't want to close a weekly inside of the Gaussian. That's right there. So weekly Gaussian channel, halfway through the, just like there's 2 weeks for the weekly, for the Gaussian channel, you don't want to close inside, and the break of the midline on the Gaussian channel gives you your confirmation. So weekly Gaussian channel still needs a week to confirm. Logarithmic uptrend. Our logarithmic uptrend's already broken, right? From our top blow off section. So this we can check off. Bull market support band. Bull market support band on the weekly with the break of the 50 would be the confirmation, but we haven't gotten the weekly yet, right? So this is still open, right? We broke it here, but we held the 50 on both, even though we wicked under. So we have to wait for one more weekly candle for that. Ichimoku on the 2 week. We don't want to close. We don't want to close underneath the baseline on the Ichimoku, this red line, right? Traditionally, closing underneath that gives you the start to your bear market. But it's a 2 week chart, right? So that means we've got 6 days and 21 hours. We'll get this signal before the next weekly close. This closing under is our first warning that the 50 EMA is probably going to close underneath the 50. Right? But as of right now, like I said, we've had wicks underneath before, so we have to wait for that 2 week candle to close. That means that that metric is still open. And 4-year cycle timing. We turn on our 4-year indicator. 4-year cycle timing, we've already gotten to the end. So as far as 4-year cycle timing goes, that to check. Right, so that's where I stand right now. 3 out of the 4 indicators are screaming bear. If we closed our weekly candles right now, if nothing changed, then we close the weekly candle and the 2 weekly candle right now, everything would be checked. Just to give you some importance on what this next weekly candle close, how important it's going to be. If it closed right now, we would have 7 checks all the way down. That's where my head's at. Makes sense?
Now, if all of that checks next week, it doesn't mean that Bitcoin can't go up, right? It just means that instead of looking for a new all-time high to sell, you'd look for a lower high to sell, right?
Yeah, okay, exactly. Right? Let's say next week closes and everything checks. Then what? Do we sell immediately? Right? Do we just panic out? Or do we de-risk? Me personally, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Any alt positions that look weak are getting rolled into Bitcoin. Bitcoin stop losses are getting rolled up tight. And I'm keeping dry powder liquid. Right? I've already bought in. I bought in at 10, 14. Tomorrow, if we get another print underneath 10 on fear and greed, I'll buy again. I can't tell anybody what to do. I'm nobody's dad. But we've been dropping for a minute already. Right? And if we come back and look at some of the things we've been looking at, like the fact that
Yeah, but it's only been 6 weeks. So.
So if we go back and we look at some of the things that we've been looking at, like this last month of price action, right? We're at the bottom of this downtrend already. Not saying that it can't go lower, but what I'm saying is we've dropped without any relief. And we know that a large reason that we've dropped is that the government was shut down. And we know that the government is now open. So these are all things that you have to take in consideration when you think, if I'm going to take profits on that weekly close, how much am I going to take? What am I going to take it out of? What positions am I going to close completely? Which positions am I going to go defensive on? You get what I mean? Like there's decisions that need to be made there. No, listen, I didn't get shit for Father's Day. So that tells me that I'm nobody's daddy. You're not going to come after me for child support. I already see you plotting in YouTube chat.
We're getting a bearish retest, no, on ETH here. What's ETH doing? It's above gold. Seems, well, yeah, if it's above golden now, maybe we can continue pumping actually. Hmm.
Need some aggression here. Come on.
Ah, no. It's gonna backfire and we'll end up at 93k in a heartbeat. No, keep your calm. Let's continue steadily climbing. Make like ascending triangles. Make good patterns and all. Don't just go straight up. Look, we had to pay for that straight up part with this down move. Back in April, we pumped straight up. So then you end up going straight down without giving really much ups and downs. Now we didn't go straight down, right? We had some ranges and all, but still. People are missing like 50,000 Bitcoin. They gave it to their exchange. Yeah, if they start buying back, well, things can happen pretty quickly.
I'm all in. Let's go.
Yo, happy
What's up,
birthday,
Drew?
Donkey.
What up?
The big 40. What's going on, Drew?
What's going on, man? I've just been MIA a little bit. Got back. I'm like, nah, it's been bleeding. I didn't even have like a signal a lot of these times. Just like barely had a signal. I was doing just like a lot of Twitter stuff. But yeah, man, it's been bleeding. But I I'm still in. I'm buying more on these dips.
Hey, Doge is holding 16 cent, even though
Yeah.
Bitcoin lost 100K and all.
Yeah, I still held my Doge position. I bought some more.
So you get a dip to buy for your birthday. Dbloc gets a pump to sell for his birthday. Interesting.
A little one, shit. I would like more. It's very lackluster as far as my birthdays go.
Yeah, this year was disappointing, but
you know, at least I did get an exit out of it. Sometimes it's not what you make; it's what you can keep, right?
yeah, what you don't.
It's not my birthday. I don't know why you guys saying happy birthday to me. I mean, I'm a
Nah. It's somebody in YouTube chat. Donkey
okay.
Dan.
Happy birthday, Donkey Dang.
I really thought it was your birthday, Drew.
Yeah, I'm in, Mats.
But yeah, I think Arthur Hayes sold some more of his positions, so I think that's pretty bullish. He's been getting shook out left and right.
He sold this position to buy Zcash.
Yeah,
that can't be a good plan, man. The thing is pumped up. Even if it does
Terrible.
another 2x, whatever he sold might more easily do a 2x.
Well, I think he might have got paid to do something like some kind of I don't know, undisclosed business deal for him to make a move like that for Zcash. Zcash has a very interesting marketing strategy. I mean, they go guerrilla style. They'll do anything.
Yeah, I don't know. He sold off his alts and he put them all into the one alt that has any sort of life in it. It's not that crazy.
I mean, that's kind of reckless, I'd say. Unless that would be reckless.
He's definitely trying to make something happen. That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but unless he had some kind of confirmation from someone inside of Zcash, and I think he has a little bit of insides there, and probably had some kind of deal for him to make that happen too.
Rajesh, if you're in the camp that we had a trap short this week, right? Me, as far as I'm concerned, our weekend trap looked like this. But I have seen an argument to say that the weekend trap looked like that, and that this was really a type 2 trap with the trap right underneath, whatever. To me, it doesn't matter. Either way, we cleared that. Right? I guess we'll know if we make a new low into Monday and bottom on Monday, then we could say, okay, it's a false move down. But I don't like to call it when it's that close. That might as well be a type 3 trap for me.
What does the type of the trap change?
It's just the
Like,
distance away,
from
away from the range that the longs and shorts are trapped. So it makes it more difficult to determine whether a move is false or whether it's just a breakdown. It's really the higher level nerd shit. It doesn't make that huge of a difference. It just makes it either easier or harder to follow the cycle for the week.
That stonks crypto that got rugged. Well, not rugged actually. I can't use the word rugged because the liquidity's still there. But one of the devs sold, I think, his wallet and a few other bundled wallets, and it dropped all the way back down to like 200K, like 85, 90% drop. You never know though. It's like now it's at like $200,000. I'm looking at it like,
Good, bro. You need to go. Have you tried sports betting? You
oh
might
no, I'm
just
saying just for fun.
Oh,
Now these
okay.
things are fun. I wouldn't throw like the sink at it or
Yeah,
anything, but just like after something gets slaughtered like that, and you see a few Twitter spaces, like everyone's like, "Come on, guys, we can revive this." There's usually a little bounce, I'm not saying like to definitely not marry that shit, but stonks, it was pretty big. Like Elon, when he was saying that word stonks a little bit, it pumped with that a lot and some bullshit like that. But whatever.
I wouldn't be surprised if the devs still have like half of their bags are still trying to sell right now.
Goal for this next week, guys, by the way, is get and stay above that yellow line. Unless you're just ready to go on vacation with the family and unplug for a couple months.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to snow a little bit, and I'm gonna unplug once it starts snowing.
Bro, my indicator just flashed, man. Sorto has no more money. We are going up now, hopefully.
Yeah, we're going up. Let's do it. I'm ready.
It's been like 3 hours of up. Bitcoin can't go
That's
up
a
more than 3 hours anymore.
that's
Do
a
you think
Buddha.
Sato's out of money?
Impossible.
Yeah, he got liquidated again, and there's no more trade. Like, there's no trade on his.
He'll be back. Give
So
him like 30 minutes.
I waited 4 hours, 2 hours, I think. I think the leverage is all out now, or it's still there.
All the old leverage is gone, but degens are gonna degen. It's been very impressive how hard bulls have jumped right back into leverage after 10-10.
You have to.
And
Necessarily.
Hey, wait, you know
You
that
have
loss
to.
trade you don't take? Like, it's, I don't know, it's paramount to
Li-
take it.
li- Live by the sword, die by the sword type thing.
But yo, if it's
No.
only just you're saying it's already been going 3 hours up. I mean, 3 hours is nothing right now. We're still, we're still below a lot of people's expected 98K right now. So, we did a pivot point, and I think on the macro we haven't gone up. If you zoom out on a higher time frame, we're still basically on the pivot point right now.
Yeah, no, I'm just joking, Drew.
Oh, okay. I thought you were being for real.
Well, but it tends to not go up very long, yeah.
Yeah, 3 hours up is kind of a miracle. It normally lasts 2 and then dies.
The fact that it's even moving is a miracle. Much less that it's moved in the same direction for 3 hours. I mean, we were sideways for so long. Literally wasted 24 hours yesterday. We had a good 48 hours to make that move. And for 24 hours, we sat there and did absolutely nothing.
Volume is dead currently, though. The price is pumping, but there's really not much happening. It's not like there's a ladder attack. It's not like there's a big buyer
No, you're
whales
just taking out
fighting
licks.
or anything. It's just
The whales are always fighting Lucy.
No, not right now. They lost. I mean, they won the last battle at 93, but they lost all their battles above. Right? No, there's no whale activity right now. Yeah, it's a liquidation party, market maker moving price to liquidate people.
Yeah, but they're the way I look at it, the whales are always fighting each other.
You're definitely right, but I think today's battle is over. Like, we'll have to wait a bit before the next one. Well, if price pumps enough, it'll appear.
The bull bear battle was keeping it from closing above the weekly. People are exhausted right now. That was a hardcore fight. Bears put up an amazing fight, and market maker could not overwhelm them.
Last week, Bulls won, right? But this week, Bears won. So it's 1-1.
And next week we got $10 trillion coming in the ecosystem.
Remember, every time we're looking for a macro close to keep things bullish, the whole opposite team is trying to do everything they can to keep that from happening.
I mean, we're going to see probably 25% of Americans heating their homes with their Bitcoin miners this winter. So let's go.
Be burning furniture.
Maybe not 20%, but there's going to be a lot of, you know,
Gonna be
there's going to be a lot
burning
of Bitcoin
furniture
miners.
in the bathtubs.
That's actually a good idea, eco-friendly.
Excuse me.
Use the heat generated by Bitcoin mining to heat up homes instead of just throwing it away.
Of course,
I've seen mining setups with ducts into the heating, like with exhaust ducts into the house, you know, into the actual central heating for the house.
It's about the farms, right? Those big mining farms, like if they could export their heat to the homes
Oh, yeah.
in the surroundings.
Well, look, K33, that's one of the biggest farms. I mean, it's not one, there's much bigger ones, but that one's just like, let's say, modest sized one. It generates 100 terawatts of heat annually, and that's could heat all of Finland, basically, like a small country in Europe. You can heat with that amount of energy. So it's definitely something that people should start taking in consideration, or businesses should take in consideration.
Finland's not a real place.
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
I'm only half kidding, but if there's anybody from Finland here, then say I. I thought so.
There's companies, they already came out with these like space heaters that actually double as a Bitcoin mining rigs. They're like $1,000 or $900. So you can get those, and they're actual heaters that have Bitcoin miners in there. So I think a lot of people are going to be. I'm thinking of getting one too. Forget the name of it though. It's like some cool name too. Heat Trio or something like that.
Nah, doggy, you've been somewhere, and when you got there, they told you were in Finland. If you think Finland is real, you guys probably still think the Earth is real. Let me stop. I'm completely talking shit, y'all. Anybody that's new probably thinks I'm serious. I'm totally talking shit.
The weekly close changed you.
Gone off the deep end. Now, Australia used to be my fake country. Like, just the troll would be like, Australia's not real. And then we met Nick and Rick.
Yeah, I'm not real.
Who was the other one? There was like 4 people.
Rick
and then
Fly.
now we just like saying that you guys are in on it. Like, yeah, of course. I know. Likely story. Nah, I'm completely talking shit, Dougie. I've been around the world. Nah, yeah.
I can't find my baby.
If you believed in flat Earth, my respect for you would drop by about 50%.
I don't know about you guys, man, but Vitalik, man, he was on stage in Argentina, man. He was looking like the Terminator. He had his shades on.
Vitalik?
He was ready to go. He's cyberpunking it. He's saying, yo, these wallets are super secure.
Is he still with his girl?
You guys can do all the dirt you want to do. Like, he's bullish.
You sound like a WWE announcer. I thought you were about to say, and here he is. Fireworks and pyrotechnics and shit go off. Is he still with Shorty? No, right? He's single. He's back on the prowl.
I've seen him. Dude, I've seen him with like 3 different shorties the last few weeks, and like Argentina with some other shorty. He's got game.
He's good then. But we didn't like Vitalik when he got wifed up, though. It got weird.
He got spunk in his step right now, and he's wearing his shades on stage, man. He was cyberpunking it. There's a conference in Argentina. There's a lot of people down there.
Yo, are you serious, James? I gotta see that. That's funny as shit. It's not like something I made up. For some reason, that's like a stupid tin hat theory that floats around. Probably came out of 4chan or something. That Australia is not a real place.
Well, odd day. Wall Street coming to our rescue. Well, anyway, trade safe, everybody.
Take it easy, Jesus.
Yeah, remember you were talking about 67 the other day and like how kids are just going crazy
6-7.
for yeah. Yeah, I was like, yeah, there's gonna be a 6-7 that comes out, and it came out.
Oh
And,
yeah, there's been a couple derivatives already. All that
and it's
brain
been out.
rot shit, bro. Anything that comes out of that brain rot culture
Yeah,
is just goes straight meme.
because it's the one that ran was the one that they already made back in September 2025, this year in September, and whatever ran up to like, I guess 4 or 5 at first, like in November ran up to 4 million, but now it's got up to 20 million. I think it's trending #1 or something on Deck Screener. Yeah, it's still trending #1.
It's so funny to see shit like that hit everywhere all at once because of the internet. You know what I mean? Like before, little stupid shit like that would catch on in like your city, and then maybe it would spread through like some sort of actor, a rapper, a ball player, and then eventually everybody would, you know. But to see these real life memes, right? What we're talking about is a real life meme, a real life emote. Like people are emoting in public. I
I
saw a
still don't know what it means,
basketball.
but I'm like, whatever.
I saw it's just from a song. It's from a song that ended up being in a TikTok dance. And the dude in the song was like 6'7", and 6'7" is a gang. It was like his ops gang. Well, not at the time, wasn't his ops, but it's like a real gang that's in the middle of like a bloody gang war right now. And you got all these kids talk about 6'7", 6'7". But the song became a Twitter thing. I mean, a TikTok thing for like a little dance, and then who was it? One of these ball players. I can't remember his name, but they started making memes with him about it because he's 6'7". And it just hit. It's just one of those things that became something else.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's so stupid that it just went loose.
Do you remember when you were a kid and you would do shit and adults had no idea and how cool that was?
Yeah,
They're like you and your homeboys or your friends knew something and your parents just looked at you like you were. It's all the same shit, bro. It means absolutely nothing. Kids just use it as a hi and goodbye now. Like they'll just end sentences with it and walk away, and just have you sitting there like, what? Excuse me. Teachers have it the worst. If there's any teachers here, I already know what you're going through. Yeah, it started with the brain rot, the whole skibbity toilet shit. It's funny to like our slang was meant to disguise what we were saying from our parents. Right? If you talk about weed, you called it something else.
or for the cops when this guy didn't.
Yeah, right. It was like it's meant to like have a language with your own age class that older people couldn't. With this generation though, it's funny as hell that we keep trying to figure this shit out and they're literally just hitting us with all types of shit. Like, and it started with that skibbity thing. And yeah, it's just like idiocracy. A couple of generations of that, filter it down, and it's gonna be like you're not gonna know what anybody's saying. Yeah,
Skibbity sounds like something you could catch, man. At like,
it's a cartoon, bro. It's one of those like, it's almost like Adult Swim, where it's a card that just makes no sense. But that's, I guess, what's funny to them about it, that there's it just literally makes no sense. And then a lot of the shit comes from streamer culture too. Brain rot, bro. It's just internet brain rot. Because the funny thing is that you don't ever go outside and see somebody doing this shit outside. Like they're doing it because they saw it on the internet. You get what I mean? It's like internet memes and emotes coming into real life instead of real life turning into like internet memes. Like we're used to somebody doing something in real life and the shit being funny, getting put on video, and then it becomes like this big meme. Now these memes are just coming out of internet culture and then becoming things that people do in real life.
Yo, check this. Do you think this was a good business move? So Justin Bieber sells his catalog for 200 mil, and then gets this warehouse and just like hooks it up. It's like a kid's, dream. Like it's kind of like Michael Jackson's Neverland or something like that. He's got like skateboard parks in there, all types of stuff. It's just like a big warehouse. And he's doing a Twitch right now, and he's got it set up with like super dope camera
Streaming is
angles. Like
where it's
everyone
at,
might.
bro.
What's that?
Streaming is where it's at.
Yeah, and I was just wondering. I was like, yo, that might have been even though he didn't get. I was like, yo, only 200 milli for Justin, like all his whole catalog. I would imagine he would have got at least half the billion.
He got robbed. He got robbed for that. Now the question is, how much of it did he actually own? He might have only owned a percentage, and it was some sort of like
And I
group
still,
deal.
he kept.
Because I'm
He kept
pretty sure
perform. I
he
think
got screwed when he was young.
Well,
just gonna
I think he
assume.
still gets performance rights because now he got a gig for Coachella. He's only doing like one gig, and he's like, I think he's got for some maybe like 10 or
I don't
20,
know,
maybe
man.
$30 million gig.
I've seen a couple artists do it where they'll sell off the catalog, and then fund it for their new music. I don't know, bro. Like I said, there has to be an exit plan at some point, and if the shows aren't there, unless you want to just keep waiting month after month for the money to trickle in from streams, and sometimes you just want to cash out.
Yeah, I think it was smart, even though he got robbed for his catalog. As long as he got performance rights and he takes advantage of that, then it's good. But he got robbed. But the Twitch thing he set up is pretty dope.
So 6ix9ine, let me tell you how big this streamer shit is right now. 6ix9ine finally managed to get another contract. But in his contract, it specifically says that he needs to stream, and he has to stream for a certain amount of hours a week. Like they're starting to put this into music contracts.
Yeah, it makes sense, right?
People need to feel like they know you. You know what I mean? Like he could sell off his Bieber could sell off his contract, use that money to, like you said, fix his shit up, have some money to ball out, have a stream, then stream himself recording a whole new album independent. And as long as he's got 5-10 million followers, he's gonna get, and he's gonna make more money independent than he would off of that, little piece that he got off of the record companies. 100% of an album is a lot more than 5% or whatever you're getting through your deal. Or even if you're getting 50%, but you've got to recoup, like the record company has to recoup before you see a penny.
But yeah, I think like these, the big streamers, it's gonna be more of like a almost Big Brother vibe everywhere. Like we'll see like a lot of these huge houses are just like with big setups, with like 20 cameras everywhere, and just done right. I'll be right back.
Wait, some of these streamers, they're definitely making more than these rappers, but they're making more than
1000%
NBA players, dude.
Listen, some of these streamers have a bigger daily audience than network shows, than network TV shows. Daily audience. There's a lot of them, bro. It's not even the top guys. Those guys are ridiculously wealthy. But there's a lot that are sitting with 10K, 20K in the chat that are pulling in 200, 300 a month. A month. Sitting there playing video games. I mean, there has been times where closing one weekly candle underneath the 50 still got recovered, but I think there's only been one time in history where we've closed more than 2 candles underneath the 50 and recovered it. I'm saying it's not possible. I'm just saying in the 1, 2, 3, 4 cycles that we have to compare it to, it's only happened once. But that's why I'm not looking at just that, right? Like that's why I have my list. It's the confluence between these that gives me the invalidation. All right, let's see if we can come back to daily open here, clear this vector, and put in the right side of a W, something we haven't had in quite a while here. One of the other things we're going to talk about during this bear market when we start getting closer to the bottom is what true diversification looks like in a portfolio. Right, that's meant to protect us from cycle A not going as high as, you know, we thought, and cycle B making up for the difference. I don't answer none of those DMs, doggy. My DM is full of exchangers and chillers and shit. Only sponsorship I'd really be interested in if they approach me would be like TradingView. If I could get people even a small discount on memberships, I would do it. It'd be worth it. Nah. Nah, they go after like streamers on Kick and shit like that. And if they listen to me for more than a day, they'd probably know it's not even, there wouldn't even be a point to contact me. I'm telling people don't trade leverage. I'm not going to sit here and shill roulette, you know? Yeah, it might be worth reaching out to them, Limitless. You have a point. One thing I told you I'll never do is exchange referrals. Like they would have to give me the most ridiculous deal for y'all. Like where it was basically like free money. Problem with exchange referrals is that they pay you on people's losses, right? People that sign up on your exchange referral, if they lose, you still get paid. That's nasty work. Blood money. But if I got approached by an exchange that gave me like no trading fees, right, and paid me like a flat per stream revenue for talking about them or having their logo up or something, I would do that. If I used it, right? First, they'd have to convince me to use their exchange. Yeah, I'm gonna get way more into the social media side of it during the bear market. I mean, I hate that whole side of it, to be real, but I think to build a proper community, you got to play that game a little bit. And I don't want to shortchange y'all just because I don't like social. We could attract some people with tools that can help. It sucks, bro. That game is so nasty. And I mean, it's not like I don't know how to play it and I wouldn't be good at it. Bro, if I would have clipped shorts on every call that I made during this bull market, and then a follow-up short with how it played out with some graphics and some and a link to some freaking $2,000 course or some shit like that, I would have killed it. I wouldn't even be thinking about what, you know, where we are right now price wise. I mean, it's all there. It's all recorded in the shit. One day somebody's gonna strike a nerve with me or something and make me get petty. And make me go back in the past and put a greatest hits together. But no, I'm good.
You think TradingView is gonna lose a lot of customers if we don't pump like crazy?
I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what memberships look like during the bear market. I mean, we know people walk away, right? They're walking away from YouTube. They're walking away from the charts more than likely.
Yeah, I mean the Black Friday sale, that's the big deal, right? If we don't pump till then, we're like,
I
it's
mean,
over.
yeah, it's almost cheaper to keep them. Yeah. You know you're eventually going to use it again anyways. Unless you just time the next Black Friday sale when you come back or whatever. TradingView does an amazing job. Like, I've used a lot of different charting software. And even though sometimes I have to go off site for certain things, it's pretty good. The tools they have are amazing. AI will be able to do that shit soon, bro. I'm sure there's one out there and I just haven't found it. Something that can clip 12-hour videos. I just buy the pro plan of that shit and just feed it every video we've made for the last year.
Not ChatGPT has these plugins, and it's I forget, it's like a YouTube scrubber. You just put the YouTube link in, and it can give you all of it in text. It can find
All the ones
things.
that I've used, excuse me, all the ones that I've used so far, when it gets to that point where you give them the link, it'll be like, this only supports 2-hour video or 5-hour video. Because remember, these are 12-hour long videos, right?
Yeah,
2
that's
per
true.
day. What I could start doing is just making the videos shorter, keeping it to
You could segment them
4-hour
before. Yeah,
segments. Or I could
yeah,
also just go into editing software and chop the video up
yeah.
before I feed it
I
to
was
the
just gonna say
AI.
that you can
That'd probably be
you
the
can
easiest
segment it.
thing.
Yep.
But yeah, most of it would be for like an archive. I'd like to have everything archived where it's searchable. You know, that would be dope. You could come in and be like weekly blood diamond search and then get 4 videos from the last 4 weekly blood diamonds. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna be able to beat a human clipper. But we're not to that point yet. One thing I told myself with the channel was like, if I'm gonna do this, it's gonna have to pay for itself. Cause I know me, bro. I go overboard on shit.
Hey, Dbloc, if you've had like trading with you for a long time or want to maybe take advantage of the Black Friday deal, but like, do I have to like redo all the settings and things I have saved? Because like, what do I, if my thing hasn't expired,
I don't think
I guess
so.
I like, how does that work?
Nah, it just carries over. Just make sure that all your shit is saved. That'll all be saved to your profile. Like, in other words, if you can close
Yep,
the chart and open it back up and your shit's still there, then it should be auto saved.
10-4.
Another interesting trick, Trading View, if you're listening, close your ears. If you sponsor me, I'll stop telling people this. If you have a high plan that gives you a lot of alts and your plan runs out, as long as you, I mean, a lot of indicators. If your plan runs out, as long as you don't delete those indicators, they don't disappear. You won't be able to add them to new charts, but if you save a layout, then you'll always have it. It might have changed. They might have caught on to that shit. That's like an old trick. And to test it, you have to kind of let your shit run out. You know what I mean? So they disable them now. All right, they already fixed it. They patched it. All right, ignore it. They patched this. That used to be the move back in the day. barely bullish craze. The best way I can explain it. If you want a visual representation. Like that, right? Don't make fun of his cross eyes. He's sensitive about that shit. It was like something like that. Whatever you want to call that. That's what I am right now. Hey man, leave the bull. Leave the bull alone, man. Bull been through some shit, okay? I know, chill, chill. He didn't mean it. You're good. I know Asia likes to range, but come on already. We get it. Like, soon as they came in, they just stopped all the fun. It's like the fun police.
Yo.
Oh no.
What are we talking about? Streamers.
We're talking about Asian market makers. Oh yeah, before that. I'm gonna start streaming Labubu blind box openings.
I was gonna say, dude, my buddy Dbloc's a streamer, dude. He's making wonders happen, dude. You know what I mean? OG status. Nelk boys ain't got nothing on him.
Joe, they're just a liquidity provider for exchanges. Each exchange has a liquidity provider that keeps their order books balanced and filled. They're the ones that actually make the market, right? Keep price from slipping through orders. It's not like a boogeyman or like how we talk about whales or like it's an actual business model. No, companies. These are companies. These are companies with employees and corner offices, corporate villas, quotas to reach. They can be at times, but the whales, it's a constant fight between market makers and whales. If whales move in unison, it's hard for market makers to combat that type of liquidity. Right? Because what whales can do is whales can bring in a bunch of liquidity, and if there's liquidity in the market, then the liquidity provider is less important. But as volume is low and liquidity is low, or even intraday liquidity, right? That's where market makers step in. Their main job is to bring balance to the market, keep the order books from thinning out. I mean, if I had to put them on a power ranking, I would say market makers are more powerful because they can make decisions on their own where whales need coordination between themselves to really do any sort of damage. Unless like BlackRock, right? Institutional level whales. Maybe some OG Bitcoin miner that has, tons of Bitcoin. Let me leave all the liquidity in range. I'm going to do some research before it turns midnight and Twitter hides all the good stuff. I'm here though, I'm watching. If we break out of this Asian range to the top side, we should be able to sweep. We've got 2 supply levels to absorb. 1 supply level and then target 1. But we'll target. Yeah, I'm long, Joe. So it looks like a symmetrical breakout with a point retest. Kind of sloppy. It's not even really worth drawing the pattern, but I'll show you just for educational purposes. And then that's your point retest. Symmetrical is when they break out. Sometimes they'll come back to the point, even if they pass further than the actual pattern itself. If you draw a horizontal off a point, you'll often see like a point retest. But that's esoteric as hell and nobody's watching that. So we'll just treat this as a range, right? Any breakout has to hold the retest and pop to be considered a breakout. If it pops out and gets accepted back into the range, we seek out the bottom of the range. I'll be here. I'm just gonna go stick my head in the trenches. I've been all right, I'll be back, yo.
Can't believe it's Sunday night already again. Crazy. So do we get wrecked tomorrow? The ETH bounced off 3,000. It's like perfect.
We got till Sunday. I'm going short, bro. Short on XRP. My target price, 50 cents.
I don't know if that's going to work out real well.
Well, it depends what happens on Sunday. Nah, I'm not going short on XRP. I'm definitely going short after I find out what's going to happen on Sunday, but it'll be on something far crappier than that.
What's the significance?
It's the second weekly close under the 50.
Oh, 2 in a row under 50. Okay.
That's the signal for bear market.
I think we just lived the shortest bear market ever, and now we're gonna pump. I go against the grain though, man.
That's an interesting thesis. Where would you get something like that from?
It's just I mean, I was kind of wrong in 2021 as things start, just kept going down. But I feel like we're in a whole completely different administration. Something can happen, everything else, and even though the chart might not look good, all it takes is one little. I mean, it can go both ways too, but I just feel like we have too much momentum. I don't think they want to see bad numbers in 2026 anywhere.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the other markets. I'm only talking about crypto.
Well, I'm talking about crypto too. I'm more heavily invested in crypto than I am in other markets.
You can still see tech stocks go up, gold and everything, and you can see Bitcoin retraced all the way back down.
Well, when everybody was freaking out in 2021, and selling their positions, 2022, I was buying.
Cycle-wise, though, measuring from the beginning to the end of the cycle.
We already dropped 30. We already dropped 30%.
Yeah, we just got another 40.
I mean, 30% drop on Ethereum. What, 25, 30% drop on Bitcoin from all-time high.
No, I
I'm
don't
not.
know.
I'm not. I'm not real scared in this range. I'm not real scared in this range. That's just all I'm saying.
Well, your position's from cycles ago, so you don't have to care.
Yeah, but I'll increase it as things go down. Pull profits up top, come back in little by little. Or just go back in and risk a potential another 30% maybe. It just seemed to me like that's a pretty fast drop and 30% corrections.
No. We need to hear some more research by the pros, but from what I'm hearing, don't get above that weekly close and get up where we need to go, then this bull runs over. And even a guy like Dbloc said he would take his profits and prepare for the bear.
Most likely, but it doesn't always happen that way.
Well, that means at this point I got to start thinking about getting my short sunk in to crappy coins I need to be short in.
Just when you think that's going to happen, though, all I'm saying is, I don't know what constitutes pro.
I mean, my long is open.
You know what I mean?
My
There's
Bitcoin
pros out
long.
there that'll tell you whatever that have never made a dime in crypto, and what do you consider a pro? That's my thought. If you turn 10,000 into 100,000, that's pretty good in my book. And I know people that are handing out not Dbloc, but I'm saying I know people that are handing out advice left and right, like they're pros, and they've never made any money in crypto.
I guess guys like Ben Cowan, Dbloc, etc.
Dbloc gives solid advice, but he doesn't tell you exactly what to do. You know what I mean? And
no, he doesn't tell you exactly what to do, but he's explaining the way
he can give you the signs and stuff like that, and maybe lead you on what he's doing and stuff like that. But I think even if I remember back in the day here, there was only a few of us that went we're doing not really the opposite of, but like, hey, here's what can happen. Here's what we're probably doing. And there was a lot of money made in 2022 and stuff. When we were saying buy, everybody was selling. So I'm not, I just see a lot on X right now, and a lot across the board, and doing a little research, and I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of people out there, not so much here, because I think everybody here wants
I
people
haven't
to
given
win.
up yet.
But we're still looking at $95,000 Bitcoin. I mean,
yeah, I haven't given up yet.
30% drop. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. The drops are times to buy. I feel.
I want it to turn around. But I do know at some point when the bear market starts, I'm going to have some type of short position.
This dude's like, I turned 10 into 100. Am I a pro? Yeah. I mean, if you turn 10 into 100 grand and maybe do that a couple cycles in a row, like you're doing pretty good. You know what I mean? If you can 10x your money in 2 years, like you're probably playing right moves there, Donkey Dan. I think the point of my conversation though was I was on X tonight for a little bit, and there's like 1,000 people out advice and this and that, and it's over, and then and I'd love to see if they've really been successful. Whatever that is to you, you turn $100 into $200. I mean, whatever. I'm not saying pro or not pro. you done in crypto? You know what I mean? Like, how did all that work out for you?
Yeah, I was gonna say that I do see like from a pattern kind of thing, a potential developing inverted head and shoulders on larger time frames. So I'm hoping if that plays out, I would have to make. And there's still a lot to go. Like we'd have to make a right shoulder. And a lot can happen between now and then. So, but I think if we do make that right shoulder and the cycle is right translated, and allows us the time to reach, I could still see like 150, 140, 150. But yeah, a lot to see to get to that point.
Oh man, I wanted to.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I'd be okay even if we just got back up like near our all-time highs, right? That'd be enough for me. Is like a good rest
I'll
trip.
be all right if we get above the weekly close on Sunday.
Yeah, honestly, right? And like enough that I can accumulate a little more before it drops. But or completes its drop. I guess I don't know what you want to call that. But I do see.
The problem is all the big web guys that understand the measurement of the cycle. They already know where they am at that time already at the end when you measure it. And
Yeah.
if we don't close there, they're going to start unloading.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard to drum up sentiment at the end here. Now, I mean, there's also a reasonable case to be made that they want to suppress another pump with intent that like enough of retail kind of a little lackluster on Bitcoin and looking at all the other alts while they accumulate Bitcoin institutions and just nation states and so on and so forth. And I could definitely see that being a strategy that's in play. Now who would do that? I don't exactly know, but money makes things move. So
I get it. There could be this super short bear market that's going to happen because there's institutions now, or everything can be extended. I mean, or you could just flat out not believe the cycle is going to happen.
So
is what it is.
I think it would stand in their favor, like institutions and so on, to actually try to translate the bear cycle. It gives them a little more time to move assets after a real estate crash. It also it allows them to kind of like build up and accumulate at the bottom longer and potentially, right? Like create a crazy enough pump that even though they, kind of push sentiment away while they accumulate, they don't lose. Like they can still pump hard enough that once it starts going, people don't care. Cycle. plays out, right? And there'll be tons of opportunities to wait Bitcoin to correct.
I don't know. Whatever it gets, whatever happens, when we get to the point where we get to the bottom or wherever this bear market starts and ends, I gotta give me a Bitcoin. I know that. I'm gonna get that mother. I'm gonna get it this time and have it. I totally fumbled the bag on the last market. I had almost 4 Bitcoins.
I put it on Discord. Check TA. Sorry, check profits and losses. I posted my positions there.
All right.
I put trend to line.
Let's see if you can take it back up to where we came from.
Yeah, we just. The weekly could have closed underneath 50, but we got a good week to fake everybody out and just like get above it again.
It does seem like Asia wants to range up, is what I'm feeling. Get a little bit of extra juice on top.
I'm still trapped at 101.7.
Yeah, I'm tapped at like 90, 95.3 on one of my bits, but I've got a couple runners that are going from was it 93? Yeah, 93.8, something like that. They're still sitting pretty healthy.
Yeah, my Bitcoin is entry is at 94.50.
Yeah, I did myself, or I definitely burned through a bit earlier today.
Yep.
But I've made a lot more good trades today than so.
Yeah. As soon as I saw some distance on the 5-minute, I just put SLs into entry and went to bed. I didn't want to overthink it.
Yeah, I gave myself a little too much opium, I think. But I tweaked some of my settings on my indicators, some of the lights. And focused up. I also got lucky. I kind of caught the bottom pretty close. So, wow. Hopefully, the bottom. But you know what it was? It was that like before we bottomed, my 4-hour RSI oversold in alert went off like a million times, but like another leg up. And I was like, oh, they're trying to bait people into so that everybody sees their alert and buys or gets along here, which means that they're gonna go down further. And that kind of allowed me to be a little patient. But that's just at least what I thought. Seems like that tracks. I got close though. They're like this whole way down. They were definitely like I felt like stop hunted. I was getting stop hunted. Pulled back. I was like, oh, they're gonna reach down. I was able to really stop just in time.
Yeah, look at Dbloc's chart when you've done nothing. Look at all the little green vectors. 1, 2, 3, 4 green vectors. Bam, all the way back down. Sideways, nothing. Dump. Green vectors. Up, take it back down. Sideways. Nothing. Sideways.
You ain't buying a $3,000 ETH. You're not buying a $5,000 ETH. You're not buying a $4,000 ETH. Like,
hell nah. Either you buy the 3 or and hope that that's it, or
I mean, 3 isn't. I don't even think 3 is horrible on ETH. I don't think 3 is horrible. I mean, it's not like it's not going to see it again. It's on what your goal is, your time frame. You want to wait a couple years? You want to wait? Could be 2 months. Could be 2 months, and we pump 100%. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, that was ETH still pumped, right?
Last cycle when ETH was like 4,600 or whatever it was, and it went down to 3. It was like, oh, this is a buying opportunity. Like people were like, oh, ETH didn't top out this year, man. Like that's a weak 5,000. Blah blah blah. Well, I mean, there's an opportunity here. You know what I mean? Average in, average out. I mean, I guess if for trading is different. If you're short term, whatever. But if you're trying to build some long term bags, I don't think a $3,000 ETH is that bad of a buy.
Yeah, it's not. We've also we've skipped a few steps, right? So I don't know that we're gonna get a pump. I can't. I'm not. I don't feel as safe about us getting a good proper pump on ETH for the end. I think it should because people want an alt season, right? But I'm not so sure about it. That being said, am I gonna buy ETH at the bottom of the bear? Yeah. But who knows? Like I'm pretty much waiting to set a lot of my long-term investments to add to my long-term investments down below once we get down there. I've got some DCAs I'm planning, maybe some BCAs as well. But I want to make the most of it. So for me, I'm just waiting to see wherever it bottoms out. That's where I'll start. If I miss it, behind, or if I miss it early or I miss it late a little bit, I don't mind because I'm gonna be DCAing like a 10-year DCA. You guys catch that like earlier, the fake out on the inverse Adam and Eve right before it dumped. That one hurt my soul a bit. Yeah. You want to see what I was talking about with the inverse head and shoulders? It's the weekly. We've just made possibly the center. We'd still have to finish making the right side of the center and then the right shoulder, but that should take us somewhere between 135, 145. If please.
We don't get wrecked tomorrow morning. I think that's what's going to be key.
There's a lot of ifs to my theory. Like if we can complete the pattern, if the cycle allows it, because that would be a pretty extended cycle. If we complete the pattern and it plays out, if there's enough sentiment in the market to even do that, you know, so there's a lot of ifs there. Like if we don't just end up dumping off down to 70K and then wherever it goes from there, whether that be 40, 30K.
I think what drove alts was, retail, new people coming into crypto, everything else. And I think that as far as alt season, aside from your top cryptos, I feel like the average consumer doesn't have the liquid capital to risk in Bitcoin or in crypto right now. And I feel like you need that driving force.
Oh, so
like people buy Bitcoin, people buy Ethereum, but like 2021, 2017, all these alts running and everything else was people just coming in saying Bitcoin was too expensive and I'm gonna grab something else. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I will say like it also I think it depends on what this legacy market does at this point, right? Because there's if something happens, AI doesn't have quite the same luster, and if any number of narratives in legacy working out. But overall, legacy is doing okay, right? I would imagine that would be a bunch of assets that see the potential and the gains that they can make over here versus with narratives that they're not as comfortable with in legacy, right? But there, yeah, a lot of ifs there too. And I'm too sure on that thesis. There's just a lot up in the air right now too, in general, like politically, in terms of actual policy, in terms of what regulation is going to look like as it continues to play out. There's a lot.
That's why I'm not. That's why I'm not like freaking out right now. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people are freaking out. Like just patience, a little bit of time. Let's see what happens. See what plays out. But there definitely isn't the. I'm not going to a bar talking to my friends or something like that, and everybody's talking about crypto. That's just. It's not really happening right now. You know what I mean? Like it was back then.
Yeah, 100%. Like that's what I was saying about like if we can get sentiment is a big thing because sentiment's going to be important, I think. But what's an oyster? I don't really. I'm not a big fan of panicking in general because at the end of the day, I've learned to make it work so far. But also because if you meet adversity with a panicked mind, you often miss opportunities along the way. But doesn't mean that the market doesn't react to panic, right? It absolutely does. So we'll see.
I'm all in. Let's go.
That's what I was thinking. What's going on, man?
A lot of bearishness out there, but
Dude, it
I'm
is,
still
man.
accumulating. It's good, man. Those are the times to accumulate, in my
I
opinion.
know. That's what
It's
I've been
like,
trying to say. That like, you were here. You were here in 2021 when it was like people were freaking out the whole time down, and I'm like, that's when everybody was buying, but they're not saying they're buying or whatever the case may be. I don't know what the story is. Like, if we just do the opposite or whatever else, but everybody was freaking out.
yeah, I mean, Bitcoin still looks bullish to me. It hasn't really broken macro structure the way I'm looking at it.
And like, I mean, we're a long way from an $800 Ethereum. You know what I'm saying? It's not like we're like, I mean, I don't know. Will we even drop to that level again? I don't even know if we'll drop to something like that again. You know what I mean?
I mean, I was looking across the deck and I still see corporations buying. Jack Dorsey just bought another 300 some Bitcoin. Even USDT, they bought like, I forget how many millions worth of Bitcoin right now, like hundreds of millions or tens of millions of dollars. And, these heads aren't scared to buy at these levels. And even if we dip 80s, 70s, even 60s, yeah, some alts are going to get wrecked. But I don't know. It's right now. We have administration in right now that's so bullish for crypto, and I think, it's a shakeout, and we're gonna have another breakout.
Drew, I love your bullishness, man, and I'm bullish too. But why would you consolidate at the end of a 4-year cycle?
Well, listen, because everything that people
Or
are like
accumulate,
stuck
I
in this,
mean.
because, and this is no offense to anyone, but there's a dance, but dances don't always fall into the 4/4 rhythm or the 1/2, 1/2, 1/2. And think about it, tunes. There's like a tune can't play forever, and tunes change. And the last tune that was being played, the administration was, they were just squeezing everything through a bottleneck, and they were stomping on crypto. Basically, they had their like boots on crypto's neck, like basically
That's what
scared of
pushed
breaking
us
its teeth.
down.
Yeah,
That's what
exactly.
pushed us down that cycle, though. That's
Yeah,
as soon as it wasn't even people. It was like as soon as there was some momentum, there'd be one bad piece of news where the administration would be like, boom, we're going like XRP, we're going after this, we're going after this, we're going after this. You'd get a hype, FTX, boom. Like there was all those things. Like we don't
yep.
even have that right now.
And we have,
Yeah.
we have some FUD here and there. We still got some FUD, but the main thing I'm trying to say is that like all right, that rhythm, that cycle, those things are dangerous, like all those things like steadfast things or like sayings, like October, sell in May and walk away, and all those things like people are like, that's how it is, that's how it was. I think is very dangerous for trading, and cyclical natures of things is like, yeah, history repeats, it rhymes, but the shift and the way crypto randomizes its shift is what makes Bitcoin healthy. It just wrecks everyone. It's unpredictable. And even though the 4-year cycles have been on rhythm, by the time right now, people are catching on. And I think because people are catching on, it's going to lose its rhythm. So that's one of the reasons. And the main reason is just administration right now is so
Well,
bullish
the
for
other thing
crypto.
too is I don't know if 4-year cycle takes into consideration of administration slash all this new
Well,
stuff for crypto. I guess is all I'm
Oh,
trying to
I'm
say.
with
I don't
you,
know the right
man. I'm
word.
with you on that. That's why I think
yeah,
it's extended, like 6 months extended at the bare minimum.
yeah, and I think the 4-year cycle is like when you're looking at cycles, it's not about who's in policy. Those things will have their effects throughout it, right? Cycle is just a way to classify movement over time and structures that are not going to repeat exactly, but that give you clues to where things will go. Uh, but that being said, but yeah, I'm not bearish by any means. I am aware, acutely aware that there's a lot of potential for a lot of different movements. But I think the most important thing at the end of the day, right, is to read what's in front of you. Read what's in front of you, zoom out, read what's in front of you there, zoom in, look to the past, but like be aware that it is, yeah, like you said, it's dynamic, right? And I do definitely feel like um the adaptations being made in the market is like 100% tied to the fact that there is more awareness in general, and there are more people focusing on these different moves. Um, and so like it's gotten a little tight and rigid, and they've got to change it up. If
Zoom
you're
out,
doing it,
zoom out on the
yeah,
daily or the weekly or whatever, and look at previous, say, 30 to 40% drops. What happened after them?
yeah. Well, and also like I like
You know what I mean?
I'm looking at it um like all the little tricks they've been doing, and like the ways that they've been playing the psychology of the market, right? Is like it's I feel like they have added a ton to their playbook, or at least they've become more aggressive with how they're calling plays, right? And And you see, it keeps you on your toes, but that's also like what I love about specifically Bitcoin. Maybe not specifically Bitcoin, but what at least in my experience, what I love about Bitcoin is like it really does keep you on your toes. You have to be like vigilant, right? And like it's such a good sharpener of the mind, right? Like, watching this all play out and out and listening to you guys is it's pretty exhilarating. So, and at times profitable. That's my own skill level. So
Yeah, if you pull up monthly chart on Bitcoin and just draw kind of like an angular support, there's two of them. Neither of them have been broke. The inclining angulars. So one's like probably around below us 89, 88 ish.
yeah. My thing though is that momentum's everything, right? Momentum and sentiment at the end of the day. Because it, where we're standing, we're not in a bad place. But it could drop out pretty quick, right? And there's some good support levels, but there are some gaps too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well,
So
momentum, yeah. I mean, momentum works in both ways, but the thing, what I'm saying is because as I was saying on the monthly, we haven't broke even an angular inclining support right now. Momentum's still up, and that's like the heavy momentum. The momentum that's down is the light momentum, and the heavy train momentum is still up.
And like a lot of our high time frame trends are bullish, right? Um, but yeah, it could certainly switch. Actually, I think it's almost a little more bullish that people aren't so bullish because
Right.
the shorts pump, right? So if that may actually be like kind of the thing that we need if we don't have like the a ton of positive sentiment everywhere. So that actually that the bearishness of folks may play into the bulls' hands very well.
And even like the way I'm really like ultimate, I'd say structure would be 70,000. That's the way I'm really looking at this because that's, you know, previous all-time highs we had back in last cycle 2021. We never retested it as support. We came close to retesting it, maybe just a little wick, but never spent any time in that gap between 69K and 81K. But that area is kind of like the sweet spot, I think, because technically, if you look at the monthly chart, but just imagine that's like a 15-minute chart, hourly chart, you would imagine that it's going to want to retest that previous resistance as support. And on the monthly, we haven't done that yet. I mean, that's how bullish Bitcoin is. We're like, okay, let's just take off. And we came close to testing it, but a pretty big distance. It was like, 74K down to 69K. So there was a spread in between that. And
Yeah,
ultimately, until I even see like this angular on the monthly not get broken, I have to stay in bull mode and keep on accumulating my alts. But once, if I see that kind of break, then I'm gonna kind of trade with my guard up a little bit more. But I'm still gonna be accumulation mode as long as Bitcoin stays over that previous 2021 all-time high. Once we break that, then I'll be like, all right, let me just fade out and take the L and keep it moving.
I just pulled up my monthly chart and I have this one that's like an AI, candle prediction kind of thing. It's interesting. It's based on historical data. It's decent, right? Um, and right now it's predicting by it's predicting a pretty much straight up vector uh that drops down in like 2027 or 20 well into 2028. But our first top that it's predicting is at 800,000, and then the tippity top of like 2030 is a mil.
So 800K would be within like 2 years, the way it's looking at it.
Yeah, and what's interesting, so it doesn't really, it's not predicting a bear. It's actually like, it's, I don't know if I'm going to say this right, but it feels like what it's trying to essentially predict is that this is just a micro cycle in a macro cycle, and we're actually going to have a real true full macro cycle that's like we're ramping up to now. And like this is just the beginning of a parabolic move, which would be super, super interesting, right? And that would kind of tie in like it's feasible. Now I don't know what the catalyst would be, but it would definitely have to have a catalyst there. Um, but yeah, I will say it also drops down from 800K down to 200K and then back up to a mil. So it's certainly a
That's a
lot of
wild.
volatility.
That's a wild ride right there.
Yeah, man. But yeah, I I also have been loving these the fib circles that they have. So I've been using them to uh track like price action over time on like the monthlies and the weekly charts, and it's pretty interesting because like if you line it up in the right spot, it's not going to fit exactly but they're pretty close. Like it's not very different in terms of like the coordinate range from cycle to cycle, and it like actually basically gives you where the bottom is, where the shift is in the bear market, where the tops come in on like each shelf, um, and they all line up within the fib circles. Interesting. Playing around that a little bit lately, trying to figure out a reason for the rhyme, right?
You cannot escape the sequence of Fibonacci.
That's why I've been so intrigued with these like quantum indicators I've found is some of them go into convolution, but it's like they're trying to correlate. I mean, it's correlation until we can explain the causation, right? But they're trying to correlate like on the charts into more dimensions than just time and price, right?
What
Some
besides time and price? What else do you have?
you have like so phase. Now, in theory, right? If you're talking like quantum entanglement, phase would be the interaction, I guess you could say, of price with time, and the other dimension would be whatever inner working phases exist, cycles
Yeah, but
exist.
that's kind of like saying, all right, well, can I phase my, sense of sight with my sense of sound? Is that
Well,
feasible?
no, it's more like think like butterfly effect, right? So and this would like line up. I mean, it's real esoteric, and like I said, I'm more intrigued than uh, find these viable options until we can find a way to explain it. But maybe quantum computing can, right? Um, maybe. But the idea is like quantum entanglement is like two things interact because they interact, and when they interact, this reaction happens. Uh, and it's sort of how
Well,
we
yeah,
talk
no,
about the
yeah,
silent rhythm. This would
that
be
can
like
get deep.
kind of like
No,
hand over body.
yeah, sorry to cut you off. That can get really deep, but I'm curious on like what other dimensions. So speaking about trading, what can we use besides price and time? I mean, right now, just like on a chart, of course we got volume, we got indicators, but like as kind of like a dimension, what else would you have? I think that's kind of all you have, right?
Don't you have sentiment and news?
Microcycles, yeah,
That's
right.
well,
Psychological
that's
microcycles.
yeah, but that's a part of time. That's a segment of time. I'm just saying, like
It
the
is, but
dimensions that we have. It's like we have, or the
so
two
it
elements that we have of trading. Really, it's price and time.
well, the third dimension would be like human psychology and the cycles of that, because there's a time, but it's got its own rhythm as well, right? Now, there's like I said, it's very esoteric until we can find a way to actually connect those dots and quantitate it in some way. But I know in audio, so like in audio, um, quantum quantum computing can align with audio in where they're talking about the phase of the array, or um, in convolution cycles. But the reason why I think now, not that I think that this works, but that I can see that it could work, is that we use oscillators, right, to depict these movements in the market. Um, these quantum computers can read oscillators and correlate that to other mechanics outside of what we see as like physical sound, right? Um,
Yeah,
it's
but I mean, I'm just saying that, like, kind of like to what we know, it's like, and what
yeah,
is practical or elementary to us, it's like that's kind of what we have to know. It's like we have
yep.
price and we have time. Those are
Yep.
like
I
the
know.
two elements.
Hard agreed. And like I'm a firm believer that, intrigue is intrigue, but at the end of the day, what you can physically touch and feel and experience, like what we know to be our realm, like that's where you have to have your grounding and your basis. As like I said, this is an intrigue thing more than anything. But if I figure it out, I'll let you know. Or at
Interesting.
least I'll let you know that I think I know.
Because I know there's graphs you can have X, Y, and Z, so you can have three elements, and there's some things you have to measure, in aviation, I think they do a lot of things with like measuring with three elements or something. But
Well, and for
anyways,
example, you could see it as kind of what's already being done, right? The tools that we do actually use. So there's price, there's time, but there's also liquidity, right? That's a third dimension. There's price, there's time, there's volume.
well, that's kind of that could be part of the price element, though, right?
Yeah. Yes, but it could also be it could be like I mean a lot of what we're doing is adding that in, right? Like identifying that and adding that separate of price itself, right? It correlates to price. And it's part of the factor that creates the price, but it is its own um metric, right? It is a separate metric, and it's a separate metric for a reason. So now, like I said, it's very esoteric, but I'm just trying to give examples where this could become functional if we can find the places for these tools. But yeah,
You all realize that that's exactly what BJ does in her charting, which is
yeah. So
what
that's
blew my mind when I first started diving into what she was really talking about, because it's so complex. But that's exactly what she's talking about. It's goes beyond space and time.
yeah.
And
She's reading the patterns of these other dimensions in
yes, it's
yeah.
remarkable.
You guys got any
Yeah.
more of what you're taking? It's like, no.
No, I
Let
mean,
me
like,
get a
so
dose of that, man. I'll be right back.
I'll share.
it's funny that you say that because the whole reason that these indicators like excited me was they're nothing like I think BJ does a better job than any of these indicators do. But was
Yeah.
when I was looking at the ones that had phase as a dimension, I realized that was basically what she's doing with all the different tools that she has, like making the snowflakes and using the waves to show the gaps. And the cyclic gaps and like looking at these different um, patterns that she is depicting, how she does it. I mean, she explains it, but it still blows my mind every time. But
The more I listen to her, the more I understand, and the more I understand, the more I realize, the less I know, which is exactly what I told her the other day. It's so mind blowing. It literally is looking like a flat screen, and then all of a sudden it goes 3D on you.
yeah,
Once you see, oh my gosh, and once you see it play out and the rhythms and the movement of it, oh my gosh, it's exciting though. I mean, it's exciting that she really honed in on some of these things and has used, mathematics to do it. It's not
yeah,
just because it gets out there in the woo-woo space, but she backs it up with geometry, trig, the everything, and she documents it and she can lay it out. And if you can hang with her long enough, you'll start grasping what she's talking about. But it's definitely a different level.
yeah. Now I will say I think that like probably these indicators will never match like BJ's charts, and the reason being is um, the amount of processing it would take to like you're gonna have lag, right? Where
Yeah,
she's doing these charts ahead of time. She's taking the
right.
time to build them out. But once she's built them out, she's starting to see the correlations. It is amazing to me that she not only like has learned the math through it, and has become this like wizard of
Yes.
starting mathematics.
Great.
But
Yeah.
but
That's
I
exactly
think
what it is. Yeah.
it was like an intuitive thing, right?
I was
Um,
just ready to say, because I told her that. I can't believe you said that. I was just getting ready to say, when we kind of had a one-on-one, it's been about a month or two ago, I stopped her midstream, and I said, BJ, this is insight that, and I don't want to get out there and woo-woo, but I said, this is given to you. This isn't something that you just stumble across and everybody stumbles across. It's a knowing, and it's an intuition that actually has become something that you can back up. And she said, that's exactly what it is. And
yeah,
it's coming from other dimensions, really. I know
there's
it's
she's
you're out
like
on the,
developed
but
she's developed the skill set that
yeah,
is surrounded around the actual feeling the market. Like normally, I think for most people, feeling
yeah,
will get you wrecked, right?
yep.
But I think that she followed the feeling until she like
It's
started.
like an energy field,
Yep,
because
and so and
it is energy and movement and motion, and she has tapped into that, and she has that sense, and can feel literally where she should start plotting out, and she moves those directions, and again, and she uses those geometry and fib levels and all those patterns to establish what she intuitively is feeling from the market,
so
and lays it
yeah.
out years in advance.
So what's the reason I get so intrigued by this, and the reason I connected with DJ and I connected with a lot of stuff is because I work in audio, so um I understand a good bit about the science of energy, like when you break it down to frequencies, right?
Right,
Which
right.
can't scientifically you can scientifically document. There's a factual side to it. Now,
Absolutely.
I think that that is essentially what that third dimension really is, right? Because I say psychology, but it's the energetic nature of beings, especially in mass, right?
100% agree with you.
And
I
and,
know exactly where you're
and
going. I
it
100%
right,
agree with
well,
you. Yeah.
it could just be solar storms, right? It could be
Yep.
any number of things. But I do think that eventually we will have um, the more of us will have the tools to be able to decipher this.
Right.
Like I said, for me, it's still an intrigue. Like you know, BJ is the master of that, and
And,
that opened my eyes to an entire other side of seeing the market. Um,
yes.
it's also, as I'm sure you could tell a bit, it's a bit of a maddening thing to try to break it down to that level. But that's why my intrigue is so strong with this. Is like I want to learn so that I can figure out how to bridge the gap of communication, uh, so that it can be a tool that more people are able to grasp and understand, and to find like analogies and metaphors to use to communicate that. Um, I think that's something that Dbloc does a really good job of, right?
Yes. Yes. Oh my gosh, he's so good at that. And I think BJ, because hers is so complex, and she's so deep down that rabbit hole, she gets a little frustrated with herself, because I know I've heard her say this, because she conceptually understands it, but she can't explain it as clearly as what she knows it could be, and she confuses people, is what I've heard her say.
Yeah, and
And
these are
it's
technical,
very, yes.
right? That take, I mean, years of study and a level of genius to So like to be able to communicate, and even some of it there really isn't a bridge to communicate unless you have that technical knowledge, right?
And the fact that your audience has to be open to what you're talking about. Because I've heard her talk to a couple of people and they've kind of just shut her down because they can't get past that 2 dimension. And
y-
I've seen her try to kind of push against it and then just back off because they're not a believer. Basically is what it ends up being. They
yeah.
just get past what they see. They can't move into what energy beings we are.
Well,
And
it's also like if you don't do that charting, if you're not the one putting all these things on the chart, it's a bit
that's
hard to follow, right? Because there's so many layers to it.
incredibly, yes. And
But the one of the key things well, I learned from DJing for years was that like you're not going to get everybody, like not everybody's going to like it, not everybody's going to be receptive to it. So and if you focus on that, it's going to be super frustrating. So like, but if you focus on communicating it and allowing those that are able to see it figure it
yeah,
out, then eventually that'll actually solve that problem, because um I'm not going to be able to explain it to person A as good as person B might, right? And they'll have another perception. Like as you add more perceptions to these concepts, right, the more you kind of learn to break it down as a community versus trying to take that all on yourself and communicate it all yourself. It's maddening.
and it's too overwhelming for people.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
so far beyond the scope of what we know as traders. And I'm young in the trading realm, and you've got your more seasoned people. And I think it's even more difficult for the more seasoned people, just like it is with anything. It's just like a child learning another language. It's so much easier for them because their minds aren't closed to.
Well, it takes like 3 hours to get to the answer, and by then the chart's already changed
Yeah,
17
well,
times.
and that's
Hey,
sort of what
Colorado, how you doing?
Oh, good. How
that's
about
sort
you,
of
hon?
really, sorry, go ahead.
No, but you're exactly right, Colorado. And I used to do the same thing. I'm like, okay, get to the answer. But then I thought, wait a second, I'm missing the whole purpose of what she is trying to convey. She's not trying to convey the answer. She's trying to convey the system. And
Yeah.
once you separate those two out, and some people don't want the system, they want the answer.
Well, and
And
I think I think it's hard for people to grasp the entire system because it's hard for anybody to grasp that. But
well,
the thing is,
especially if you're on YouTube and you can't see her chart,
yeah,
it's impossible.
conceptually though, right? Like if you like the beauty of that kind of system is that it explains so many different layers, and if you pay attention, like she's really teaching the process by which she sees it, not
Yes.
the not the targets or the. And if you learn, like if you listen, even if you don't understand the entire concept, it add enough perception to your consciousness to where
Mhm.
you may start to see it differently, and then you may find a way where that thought outside of your normal structure can be added in without interfering. And I think that's like the big fear for a lot of people is keeping it simple is super important, right? Because keeping it simple, like there are, just like Drew was talking about, these things that we know that work, especially when you're talking about people's money and their, the
Yes.
livelihoods,
Yes.
like those are the things that are easiest to teach. Not easiest to teach, but those are the things that are more structured and more communicable. And so that I think is like you have to have that basis. And like this stuff is helpful when you can't figure out the why, right? But
Well,
to
and
get to that point, it
it's
takes a long time.
yes, it also validates the numbers the answer. So somebody wants, where are we going? She gives the system to validate it's a hard fact to her. This isn't which direction it's going to go, that she doesn't know. But she'll
Yeah.
tell you it's a hard fact what the number is. If we go up, it's going to be this number. And she backs it up.
Yep, but I
But
mean, it's funny because
so
that's the same thing with any other. Well, I would say any other genuine system, right?
yeah,
Any honest system is you're not gonna know where it's gonna go. You can have, you know, uh, a higher probability prediction, right?
right.
But like Dbloc doesn't claim to know where it's gonna go, and you're supposed to read what the market's giving you,
Yes.
not read to where you think it's gonna go,
And that's
right?
also what gives him validity, is that he does not claim to know. Gives you the potential of what the market does based on his understanding of structure. So it
Yeah.
makes him, in my opinion, more valid than a lot of other people. Same with BJ.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing is I think a lot of people see BJ's charting or her system as esoteric, and it's actually not esoteric, right? Because the it's based off of the data that is available. It's instead of versus like other things, it's like, oh, you're connecting dots that may be there, but that's entirely theoretical. Like it is all of this is thesis, all
You're
charting is thesis,
exactly
right?
right. Yes, it is exactly
But
right.
hers is like you can see the alignment. That's why she does the grid the way she does. That fascinates me so much about this. It's like I would like to take on that journey and figure out how to make it more communicable to maybe the average trader or just the learning trader, right? Because I think if I can package it in a way where it's a little bit less overwhelming, um,
Mhm.
that it will be very beneficial as a secondary correlation. That's it, right? Um, as something to be aware of, and something if I can package it in a way where it's simple enough for the average person, it's not so busy
Well,
look, but
yes,
it's
that's the key in anything. If
yeah,
you cannot communicate it simply, then you don't understand it well enough, is what I think that how the saying goes. Is
yeah,
if you can, and BJ's is so complex and so many moving parts. She knows it, but how do you drill down to just get the elements out of that to communicate? And
yeah.
Yeah, basically,
Well,
you
that's
just need
hard.
about
That's
2 3 sessions with BJ, because
yeah,
if you don't realize, the good thing about BJ is she will answer your questions and she
yes,
will say where everything's coming from.
yes.
So like
I
when I
agree.
first saw it, I was like, wow, it's the universe, it's the matrix. Then
I
you
mean,
go
right?
then you go 2 3 sessions and then you realize, then you just understand, okay, that black line is the 200, that one's the 800. You understand where it's all coming from. It just takes repetition.
Yeah, well,
It,
and
He
so
uses
yeah,
exactly the same. The reason why BJ like makes sense when you start listening to her is because she just uses basically the same tools that we do.
yeah, 100%. And actually, she does a really good job of explaining the things. It's just I think it's very hard to it's she does it. It's such dense information that like
yes,
she's like trying to do it really fast because she knows that people are and like that's like I wouldn't have started to understand these things at all if it weren't for BJ taking the time to explain it to me. I have patience for that. Like I'm
me
someone that's
either.
intrigued by these things and passionate about these things. But like um I also have a little bit of the technical knowledge or a basis for understanding of the scientific terms and the mathematical terms for these things. But like if you think about it, right, the simplest form of what BJ's doing that I think that most people are more people are much more comfortable with is Fibonacci's, right? The Fibonacci sequence is Fibonacci was a scientist that or mathematicians that studied these concepts, right? That looked deeper into why these things recur, and just one form of that, but it is one sequence that we all know the Fibonacci sequence, right? Or
Right.
we all know of it at least. And so, like, the reason why I think Fibonacci is comfortable for people is because it in general it feels more basic math. It's actually not, because it's irrational numbers, but because it's a sequence, because it's a pattern that's like that we all recognize intuitively. Uh, it's like once you understand the basics of it, it's not too hard to follow. It is harder to actually do the math than it is to just see the sequence, right? Especially when you have the tool that allows you to create these grids that. So I think we could use like I could use PineScript to create tools that are a simpler that simplify the process a little bit. And what I like about these indicators I've been playing with lately is the like instructions for them. So like every single setting has a little question mark next to it, and it explains what each thing is doing. Some of it comes across a little bit convoluted, but it also gives you like ranges. They're like, this is the range for cryptos, this is the range for indices, this is the range for forex, and it explains why. Um, you know, because like this one's the range because it's more volatile in crypto, or because it's more stable of it. So like that, I would like when I saw that, I was like, man, these are like, because I actually find it easier to use these indicators and do most indicators, because most indicators you just kind of you either have to take the time, research all of the parts of the indicator. But even then, sometimes the term that one, you know, uh, editor uses versus another is completely different, and it's the same thing. So, I think if you and I think I learned this, a bit from BJ as well. It's like if you take the time to do the work, um, it's a lot easier to communicate that. It's a lot easier to explain it, or at least it's a lot easier to provide it, right? Um, and I'm a believer that, like, while I think that teaching being able to teach a skill means you have a better understanding, I would also argue that I think different people, some people are good at understanding the concepts, and to delve, like dove in way deeper than I ever have.
Right.
But it inspired me to dive in deeper, right? Um, and that's the way I think she's teachable. She's teachable in a different way, and not everybody's going to be receptive to that. So I think that ideally I can utilize like my forms of communication to hopefully help more people, and you know what I mean. Um,
Yeah.
but
Are these you're talking about? Are they just on TradingView, or they're somewhere that
they're
more?
on TradingView and Ninja Trader and a bunch of others.
Okay.
Yeah, I can send you. Hold on, what's your? Let me send you a link. They're the ones I use are all the free ones. There does like have ones that you can either do a subscription or pay a one-time fee. But uh, I like experiment with free ones. Maybe I might buy them one day, but like I'm not. You know, I feel like my goal is to not become reliant on things you have to pay for. But
Yes. Yes. I just ponied up $400 for an indicator for the year, and I thought, do I really want to keep doing this? I need to just learn it on my own and get it down, but I've used it as a crutch, and it's an indicator that I love. And I thought, okay, until I get a really solid foundation built, because I keep going off onto these directions with BJ and these GAN and Fibonacci's and all these other things that I just kind of had to reel myself back in and say, okay, build a foundation. You are open to the concept that it's not flat screen, that there is dimension here, and I completely behind the whole energy and emotion and the fields that those and how that intertwines with it, because you're talking about humans trading. It has to be, you have to include that. You have to
Yeah.
include somehow human emotion, because that's what
Although
it.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
absolutely. Well, and that's like the star chart ones and all that stuff. Like that is very esoteric. However, there are humans that believe in it. So there can be value there. I do think that in terms of success rate and consistency, right? Like I have yet to find a system better than what Dbloc teaches.
Yeah,
Because it's
that's true.
grounded in much much more definable concepts uh, and grounded in like research that anybody can do, and he teaches that. Right?
And he teaches it clearly,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it's not complex. It's a lot of information, but it's concise. And he goes over it, and I thought about that today. I thought that's about the 10th time in the last 3 days I've heard him say that, and I thought, and he doesn't even act like it bothers him. And bless his heart, he is. It's just
yeah.
like a famous singer having to sing the same song his entire career. It's
He's a
what,
very thoughtful and
yeah,
patient
that's a perfect word for it. He's
leader.
full about it. Yes, yeah.
But yeah, it's funny. Well, so most like my actual the way that I trade and the way that I've been trying to learn to trade is through the system and from picking up other um tips and knowledge from other folks in the community.
Sure.
But the core is his system, right? But what I like to do with all the stuff that I've kind of been inspired from BJ is I like doing those on the macro charts. I find that the most helpful. Um,
Oh,
I mean, it works on any time frame, but
sure.
in terms of the amount of time that I have to dedicate to that, that's more of like the experiment. That's the stuff that like that's the stuff I get like the most excited about, I guess. Because it's open, like it's kind of like an open dimension to explore within it.
Yes.
But I'm not confident in my understanding of these tools yet to where I'm like, I want to trade off of it. Um, but yeah, I'll send you a link in a DM with that website so that you can take a look and experiment if you'd like. Check it out. I
Thank
definitely
you.
and and I found that the reason why I think it's actually these are decent indicators is a lot of it's a little more noisy, a little more cluttered, but a
Right.
lot of the information actually does correlate to a lot of the things that we're looking at, like liquidity nodes and um, fair value gaps and uh, uh,
So you're
like
saying it has it all on one indicator?
yeah, there's several different ones, and I've played around with a few. Some of them I don't understand yet, but yeah, it's been uh the I think the ones that I like the most is there's one that's about advanced market theory, which is like your TPO and point of control and single prints and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
That one's not esoteric. It's but it's a really well done version of that. And then there's one called like AI MRE, which gives me the liquidity nodes, and it also gets into like uh, mapping the wave, uh, like the wave field, basically like giving you a
Oh, wow,
pseudo
really?
three-dimensional uh, kind of analysis of or like it's like 4 waves that they show by how wide and how tall they are, like what the volatility is, what the volume is, etc.
Oh, that'd be cool. That sounds
It,
really, yeah, I like the sound of that one already.
now I say all this, and I think one of the reasons that Dbloc doesn't use a lot of fancy indicators, it uses real simple ones, is that the truth is if these stop getting updated, right? I don't want to be reliant on them, but understanding the concept they're explaining is pretty cool. And learning to visualize them in that a little
Yeah,
bit
see,
help.
that's what it's helping me with, and that's what I'm thinking. Since I'm relatively new at this, and Colorado sent me a great indicator, and it took me a bit to understand how to use it, just because I initially thought it was one way, and then I kept using it, kept using it. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm getting the hang of this, and I'm getting the visual of it. And now I can start to see it. So I'll turn it off and on, but now I can kind of start to see it without it being there. And that's what I want to do. I need the training wheels until my mind is trained to looking at the chart and saying, should this on this time frame, this is the movement it should be going. And that's what I want to use these indicators for, not for a crutch, but again, for training wheels until I get a foundation built, because that's exactly right. I don't want to be dependent on anything or anybody. And I think if I start out wide with a gazillion indicators like I have right now, it's a hot mess sometimes. And then I just continue to hone in and hone in and hone in and use the ones that are most essential. I'll have myself trained enough on them that I can use them as confirmation, or I can use them as a backup, but not be dependent on it. So that's what I'm trying to do. So and then you go into the whole different realm that BJ's on, and that blow your mind. I don't think I'd ever be able to go without that kind of indicator, because it's too complex. I think it sees things and plots things that your mind can't. Like those that GAN indicator, whatever that is. I'm just now learning about that one.
Yeah, I don't believe in can't, but maybe does not naturally yet. And so yeah, I will say I think like the best thing to imprint is literally I just watching the charts that Dbloc puts up every day and listening to his explanations, because I started learning to I started charting those things myself, even though it's redundant, because it's training me to do these things, right? Uh, but there's also um, so these are cool because they do imprint a lot of the same things, and just a little bit. They're actually very aesthetically pleasing as well. Um, but again, like I would say, err with the side of skepticism, because these are esoteric in nature. Until I can explain them, I'm not going to try to convince you. And I am also a fairly new trader myself.
Oh,
Yeah, I just wanted to, definitely always err with the side of skepticism. But I trust the block system like 110%. And it's because
totally
of the
agree. Yeah, once I finally really started understanding his system, I pretty much just stopped listening to everybody else. I'll on occasion I'll go visit a couple of people that I think are solid, but again, his explanation and the simplicity of it, it's complex, but he explains it to where even I can understand it. And then again, with a couple of the indicators that I have, I'm really starting to get a foundation built, so I'm excited about it.
Yeah, it's cool. It's really cool when you start to actually understand things and like um you kind of like start to run into the system. That's a lot of what I'm doing. That's why I'm experimenting with these things. Is I'm trying to pick up the pieces that I like from these and adapt them in a way with the knowledge by being intrigued and learning what these things are. Find where they adapt or where they're redundant. For example, like some of these
Right.
things are literally just the same. Like I could do the same thing without the indicator by just doing what the work, the research that Dbloc does every day, right? Um, and I think that's also important to learn as a skill set as well, because that's just like you're saying, repetition. So and so is doing the work, and that's a part of that repetition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah,
and building muscle memory and everything.
I'll
Thank you
send you
for
a couple of cards, and I'll send
yeah,
you the link.
thank you. I appreciate that. Good visiting with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Always good chat.
I'm gonna check that out right now, actually. And Ghost, if you're out there, hey, good to talk to you.
Yeah, it's take up a lot of space, but thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Yeah,
I'm just a dude.
an audience of one, yes.
You're sick right now.
All right, so that's the buy signal. It's time to go.
Not that Drew's saying he's all in.
We're all in, man. When you're shopping for homes in Aspen, that means you're all in.
That's right. When you nail that down, let me know. Every time I think of him standing right next to Kevin Costner in the grocery line, I'm like, are you freaking kidding me right now? Like, just like no big deal. Just Joe.
I gotta stop listening to Drew. I'm about to take all 15 years of silver profits and throw them into freaking crypto. I gotta resist so bad.
Dude, you might be the smartest move you ever made, dude. You don't know. You don't know, bro.
Dude, I worked so hard for that 15 years,
hey,
man.
Let's just say this though, in 18 years or whatever. Let's just say this. There's people in 2021 that were crying. I'm talking like face down in the pillow crying because Bitcoin dropped from, 60,000 down to 50, down to 40, down to 30, down to 20. About 20, they weren't even in the bed anymore. They were laying on the floor and they were like, somebody please hold me. And guess what? There were others that were just buying that were like, yo, this is probably going to be good. And yes, then they bought at 20 and it went down to like 15. And then they were like, uh-oh, I don't know. Did I make a big mistake? And then they waited for 2 years. And then they were like, you know what? We should buy a house in Aspen. I'm just saying that is how it goes sometimes. So
You can also have the best of both worlds and take 5% of 15 years of silver trading profits at crypto. Not financial advice, just you don't have to live with regret or fear, but you can do the thing and also apply good mitigation and budgeting, right?
Yeah, but I made a rule to myself to never throw new money into the end of the cycle. I'm not selling. I made a rule to never do that.
It's a good rule. But
I mean, I'm in. I'm just not new. It's not new money.
If you ever want to invest 15 years of silver profits into me, I do take donations.
But there is, yeah, I mean, if we're, we should just put all of our money in a pile and split.
I'm in.
Right?
I don't know if you want me in that pile. Yet, I say.
I don't know, 30% dips, I typically will buy something. You know, I'll literally, you know, if I pulled from the top and it goes back down, you know, 34. Like, I'm not really worried about a 5% or 2% or, you know what I mean, unless I'm doing a quick trade or something. But some of these are definitely entry points. Some of them won't be. Some of them drop again. This week will probably tell us, you know, which direction we might be heading. But you just got to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I have to agree with Drew. I think we're going lower, and some of the numbers he threw out were some of the numbers that I have. And again, I'm new, so I'm not even going to say what they are, but I'm just agreeing with him that I think we're going lower and then wick down to ugly, and then the next few months we're going to start heading into that alt season we've been looking for. It's going to be different.
If we
but
drop down to 75, 76, whatever it is,
yeah,
76-ish, like,
yeah,
you know, there's people at 125 that were screaming, I wish I would kill for an entry under 100. Like, it's never ending. You'll hear this in a year from now or 2 years from now, whenever it all plays out. And, you know, there's going to be people that'll probably kick themselves in the rear, you know, and some that, you know, I mean, it's every
Well,
cycle. Every cycle.
if you didn't plant a tree 20 years ago, the best time to plant a tree is today.
no,
Not necessarily today specifically, but like, you know, in terms of the metaphor. And um, so I will say that with us going dumping, I actually, that kind of like fits my theory about the potential inverted head and shoulders that they're making. Maybe. But we would possibly climb up a bit before we do that, but we don't have to on the monthly time frame. So
right. That's exactly the way I'm looking at it. Yeah, we could climb up, and that's kind of exactly the way BJ explained it the other day. We have a path up, doesn't mean we're going to take it. And she showed the path down, and those are again some of the numbers Drew was throwing out, and no one knows which direction it's going to go, but there are some hard numbers that have been thrown out that I'm hearing over and over again. So once that starts happening, that usually comes to fruition.
yeah, generally when there's a pretty high level of correlation,
Mm-hmm.
and the thing, even with a high level of correlation, like if we all are seeing the same thing, it doesn't mean that's where it's going to go, but that can be a focal point, and that can be something to pay attention to because it might go the opposite way of where everybody thinks it's going to go.
Put the chart on the monthly once on Bitcoin.
I do it daily.
I know that. I so do I. I'm just saying, look at the monthly chart. Like, there's one direction crypto is pretty much going long term. So to hesitate, do you believe that Bitcoin will outperform silver or whatever else the case may be compared to whatever else you're getting into? I mean,
I would
I
say,
don't know, man.
historically speaking, the data is there. However, all the data is not there for as long as silver has been around. And there's also like there's any number of black swan events, catalysts, or you know, systematic issues that could come about as technology advances, as you know, civilization advances, right? That could actually change that entirely, could flip the script, right? Just like Bitcoin kind of has flipped the script on what what the value of an asset can be, uh, or store of wealth can be. It, it's it's also possible that something else comes along that um, that dwarfs or that makes Bitcoin a dwarf in comparison, right? So yeah, we'll see. Like I was talking about this earlier with someone. It was about like the potential for um, BlackRock to, let's say try to co-opt Bitcoin or own enough Bitcoin to where they can co-opt it and they can destabilize it.
Right.
I might,
And
I
that-
might not. I might say like maybe don't FOMO your house into crypto. I'm not really saying that. I'm just saying that if you like live in fear of a black swan event, which is probably going to affect most markets, that's like the quickest way to like clip your own wings and not be able to fly anywhere. You know what I mean?
It's not. This isn't about fear. This is about like awareness and the potential for. It doesn't mean it's a higher probability. It doesn't mean it's even going to happen. It doesn't mean any of the think of might be the thing that happens, if something does. It's more about having like the awareness or the respect for the fact that these things can change, and in a pretty rapid amount of time. If you think about how long it took for Bitcoin to change, the not entirely change, but I mean to uproot the traditional systems, it wasn't that long that it's existed. So it, and look at the amount of change that it's created. So like we have a pretty direct example of something like that happening, and I'm not trying to predict it. I'm just trying to remain like keep a capacity for the potential of this thing, of something that I can't foresee happening. And I would say, to your first thing about, you're not saying to pull your money. Yeah, I'm definitely not advising anybody to do anything, but there's risk involved in anything that you do in life, right? And so, yeah, I think if you take the time to research, the better you educate yourself, the better you learn, the better you are, the more you watch the charts or get familiar with the concept or the asset or the commodity, whatever it is, right? Um, the better uh, chance you stand, and um, like that risk for you may end up being a risk worth taking, whereas for somebody else may not be. Yeah. So it's all about what you want to do and doing the work that goes with that, and because everybody's got a different amount of work that they could do as well. So if you have the time and the energy, and you would like to be profitable, these things are um, something that you can at least sharpen the skills of, right? And if nothing else, you're putting in your best effort and taking the time to understand these things. And uh, I think that's like the best way forward, in my opinion. Not advice, but you know, just leave with anything you're passionate about, or anything that you care about, or anything that is important to you, or something that you're not willing to lose or can't afford to lose. You should absolutely take every effort that you can, and um, knock it. You are correct. Like, don't get hung up on things that don't currently exist, that you cannot see and read right now. When some dude's bud that gives or thesis even, but you can always examine it and then derive your own thesis with that as a part of your perception of the potential for any concept, right?
Correct. And just to throw this out there, you're roboting at the end, and I really love hearing what you're saying. But for whatever reason, you're just fading in and out. It was kind of difficult to grasp the last part of what you were saying. So just heads up there. Could be my phone, but I don't think it was.
Yeah, no, I tend to have these issues. It's a connection,
So
but
I
I
thought
actually go to bed.
I think you were coming through. I was only kind of paying attention though.
That's fine. Only kind of paying attention is more paying attention than I'd ever ask. So I appreciate
Good
I'm
honest
just
answer.
in the middle of stuff.
it. But I do gotta go to bed. I gotta early day tomorrow. So y'all have a good night. Always a pleasure chatting. Stay
Yeah, you
safe.
Yeah, you too.